Welcome to Liminal Echoes, a channel for short stories and audiobooks for sleep or entertainment. Be sure to like and subscribe if you like my content, and to support my channel. I hope you enjoy this compilation of 25 scary zombie stories. The world had ended, not with a bang, but with a whisper. A fever that turned flesh to rot, a hunger that consumed all reason. Sarah held her son, Finn, close, the rough wool of his blanket a scant comfort against her trembling skin. His breath, a shallow, rattling sound, was the only lullaby left in this desolate world. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months. The city, once a symphony of noise and light, was now a graveyard of husks. The infected, the walkers, as they were morbidly called, shambled through the streets, their groans a constant dirge. Sarah had learned to move in the shadows, a ghost in her own world. Her apartment, a fortress of barricaded windows and reinforced doors, was a sanctuary. A sanctuary for her and her son. Finn had been born into this nightmare. A fragile bloom in a wasteland. He was 6 months old, his eyes wide and curious, yet holding a knowledge of the grim reality that no child should possess. The fever had taken him 2 weeks ago. A burning heat that had Sarah's heart lurching with every rise in his temperature. She'd fought it with every ounce of her being, using the dwindling supply of antibiotics, cool cloths, whispered prayers. But the fever had finally broken. The heat was gone, replaced by a chilling stillness. His skin, once soft and warm, was now cool to the touch, a faint blue tinge beneath the surface. Sarah's breath hitched. She knew the signs. She'd seen them in others. The slow crawl of decay. The glazed eyes. The hunger. "No," she whispered, her voice raw and cracking. "No, not you, my love. Not my Finn." She rocked him gently, her tears falling onto his downy hair. The silence in the apartment was deafening. The distant groans of the walkers seemed to mock her, a reminder of the fate that awaited them. She had a plan, a desperate, insane plan. She'd found a secluded cabin, miles from the city, in the heart of the mountains. She'd been stockpiling supplies, food, water, medicine. Her only goal was to protect Finn, to keep him safe from this corrupted world. But how could she protect him from himself? The first sign was subtle. A twitch of his tiny fingers. Then, a slight turning of his head towards a distant sound. Sarah's blood ran cold. She clutched him tighter, her body a shield. "Stay with me, Finn," she pleaded, her voice barely audible. "Stay with Mommy." The next few days were a blur of fear and denial. Finn slept most of the time, his breathing shallow, his body unnaturally still. Sarah watched him, her heart a leaden weight in her chest. She rationed their dwindling food, her own hunger a distant, unimportant ache. Then, it happened. A guttural moan escaped Finn's lips. It was not the cry of a baby. It was a raw, animalistic sound. A sound that echoed the groans of the walkers outside. Sarah recoiled, her eyes wide with terror. Finn's eyes, once a clear blue, were now clouded, milky. A dark stain began to spread across his gums. She had to get out. Now. With shaking hands, Sarah packed their meager belongings. A backpack filled with supplies, a shotgun, a hunting knife. She bundled Finn into a carrier, securing him tightly against her chest. His tiny body felt heavier, colder. Stepping out of the apartment was like stepping into a different world. The air was thick with the stench of decay. The sounds of the walkers were closer now, a chilling chorus that seemed to surround her. She moved through the city like a wraith, her senses heightened, her every nerve on edge. A walker, its face a mass of rotting flesh, lunged at her from an alleyway. Sarah reacted instantly, raising the shotgun and firing. The blast echoed through the deserted streets, a brutal punctuation mark in the silence. The walker fell, its decaying body hitting the pavement with a thud. Sarah didn't stop. She couldn't. Every step was a gamble, every shadow a potential threat. She reached the outskirts of the city, the open road stretching before her. The mountains loomed in the distance, a promise of refuge, a beacon of hope. But hope was a fragile thing in this world. As she walked, Finn began to stir. His small hands, no longer grasping, now clawed at her chest. His mouth opened, revealing those dark, decaying gums. A low growl rumbled in his throat. "No, Finn," Sarah whispered, her voice breaking. "Mommy's here." She reached into her backpack, her fingers fumbling for the hunting knife. Her heart pounded in her chest, a frantic drumbeat against the encroaching darkness. She looked at her son, at the innocent face that was slowly being consumed by the plague. The love she felt for him, the primal instinct to protect, warred with the horrifying reality. She couldn't let him become one of them. She couldn't let him hurt anyone. With tears streaming down her face, Sarah made a choice. A choice that would forever scar her soul. She raised the knife, her hand shaking uncontrollably. Finn let out a guttural cry, a sound of pain and confusion. "I'm so sorry, my love," she sobbed, her voice choked with grief. "I'm so sorry." The next moments were a blur of pain and terror. The final lullaby sung not by a mother, but by the chilling silence that followed. Sarah, broken and alone, continued her journey, carrying not a son, but a memory, a haunting reminder of a love that transcended even the end of the world. The cabin in the mountains, once a sanctuary, now felt like a tomb. A tomb for her dreams, her hopes, and the last vestiges of her humanity. The world had ended, and Sarah was left to wander its desolate landscape, a living ghost, forever haunted by the ghost of her son. And now, our next story, The Archivist's Curse. The air in the dimly lit archives smelled of decaying paper and something else, something metallic and faintly sweet, like old blood. Dr. Elias Thorne ran a gloved finger along the spine of a crumbling leather-bound tome, the vellum pages brittle as dried leaves. Outside, the city of Veritas had succumbed to a nightmare. Whispers, then screams, then the gnawing hunger that had reshaped humanity into a shuffling, ravenous horde. Elias, a historian by trade, found himself more relevant than he ever imagined, his knowledge of forgotten texts suddenly a currency more valuable than gold. He wasn't in the heart of the city anymore. This was the underground vault of the Veritas Historical Society, a place supposedly immune to the chaos above, a mausoleum for dead eras. Elias had sealed himself in, armed with nothing but his intellect and a desperate hope that somewhere within these dusty halls lay an answer. The official narrative was simple, a fast-acting virus. But Elias had a nagging suspicion, a historian's instinct that sensed a deeper, older story. His current obsession was a collection of scrolls rumored to have been unearthed from a pre-Roman settlement deep beneath the city. They spoke of a crimson bloom, a sickness that awakened the sleeping dead, and was eventually bound by the whispers of the silent ones. For weeks, he'd deciphered fragments, the script archaic, the concepts disturbingly familiar. The crimson bloom wasn't a virus, it was a ritual, a catastrophic accident. The scrolls hinted at an artifact, a locus of power that controlled the bloom. He'd found references to its burial, a place of earthly tears and celestial sighs. Today, he'd finally pinpointed it, a small, unassuming chamber within the archive itself, built over an even older foundation. He found the entrance behind a false wall, a section of shelving disguised as solid masonry. The air inside was colder, the silence more profound. The chamber was small, circular, and dominated by a pedestal. On the pedestal rested an object that made Elias's blood run cold. It was a sphere, roughly the size of a grapefruit, made of a dull, obsidian-like material that seemed to absorb light. Embedded within its surface were veins of a deep crimson, pulsing with a faint, internal luminescence. It hummed, a low vibration that resonated in Elias's bones. This was it, the nexus of the outbreak. The archivist's curse. He remembered the passage. The touch of the unbound, the hunger of the earth, shall rise when the heart of the crimson is disturbed. He dismissed it as poetic metaphor. Now, standing before the artifact, he knew it was a literal warning. His initial plan had been to find a way to neutralize it. But the scrolls offered no such guidance. They spoke only of binding and containment. And the binding had failed. He was certain of that. The artifact, the sphere, was active. He noticed a series of carvings on the pedestal, intricate geometric patterns surrounding the sphere. They weren't decorative, they were a language, a forgotten key. His heart hammered against his ribs. He'd spent years studying ancient languages, and he recognized elements of Proto-Italic and something far older, predating written history. He spent the next few days in a feverish blur, surrounded by the skeletal remains of the past, piecing together the ritual of binding. The crimson bloom, he realized, wasn't a disease. It was a resurrection. An ancient cult had attempted to harness a primal energy, to grant their deceased leaders a form of eternal life, but they had unleashed something uncontrollable. The awakening was the reanimation of the dead, but the hunger was a side effect, the raw, unchanneled energy seeking sustenance. The silent ones, he now understood, were not people, but a concept, a force of negation, of silence, used to suppress the rampant energy. The sphere was the heart of it all. It amplified the primal energy, broadcasting it. The virus wasn't a pathogen, it was a biosignature, a way for the reanimated corpses to be controlled, or at least directed. The outbreak wasn't random, it was a consequence of the artifact's activation. His research led him to a critical juncture. The scrolls detailed a method of rebinding a ritual that required specific components and a precise execution. The components were listed. Moonlight collected in a silver chalice, tears of genuine remorse, and the voice of one who understood the whispers of the dead. The moonlight and tears were obtainable, albeit with immense difficulty and emotional strain. Elias had managed to collect them, the faint shimmer of moonlight in a tarnished silver chalice, a stark contrast to the oppressive gloom. The tears, he'd wept for the world, for his lost colleagues, for the quiet life he'd once cherished. The last component was the most daunting. The voice of one who understood the whispers of the dead. He'd initially thought it meant a medium, someone with psychic abilities. But the scroll's context pointed elsewhere. It meant someone who could communicate with the reanimated, not through words, but through understanding their residual essence. It meant understanding their final moments, their regrets, their primal urges. It meant a historian's empathy, amplified by proximity to the artifact. He was the only one left. The gnawing sound of the infected outside the archive's reinforced doors grew louder. They were drawn to the residual energy, to the sphere, perhaps sensing its power. The archive, his sanctuary, was becoming a trap. He had to perform the ritual now. He placed the silver chalice containing the moonlight on the pedestal, beside the pulsing sphere. He poured the tears into a small, clay bowl. The third component, his voice, was the most uncertain. He had to speak the binding incantation, a series of resonant syllables that the scrolls claimed would harmonize with the artifact's energy, creating a counter-frequency. He took a deep breath, the metallic tang in the air thicker than ever. The sphere pulsed faster, its crimson veins glowing brighter. The hum intensified, a deafening thrumming that vibrated through his skull. He began to chant. The words felt alien on his tongue, ancient sounds that seemed to claw their way out of a buried past. As he spoke, the sphere flared, a blinding crimson light that momentarily erased the chamber. Elias flinched, shielding his eyes. When he lowered his hands, the pulsing had subsided. The crimson veins were duller, the hum almost imperceptible. He watched, breath held tight, as the sphere's glow faded completely. The artifact was still there, but its malevolent aura had vanished. It felt dormant. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. He had done it. He had stopped the outbreak. Or so he believed. He emerged from the chamber, the archive air feeling cleaner, the silence now a welcome respite. He walked through the deserted halls, the faint sounds of the city outside now a muffled, distant echo. He felt a profound sense of relief, mingled with a crushing loneliness. He was the sole survivor, the guardian of a secret that had almost destroyed the world. He spent days meticulously recataloguing the scrolls, documenting his findings, preparing for the day humanity might need this knowledge again. He felt a strange kinship with the archivists who had meticulously preserved these records before him, their silent vigil echoing his own. Then came the whispers. They started subtly, faint murmurs at the edge of his hearing. He dismissed them as fatigue, as residual echoes of the artifact's influence. But they grew louder, more distinct. They weren't the guttural groans of the infected. They were coherent, pleading voices, filled with sorrow and regret. He found himself drawn back to the chamber, to the now inert sphere. The whispers were strongest here. They spoke of pain, of unfinished lives, of the injustice of their fate. They weren't the hungry shrieks of the reanimated. They were the voices of the people they had once been. He realized his mistake. He hadn't just bound the artifact. He had redirected its energy. He had channeled the raw, uncontained life force of the crimson bloom not into dormancy, but into a new form of consciousness. He had become the conduit, the listener to the echoes of the dead. The scrolls had warned of this. The whispers of the silent ones are not an ending, but a translation. He had translated the dead, but in doing so, he had given them a voice. He looked at his hands. They were clean, but he felt a phantom tremor, a connection to something ancient and terrible. He had sought to save the world by understanding its history, but he had inadvertently unearthed a curse that was far more insidious than a virus. He had become the archivist, not of books, but of souls. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They weren't just around him anymore, they were in him. They were his thoughts, his memories, his regrets. He saw the faces of the infected, not as monsters, but as tormented souls, crying out for release. He knew what he had to do. The final passage of the scrolls, the one he had previously deemed too ambiguous, now held terrifying clarity. To truly silence the bloom, the binder must become the silent one. He returned to the chamber. The sphere was still cool, inert. But the energy, the consciousness he had unleashed, was now within him. He took the silver chalice, the moonlight still faintly visible within. He raised it to his lips, not to drink, but to speak. He began to chant again, but this time, his voice was different. It was softer, filled with a profound sorrow. He wasn't reciting an incantation of binding, he was reciting a requiem. He was offering himself as the final sacrifice, the ultimate silence. As the last syllable left his lips, the archive around him began to shimmer, the solid walls becoming translucent. The whispers inside him coalesced into a single, mournful sigh. Elias Thorne, the historian, the archivist, the binder, felt himself dissolving, his consciousness merging with the echoes of the dead, becoming the silent one who would forever guard the secret of the crimson bloom. A silent sentinel in the forgotten corners of existence, ensuring that the hunger would never again awaken. The city outside remained silent, unaware of the final, horrific bargain struck in the heart of the archive. The reign of the archivist's curse had truly begun. And now, our next story. Echoes in the Static. The hum of the generator was a lullaby of desperation. Elias traced the condensation on the reinforced window of the broadcast tower, his breath misting the glass, obscuring the skeletal silhouettes of what used to be skyscrapers. 25. That was the number. 25 distinct transmissions, fragmented whispers of life clinging to the airwaves like barnacles to a sinking ship. He'd catalogued them, labeled them with timestamps and the growing dread in his gut. The tower, a monolith of steel and concrete piercing the perpetually bruised sky, was his sanctuary. For 6 months, it had been his world. The lower floors were a fortress, the higher ones a tomb of dormant technology. He'd scavenged, learned, and mostly, he'd listened. Listened to the dying gasp of a civilization. His fingers, calloused and stained with grease, danced across the dusty console of the main transmitter. Old-school tech, thankfully. EMPs hadn't fried everything, and the analog signals, while weak, were resilient. He was trying to boost the range, to hear beyond the immediate silence, to find a signal that wasn't already choked with static and the guttural rasp of the infected. "Come on, you old beast," he muttered, nudging a dial. A crackle, then a low, rhythmic thumping that sent a shiver down his spine. Not a transmission. It was closer. Too close. He killed the power to the main transmitter, plunging the room into near darkness, save for the faint glow of the emergency lights. The thumping grew louder, a visceral percussion against the concrete. Scrabbling. Wet, tearing sounds. They were at the base. Always at the base. He retreated to the reinforced steel door, his shotgun held tight, the cold metal a familiar weight in his hands. The lock clicked, a solitary defiance against the encroaching chaos. He'd reinforced every entry point, a futile gesture perhaps, but one that kept the encroaching madness at bay. He moved through the utilitarian space, a ghost in his own abandoned kingdom. The studio, where faces once beamed out to millions, was now a shrine to a bygone era. A half-eaten sandwich still sat on the desk, a grim memento of the day the world ended. He'd found it on his first scouting mission after the evacuation. The broadcast had abruptly cut out, replaced by a single, piercing scream that had echoed for days. He found the secondary receiver, a smaller, more portable unit, and plugged it into a battery backup. The low hum returned, a more fragile sound than the generator. He flipped it on. Static. A white noise blanket that had become the soundtrack to his existence. Then, a voice. Faint, distorted, laced with a guttural wheeze. Quote. "Anyone out there? This is Sergeant Miller. Sector Gamma. We're overrun. God help us. They're in the ventilation. Don't stay in the sewers." The transmission cut out, replaced by a symphony of guttural groans. Elias's stomach clenched. Sector Gamma. That was 20 miles south. Another ghost, swallowed by the horde. He logged it, the date and time, the fragmented plea. That made 26. He'd lost count, then started again. The hope, fragile as it was, that one of these transmissions might lead him to another survivor, a tangible connection in this ocean of desolation, was a powerful addiction. He switched frequencies, the dial clicking through dead air. The tower was an island, a beacon in the dark. He wondered if anyone else was broadcasting. Was there another soul, perched on another metallic spire, listening to the same dying whispers? A new voice, surprisingly clear, cut through the static. A woman's voice, laced with fear, but steady. "This is Station Alpha. If anyone can hear me, we have established a safe zone. Central Library. Armed and fortified. We have supplies. We are waiting." A pause, pregnant with unspoken hope. Repeat. Central Library. Safe zone. Waiting. Elias froze. Central Library. That was downtown, a 20-minute drive in better times. Now? A death trap. But a safe zone. Supplies. Waiting. The words resonated like a bell in the vast silence. He scanned the console, searching for a way to respond. The main transmitter was useless, too noisy, too easily traceable. But this secondary unit, it had a short-range broadcast function. He keyed the microphone, his voice raspy from disuse. This is Beacon 1. I hear you. Central Library. How many are there? Silence. Only the static answered. He tried again. Central Library, do you copy? Beacon 1. I'm in the broadcast tower. Can you hear me? Nothing. The frequency remained stubbornly silent, the woman's hopeful message swallowed by the void. He slumped back, a familiar wave of disappointment washing over him. Maybe it was too late. Maybe the signal hadn't reached them, or worse, they'd already fallen. He spent the next few hours in a restless cycle of listening and scanning. More fragments. A child's whimpering, abruptly cut off by a wet crunch. The frantic, shouted commands of soldiers, their radios crackling with the sound of gunfire and screams. Each one a tiny shard of what the world used to be, now sharp enough to draw blood. As dawn approached, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and sickly yellow, he noticed something. A pattern. The guttural groans, the rasping, the tearing sounds, they were shifting. They seemed to be congregating, moving in a unified direction. Towards the broadcast tower. His blood ran cold. They weren't just random, shambling horrors. They were drawn to something. To the signals? To the very act of him listening? He frantically reviewed the logged transmissions. The sergeant's message from Sector Gamma. The woman from Central Library. The panicked soldiers. All of them, in some way, broadcasting their existence. And in turn, he was broadcasting his. He remembered a forgotten theory from pre-apocalypse zombie fiction. That sound, that collective noise, attracted them. That even the faintest whisper of life was a siren song to the dead. He'd dismissed it as fantasy then. Now, it felt terrifyingly real. The thumping at the base of the tower grew more insistent, a symphony of the damned. He could hear them now, a chorus of unholy hunger, their shuffling feet echoing up the concrete shaft. They were climbing. Panic threatened to overwhelm him, but years of isolation had honed his instincts. He needed to think. He needed to cut off the source. But which source? The generator was his lifeline. The main transmitter was his only hope of reaching anyone else. He retreated to the control room, the reinforced door a thin barrier. He checked the ammo count for his shotgun. Not enough. He looked at the console, at the array of blinking lights and humming machinery. His kingdom. His prison. Then, a new transmission. This one was different. It wasn't a plea for help, or a report of survival. It was a rhythmic, almost melodic series of clicks and whistles. Strange, almost avian. It was coming from the east. A new direction. He'd been so focused on the immediate threat, he'd forgotten the broader picture. He'd been so consumed with finding others, he hadn't considered what they might be finding. He switched the receiver to that frequency. The clicks and whistles continued, interspersed with static, but they were growing stronger. And with them, a new sound. A low, resonant hum. Deeper than the generator, more pervasive. It was unlike anything he'd heard before. He switched to the main transmitter, his hands shaking. He needed to broadcast this new signal, to see if anyone else picked it up. He needed to understand what was happening. He powered up the massive antenna, the hum of its operation a familiar tremor through the floor. As the main transmitter whirred to life, something unexpected happened. The clicks and whistles from the east intensified. And then, from the static, a new voice emerged. Not human. A guttural, rasping imitation of human speech. Elias recoiled, his skin crawling. It wasn't just the infected responding to his broadcasts anymore. Something else was orchestrating them. Something intelligent. The tower began to shake. Not from the climbers at the base, but from a higher vibration. The resonant hum he'd detected from the east was now all around him, emanating from the very air. He looked at the console. The lights flickered erratically. The static on the receiver began to coalesce, to form patterns. The clicks and whistles, the guttural imitations of speech, they were interweaving, creating a distorted, horrifying symphony. And then, he saw it. On the main transmitter's frequency analyzer, a new signal was appearing. Not from his microphone, but from outside. A powerful, pulsing wave that was overriding his own. It was the same resonant hum, but amplified, distorted. The clicks and whistles, the guttural whispers, they were all broadcasting asterisk on his frequency. They were using his tower to amplify their message. His 25. They were no longer just fragmented echoes. They were components. The sergeant's plea, the child's cry, the soldier's shout, the woman's desperate hope, they were being replayed, distorted, weaponized. "We are here," the rasping voice slithered through the speakers, a chilling mockery of the human transmissions he'd been cherishing. He realized his mistake. He hadn't been broadcasting his existence to find other survivors. He'd been broadcasting his isolation, his desperation. And they, the collective consciousness of the dead, had heard him. They had adapted. They had learned. The tower groaned, a death rattle of steel and concrete. The reinforced door to the control room buckled inward, not from a physical impact, but from the sheer force of the resonant hum, vibrating through every atom. Elias stood frozen, the shotgun hanging uselessly in his hand. He saw the static on the monitors swirl and coalesce into distorted faces, the faces of the lost, twisted in an eternal agony. He heard the 25 stories, no longer whispers of hope, but pronouncements of his doom. The resonant hum reached a crescendo, a deafening wave that vibrated through his bones, through his very soul. He felt his own voice ripped from his throat, not in a scream, but in a guttural, clicking imitation of the sounds he'd been broadcasting. As the tower finally gave way, collapsing in a rain of concrete and twisted metal, Elias was no longer Elias. He was just another echo in the static, another voice in the choir of the damned, forever broadcasting his terror into the silent, listening night. The 25th horrific transmission had just begun. And now, our next story, The Gardener's Revenge. The world died in a whisper, a slow, creeping rot that began in the labs and ended in the streets. Not with fire and fury, but with a collective, vacant stare. Elias Thorne, once a celebrated botanist, now just another husk in a world of husks, understood the irony. His life's work had been dedicated to understanding life, to coaxing beauty from the earth. Now, the earth itself seemed to be turning against what was left of humanity. His sanctuary was his greenhouse, a geodesic dome of tempered glass nestled in the overgrown ruins of what used to be a sprawling botanical garden. The irony of the name, Eden's Embrace, was not lost on him. Outside, the moaning was a constant, low hum, a mournful chorus that vibrated through the very soil. Inside, however, a different kind of life thrived. It had started subtly. A strange fluorescence in his Venus flytraps, their traps snapping shut with an almost aggressive speed, their digestive enzymes burning with an unnatural ferocity. Then, the sundews. Their sticky tendrils, usually a passive lure, began to writhe, reaching out, their bioluminescent dew pulsing with a malevolent light. Elias had initially dismissed it as stress, as his own unraveling mind projecting onto his beloved plants. But the mutations were too deliberate. The first real proof came with the shamblers. They were the slow ones, the ones still tethered to some rudimentary instinct. Elias had been foraging for supplies in the deserted houses surrounding the garden, a dangerous ballet of stealth and adrenaline. He'd stumbled upon a small pack, drawn by the faint scent of canned peaches. They moved with the familiar, jerky gait, their eyes vacant, their flesh mottled and decaying. As they lurched towards him, his heart hammered against his ribs. He'd backed away, fumbling for the rusty pipe he carried, when a sudden, violent eruption occurred at the edge of his vision. From the overgrown flower beds, a cluster of what looked like giant, thorny vines, thick as a man's arm, had burst from the soil. They were a deep, iridescent green, glistening with a viscous sap. The thorns, sharp as surgical scalpels, tore through the decaying flesh of the nearest shambler, pinning it to the ground with a wet, tearing sound. The other shamblers recoiled, a confused groan escaping their slack jaws. But the vines were relentless. More erupted, lashing out, their thorny coils wrapping around the undead. They didn't just stab, they pulled asterisk, dragging the infected into the earth with a sickening slurping noise. Elias watched, paralyzed, as the creatures were systematically absorbed, their moans replaced by the rustling of leaves and the dripping of sap. He had run back to his greenhouse, his mind reeling. He spent days in a daze, observing his plants, tending to them with a mixture of awe and terror. The sundews were the most active. Their tendrils, now impossibly long and prehensile, would sway gently, their dew-covered tips twitching. When a fly, or anything that moved, came too close, the tendrils would lash out with astonishing speed, ensnaring their prey. He'd even seen one tendril snag a rat that had wandered into the greenhouse, drawing it towards the plant's glowing core. The Venus flytraps, too, had become more aggressive. Their traps, the size of dinner plates, would snap shut with a force that could crush bone. Elias had witnessed one of the smaller, mutated plants, a pitcher plant with a gaping, tooth-lined maw, lunge from its pot and engulf a stray bird. The sounds were primal. He began to systematically document the changes. He catalogued the new species, the mutations. He noted the increased bioluminescence, the heightened predatory instincts, the unnerving sentience that seemed to emanate from them. He named the thorny vines, Goliath's grasp, the aggressive flytraps, maw of the earth, and the tendrilled sundews, serpent's kiss. But the true test, the ultimate confirmation of his theory, came with the runners. These were the fast ones, the ones that retained a terrifying echo of their former agility. They were the nightmares made flesh, their gaunt frames blurring as they sprinted, their guttural shrieks tearing through the silence. Elias knew he couldn't stay hidden forever. His supplies were dwindling. He needed to venture out, to scavenge for anything that could sustain him. He prepared himself, not with weapons of steel, but with a carefully cultivated arsenal of his mutated flora. He attached small, potted maw of the earth plants to his backpack, their roots wrapped in damp soil. He carried a pouch filled with the seeds of the Goliath's grasp, their thorns already impossibly sharp. The air outside was thick with the stench of decay and desperation. The moaning was closer now, more insistent. He moved through the skeletal remains of the city, a ghost in a graveyard. He saw them then, a group of runners, their eyes burning with a feverish hunger. They were heading towards the garden, drawn by some primal instinct, some lingering memory of the scent of life. Elias ducked behind the crumbling facade of a bank. He could hear their ragged breathing, their desperate scrabbling. They were closing in. He knew this was it. His experiments, his hope, his madness, it all came down to this. He pulled out one of the maw of the earth plants. It pulsed with a faint, greenish light. As the first runner rounded the corner, its decaying teeth bared, Elias hurled the potted plant. It flew through the air, a living projectile. The runner, surprised by the sudden movement, instinctively turned its head. The maw of the earth, with a speed that defied its potted confines, lunged. Its pitcher opened, revealing a maw lined with sharp, crystalline teeth. It latched onto the runner's head, its tendrils wrapping around its neck. The runner thrashed, its screams choked off by the plant's suffocating embrace. The other runners paused, their vacant eyes fixing on the bizarre struggle. This was the advantage Elias had. They expected him to flee, to cower. They didn't expect the earth to fight back. He grabbed another plant, then another. He was a madman, yes, but he was a madman with a garden of horrors at his disposal. He flung them with practiced precision. The maw of the earth plants, once rooted in pots, seemed to extend their reach, their pitchers snapping shut with a wet, meaty sound. But the runners were relentless. They were also fast. One of them, evading a flung plant, lunged towards Elias, its claws outstretched. He stumbled back, his foot catching on a loose brick. As he fell, he felt a searing pain in his leg. He looked up to see the runner's decaying hand digging into his flesh. Then, a miracle. Or perhaps, a curse. From the shattered sidewalk, a cluster of Goliath's grasp vines erupted. They were thicker, more potent than the ones he'd first discovered. They pierced through the runner's decaying flesh, pinning it, constricting it. The runner's shriek was a raw, guttural sound of pure agony. More vines burst forth, a verdant tsunami, engulfing the remaining runners. The familiar, sickening sounds of tearing flesh and slurping sap filled the air. Elias lay on the ground, his leg bleeding, his breath ragged. He watched as the Goliath's grasp consumed the undead, pulling them beneath the cracked pavement. The vines pulsed with a vibrant energy, their thorns dripping with ichor. They were beautiful, in a terrifying, alien way. He crawled back towards the garden, his injured leg dragging. He knew he was wounded, vulnerable. But he also knew he wasn't alone. His plants, his creations, they were his defense. They were his revenge. He reached the greenhouse, the dome, a beacon of alien life in the desolate landscape. He stumbled inside, the automatic doors hissing shut behind him. The air inside was thick with the scent of chlorophyll and something else, something primal. He tended to his wounds, his hands shaking. He looked at his plants. The serpent's kissed tendrils swayed, their bioluminescent tips pulsing with an eerie rhythm. The maw of the earth plants, some of them now stained with blood, sat serenely in their pots, their pitchers closed. The Goliath's grasp, still dormant in their seeds, held the promise of future horrors. Elias knew this was just the beginning. The world was a battleground, and he had found his weapons. They weren't made of steel or gunpowder, but of chlorophyll and primal instinct. He was a gardener tending to a garden of nightmares, a garden that fed on the dead. He looked out through the tempered glass, at the desolate city, at the shambling figures that still wandered. A grim smile touched his lips. The reign of humanity might be over, but the reign of the plants, that was just beginning. He, Elias Thorne, the reluctant harbinger of a botanical apocalypse, would ensure it. He would cultivate this new world, one horrifying bloom at a time. The moaning outside grew louder. A new pack of shamblers was approaching the garden, drawn by the faintest scent of life. Elias watched them, his hand reaching for a watering can. He knew what he had to do. He had to feed his garden. And his garden, in turn, would feed on the remnants of humanity. The cycle of life, in its most twisted and terrifying form, had begun. He went to the storage room, pulling out a heavy-duty sprayer. He filled it with a potent mixture of nutrient-rich water and what he called Catalyst 7, a concoction of his own devising, designed to accelerate the mutations. He walked back to the greenhouse doors, the glass a barrier between the living and the undead. He could see them now, closer than ever. Their vacant eyes, their rotting flesh, their insatiable hunger. He raised the sprayer, aiming it at the door. He knew that by opening it, he was inviting them in. But he also knew that his garden was ready. He pressed the trigger. A fine mist sprayed outwards, seeping through the seals of the doors. It was a scent, a beacon, designed to lure them in. A scent that promised the ultimate feast. The shamblers, their senses dulled but still responsive to the primal urge, began to gather. They bumped against the glass, their moans growing louder, more frantic. Elias watched from the safety of his greenhouse, a silent observer of the coming storm. He waited. The minutes stretched into an eternity. Then, with a deafening screech of metal, one of the doors buckled inwards. A shambler, its flesh torn and ragged, stumbled through. It was followed by another, and another, a tide of decay flooding into the sanctuary of life. Elias didn't flinch. He had positioned several of his most potent creations strategically. As the first wave of infected stumbled into the main greenhouse, they were met with a barrage of snapping traps and lashing tendrils. The maw of the earth plants, their pitchers dripping with corrosive fluids, engulfed the first few attackers. The serpent's kiss, its bioluminescent tendrils now as thick as a man's wrist, coiled around a shambler, constricting it with terrifying force. The sounds of struggle were amplified within the glass dome, a cacophony of guttural moans, tearing flesh, and the wet, sucking sounds of plant matter consuming infected tissue. Elias moved through the aisles, a shepherd of horrors, guiding the flow of the battle. He would fling seeds of Goliath's grasp into the thickest concentrations of the undead, and within seconds, thorny vines would erupt, impaling and absorbing the infected. He saw the runners now, their speed a deadly advantage. They weaved through the chaos, their shrieks piercing the din. But even they were not immune. Elias had cultivated a special strain of sundew, its sticky dew infused with a neurotoxin he'd synthesized. As a runner lunged at him, he splashed a small amount of the liquid onto its face. The runner recoiled, its eyes glazing over, its movements becoming sluggish, uncoordinated. It stumbled, crashing into a bed of Goliath's grasp, which promptly finished the job. The battle raged for what felt like hours. The greenhouse, once a place of serene botanical beauty, was now a war zone, a testament to Elias's terrifying ingenuity. The ground was littered with the remains of the undead, partially consumed by his mutated flora. The air was thick with the coppery tang of blood and the sweet, cloying scent of decaying vegetation. Finally, the last of the moans faded. The last of the shamblers fell. The greenhouse was silent, save for the soft rustling of leaves and the gentle pulsing of bioluminescence. Elias stood amidst the carnage, his body trembling with exhaustion, his clothes stained with blood and sap. He surveyed his garden, his grim masterpiece. It had held. It had defended him. He was wounded but alive. And his plants, his terrifying, mutated plants, were stronger than ever, nourished by the very essence of the undead. He knew this was not a victory in the traditional sense. It was a temporary reprieve. The world outside was still overrun. More infected would come, drawn by the scent of their fallen brethren, by the faint echo of life within the greenhouse. But Elias was no longer just a botanist. He was a guardian, a cultivator of a new, horrifying kind of life. He picked up a dropped seed of Goliath's grasp, its thorns glinting in the faint light. He cradled it in his hand, a potent symbol of his revenge. The world had tried to kill him, to consume him. But he had found a way to fight back, not with conventional weapons, but with the very earth itself, twisted and transformed into a deadly arsenal. He looked out at the broken world, the silence outside now more unnerving than the moans had been. He was alone, but not defenseless. He had his garden, and his garden was hungry. The gardener's revenge was just beginning. He would tend to his creations, nurture their deadly potential, and wait for the next wave. The botanical apocalypse was upon them, and he was its reluctant, terrifying progenitor. And now, our next story, The Children's Game. The world had curdled. That was the only way Lily, all of 8 years and 3 missing front teeth, could describe it. Days bled into nights, marked not by the sun's arc, but by the guttural moans that echoed from the skeletal remains of the town. Her mother had called it a sickness. The grown-ups whispered words like plague and horde. Lily just knew the people who walked funny, their eyes milky and their skin stretched tight over bone, weren't playing tag anymore. Their house, a sturdy brick structure with a porch swing that now sagged like a broken jaw, had become their fortress. Her father, a man who once smelled of sawdust and pipe tobacco, was now a silent sentry, his eyes wide and perpetually scanning the overgrown street. Her mother, her hair a tangled mess and her voice a raw whisper, was a ghost in her own home, flitting from room to room, her hands stained with the metallic scent of blood. But for Lily and for Leo, her younger brother, the days held a different rhythm. It was the rhythm of survival, yes, but also the persistent, stubborn beat of childhood. They had their games. Their living room, once filled with the comforting chaos of toys and crayon drawings, was now a war room. The sofa cushions, ripped and stained, were barricades. The coffee table, overturned, was a command post. Leo, barely 6, clutched a dented tin soldier, his face a mask of grim determination. "They're coming, Lily," he'd whisper, his voice tight with a fear he couldn't quite articulate. The slow ones." Lily would nod, her own small hand gripping a rusty fire poker. "I see them, but we have the high ground." She'd gesture to the top of the overturned table, their designated sniper's nest. "You watch the windows, Leo. I'll watch the door." Their enemy were the shambling figures outside. The ones that clawed at the windows, their breath fogging the grimy glass. The ones whose moans, a symphony of suffering, became the soundtrack to their days. When one got too close, too insistent, Lily would signal Leo, and they'd unleash a volley of whatever they could find, old encyclopedias, ceramic figurines, anything to create a diversion, to drive them back into the twilight. One afternoon, a shadow fell across the living room window. A woman, her face a mask of horror, her clothes torn, was scratching at the glass with a frantic urgency. Lily recognized her, Mrs. Henderson, from down the street. She used to bake the best sugar cookies. "It's Mrs. Henderson," Lily breathed, a tremor in her voice. Leo peered over the edge of the coffee table. "She looks funny, Lily. Like Uncle Mark when he had the flu." Lily's stomach twisted. Mrs. Henderson's eyes were vacant, her mouth hanging open. She wasn't looking at them, not really. She was looking through them, at something beyond. "Don't open the door, Lily," her mother's voice rasped from the kitchen, a low, warning growl. "Don't open it for anyone." Lily nodded, her gaze fixed on the woman's desperate, unseeing eyes. A cold dread settled in her small chest. This wasn't like the knights and dragons in her storybooks. This was real. And it was terrifying. But the games had to continue. The monotony of fear was worse than the fear itself. Their next game was hide and seek. The house, once a familiar sanctuary, was now a labyrinth of shadows and potential threats. Lily would count, her voice a hushed murmur against the ever-present moans outside. Leo, small and nimble, would squeeze into impossibly small spaces, behind the dusty grandfather clock, under the sagging armchair, inside the empty linen closet. The thrill of the game was laced with a stark, primal fear. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through Lily. She wasn't just looking for Leo. She was listening for the telltale shuffle, the ragged breath that signaled they weren't alone in their game. One time, while searching for Leo, Lily found him in the pantry, his face pale, his eyes wide. He was clutching a can of peaches, his knuckles white. "What is it, Leo?" Lily whispered, her heart hammering against her ribs. "I heard them," he stammered, pointing a trembling finger towards the thin wooden door. "Right outside. They were bumping." Lily strained her ears. A faint, rhythmic thudding. Like something heavy, but soft, being repeatedly pushed against the pantry door. She saw a dark, viscous liquid seeping from beneath the crack. She grabbed Leo's hand, her own trembling. "Come on," she urged, pulling him towards the living room. "We need to find a better hiding spot." Their games weren't always confined to the house. Sometimes, when the moans were distant, when the sun cast long, deceptive shadows of normalcy, they ventured out. Armed with sticks and battered tin cans, they explored the immediate vicinity of their home. The overgrown gardens, the abandoned cars, the silent, empty streets. Their favorite haunt was the playground at the end of the block. The rusted swings swayed gently in the breeze, a ghostly echo of laughter. The chipped paint on the slide gleamed dully, a stark contrast to the vibrant colors it once held. "Let's play swing," Lily would declare, pushing Leo onto a battered swing. She'd give him a gentle push, watching him arc higher and higher, a small, defiant figure against the desolate landscape. One day, as Leo swung, Lily spotted something at the edge of the playground, near the woods. A figure, hunched and still. It looked like a man. But then, it moved. A jerky, unnatural lurch. Lily's breath caught in her throat. She recognized the familiar, horrifying gait. "Leo, get off the swing," she screamed, her voice shrill with panic. Leo, startled, tumbled off the swing. The man-thing, drawn by the sound, began to shuffle towards them, its arms outstretched. Lily grabbed Leo's hand and they ran. They ran as fast as their small legs could carry them, the crunch of gravel under their shoes a frantic drumbeat. The moans, closer now, seemed to chase them. They scrambled back into the house, slamming the door shut, their chests heaving. Her parents were there, their faces etched with a familiar, weary fear. "What happened?" her father asked, his voice rough. Lily, too breathless to speak, just pointed a shaking finger towards the window. Through the grime, they could see the shuffling figure, its milky eyes fixed on their home. This was the reality of their games. The constant, underlying threat. The thin veil of childhood innocence stretched taut over a canvas of unspeakable horror. One evening, the moans grew louder, closer. The scratching at the windows intensified, a relentless assault. Lily and Leo were huddled together on the sofa, their toys forgotten. The fire poker lay beside Lily, its metal cold against her clammy hand. Her father, a shotgun held with a desperate grip, peered through a gap in the curtains. Her mother, her face ashen, clutched a kitchen knife, her eyes darting towards the door. Then, a different sound. A series of loud, insistent bangs from the front door. Not the usual scratching, but deliberate, forceful impacts. "They're trying to break in," her father whispered, his voice grim. Suddenly, a crash from the back of the house. A window shattered. Shouts, guttural and inhuman, echoed through the rooms. Lily's eyes widened in terror. Leo buried his face in her shoulder, his small body shaking. "Stay here," Lily whispered, her own voice a thin thread of sound. "Don't move." She slid off the sofa, her gaze fixed on the hallway leading to the back of the house. The sounds of struggle, of desperate defiance, grew louder. Then, silence. A chilling, absolute silence that was far worse than the noise. A figure appeared at the end of the hallway. It was her father, but not her father. His eyes were milky, his mouth slack. He moved with that familiar, shambling gait. Lily screamed, a raw, animalistic sound. Leo whimpered beside her. The figure, her father, raised a hand, not in greeting, but in a slow, reaching motion. Suddenly, her mother emerged from the kitchen, the knife held high. She lunged, a fierce cry tearing from her throat. The struggle was brief, brutal, and ended with a sickening thud. Lily and Leo watched, frozen in a tableau of horror, as their mother fell. And then, the figure that was their father turned its vacant gaze towards them. It was time for a new game. A game of pure, unadulterated flight. Lily scrambled to her feet, grabbing Leo's arm. She didn't think. She just ran. Through the shattered living room, out the back door, into the suffocating embrace of the night. They ran through the dark streets, their lungs burning, their hearts pounding a frantic rhythm against their ribs. The moans were all around them now, a constant, chilling chorus. They ran past houses that were dark and silent, past cars that sat abandoned like decaying monuments. They found themselves back at the playground. The swings swayed, empty and mocking. The slide was a dark, looming shape against the starlit sky. Leo stumbled, his small legs giving out. Lily pulled him up, her own strength ebbing. "We have to keep going, Leo," she pleaded, her voice choked with tears. "We have to keep playing." He looked at her, his face streaked with dirt and tears. "But where are we going, Lily?" Lily looked out at the desolate street, at the shadows that danced with unseen terrors. She thought of the games, of the barricades, of the stolen moments of normalcy in a world gone mad. "We're playing a new game," she whispered, her voice surprisingly steady. "The longest game of hide and seek ever. And we have to find a really, really good hiding spot." She pulled him deeper into the woods, the skeletal branches of the trees reaching out like grasping hands. The moans faded behind them, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the frantic thumping of their own hearts. They were just two small children, lost in a world that no longer played by any rules, their innocence a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. And in the heart of the ruined world, their game, a game of survival, had just begun. And now, our next story, The Symbiotic Strain. The fluorescent hum of the lab was usually a comfort to Dr. Aris Thorne. It was the sound of progress, of unraveling the mysteries that held humanity captive. But tonight, it was a low thrum of dread, mirroring the erratic beat of his own heart. On the sterile steel table, bathed in the cold, clinical glare of overhead lights, lay subject designation 734. 734 wasn't like the others. The shambling, guttural horrors that had overrun the world were predictable in their decay, their singular drive for flesh. They were a plague, yes, but a mindless one. 734, however, 734 was different. Aris leaned closer, his breath fogging the thick acrylic shielding. The usual pallor of the infected was present, the sunken eyes, the telltale gray mottling of the skin. But beneath the decay, there was a stillness. A deliberate stillness. When the electrodes had been attached earlier, there had been no flinch, no involuntary spasm. Just a calm, almost curious, observation of the intrusion. "Anything, Lena?" Aris whispered into the comms clipped to his lab coat. Lena Petrova's voice crackled back, tight with fatigue. "Still nothing on the neural scan that isn't noise. But his metabolic rate is anomalous. Slowed, almost conserving energy. And his core temperature is a few degrees lower than baseline." Anomalous. That was the word that kept coming up. 734 had been captured 2 weeks ago, found not feasting, but meticulously stacking pebbles near the overgrown remains of a playground. His first interaction with the containment team had been startling. Instead of the usual blind aggression, he had paused, tilted his head, and then, incredibly, backed away as the team approached with tranquilizer guns. It had taken 3 tranquilizer darts, administered with surgical precision, to subdue him. The zombies were a relentless tide, a testament to nature's cruel indifference. They were the primal scream of a dying world. But 734 felt like a whispered question. A chilling possibility. Aris zoomed in on the monitor displaying 734's cerebral activity. The usual chaotic spikes were there, the remnant of a mind long gone, but interspersed were patterns. Small, recurring sequences that looked almost organized. Like a broken record skipping, but with a discernible rhythm. "He's not just reacting, Lena," Aris said, his voice barely above a murmur. "He's observing. He's learning." A beat of silence from Lena. "Learning what, Aris? How to build a better barricade to keep us out. Or how to get in," Aris countered, a shiver tracing its way down his spine. This was the 25th of his documented, curated, horrific zombie stories, a collection he maintained for the remnants of the scientific community. Each entry detailed a unique, horrifying manifestation of the global pandemic. But this was beyond horror. This was existential dread. The world outside was a constant, gnawing terror. For months, the Z-virus had rendered humanity into either ravenous corpses or terrified survivors huddled in fortified enclaves. The standard protocol for new infections was simple: termination. No exceptions. But Aris, a geneticist by trade, had a morbid fascination with the mechanics of the plague, and he'd been granted special dispensation to study a select few, curious specimens. 734 was the apex of his morbid curiosity. He remembered the day they brought him in. The containment team, faces grim behind their reinforced masks, hauling a still, silent form. The silence had been the most unnerving part. The lack of the usual groans, the wet, ragged breathing. Suddenly, a faint flicker on the monitor caught Aris's eye. A series of rapid, controlled electrical pulses originating from deep within 734's brain. It wasn't random. It was too precise. "Lena, cross-reference these neural patterns with any known communication pathways," Aris instructed, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "Even dormant ones. Think beyond the spoken word. Think biosignals." He watched the screen, mesmerized by the intricate dance of electricity. It was like watching a ghost try to speak. The patterns were complex, layered, and, to his growing horror, they seemed to be responding to the ambient sounds of the lab. The hum of the ventilation system, the distant clang of metal, even Lena's hushed breaths over the comms. "Nothing, Aris," Lena replied, her voice tinged with frustration. "It's just residual activity. Nothing coherent." Aris gritted his teeth. Coherent to them perhaps. But not to the virus. He was looking for a language that transcended human understanding. A language of decay and instinct, perhaps, but twisted into something else. He decided to try a different approach. He activated a low-frequency sonic emitter, a tool usually used to disorient the infected. The room filled with a subtle, almost imperceptible vibration. 734's eyes, which had been closed, flickered open. They were milky, unfocused, yet Aris felt a distinct sensation of being seen. The neural activity spiked, not in panic, but in a surge of organized data. The previously erratic patterns coalesced into something resembling a waveform, a rhythmic oscillation that mirrored the sonic emitter's frequency. "He's processing it, Lena," Aris breathed, his voice filled with a terrifying awe. "He's not just reacting to the sound, he's analyzing it. And he's generating a response." The waveform on the screen shifted, becoming more complex, incorporating elements of the lab's own ambient noise. It was like a clumsy, nascent attempt at conversation. Aris felt a cold dread creep up his neck. This wasn't evolution in the traditional sense. This was symbiosis. The virus wasn't just consuming the host. It was adapting to the host, and in doing so, creating something new. Something that understood its environment in a way the original virus never could. He continued to feed different sonic frequencies, adjusting them slowly, observing the resulting neural patterns. 734's responses grew more sophisticated. The waveforms became less fragmented, more fluid. It was as if the virus, through its host, was learning to communicate, not with the living, but with the mechanisms of the living. Then came the breakthrough. Aris switched to a series of light pulses, flashing a simple pattern on the wall opposite the specimen. 734's head slowly turned to track the light. The neural patterns changed again, adopting a visual rhythm that mirrored the flashing sequence. Aris felt a bead of sweat trickle down his temple. He was witnessing the birth of a new form of intelligence, born from death. A predatory intelligence, honed by the relentless pressure of survival. He decided to test a more direct form of interaction. He activated a small, articulated robotic arm attached to the containment chamber. It carried a single, unblemished apple, a relic from the pre-apocalypse world. The intention was to see if 734 would eat it, or simply tear it apart. As the arm extended, 734's eyes focused on the apple. His body tensed, not with aggression, but with a focused, predatory anticipation. The robotic arm slowly placed the apple on the table in front of him. 734's hands, usually stiff and clumsy, moved with a surprising, almost delicate precision. He reached out, his gray fingers closing around the apple. But instead of biting, he brought it to his face and sniffed it. Then, with an unnerving slowness, he began to peel it, using his fingernails with remarkable dexterity. Aris stared, speechless. Zombies didn't peel apples. They tore, they gnawed, they devoured. This was refinement, a chilling adaptation. Lena's voice, normally steady, was laced with a tremor. "Aris, what is he doing?" "He's appreciating it, Lena," Aris replied, his voice hushed. "He's not just hungry. He's discerning." As 734 peeled the apple, a small droplet of his yellowish, viscous blood dripped onto the table. Before Aris could react, before Lena could even voice a protest, 734 brought the peeled apple down and rubbed it against the smear of blood. A collective gasp echoed in the lab. The apple, moments before vibrant and crisp, began to visibly decay. The bright red skin turned gray, the flesh softened, a faint, sickly odor filling the air. It was as if the virus, through his touch, was accelerating its own decay process, but now, it was transferring it. 734 then picked up the now decayed apple and took a bite. The sound was not the tearing of flesh, but a soft, wet crunch. He chewed, and as he did, the neural activity on the screen flared, the waveforms shifting and integrating the new data. He's feeding it, Lena, Aris whispered, his eyes wide with a horrifying realization. He's feeding the virus its own decay. It's a symbiotic loop. The virus enhances his motor functions, his processing capabilities, and he provides it with the very essence of its existence. He's evolving it. The implications were staggering. If this was what a single, isolated specimen could achieve, what would happen when the virus began to replicate this enhanced strain? What would the next generation of the infected look like? Would they still be mindless shamblers, or would they be something far more terrifying? Something that could plan, communicate, and adapt with chilling efficiency? Aris watched as 734 finished the apple, his movements unnervingly deliberate. He then looked directly at the acrylic shielding, his milky eyes seeming to pierce through the reinforced material. The neural patterns on the screen flickered again, not with the ambient noise of the lab, but with a specific, repeating sequence that Aris had never seen before. "What is that?" Lena asked, her voice strained. Aris stared at the monitor, his blood running cold. He ran a quick diagnostic, cross-referencing the new pattern with everything in his database, even the theoretical models of advanced viral communication. "It's a signal," Aris finally said, his voice barely audible. "He's not just observing us anymore. He's reaching out. He's broadcasting." The pattern repeated, a complex, alien rhythm that seemed to hum with an ancient, predatory intelligence. It was a language of plague, of death, and now, of a horrifying, nascent consciousness. Aris felt a sudden, chilling certainty. The 25th horrific zombie story was not an ending. It was a prologue. The true horror was yet to come, and it was being born in the sterile, humming silence of his laboratory, one decaying apple at a time. He looked at subject designation, 734, no longer a specimen, but a harbinger. A harbinger of a symbiosis that threatened to consume the very definition of life and death. The symbiotic strain. And now, our next story, The Silent City. The air tasted like rust and regret. Elias, a connoisseur of both, breathed it in deep. His scab mask, a patchwork of scavenged filters and a chipped visor, did little to dull the acrid tang, but it kept the worst of the airborne pathogens at bay. Or so he hoped. This city, once a titan of glass and steel, now a skeletal monument to a forgotten age, was Elias's hunting ground. He moved with the practiced economy of a hunter, each step deliberate, each breath controlled. His rifle, a beast of salvaged parts and brutal efficiency, was slung across his back. In his gloved hands, a crowbar, its worn grip a familiar comfort. The sun, a pale disk behind a perpetual haze, cast long, distorted shadows that stretched and writhed like the infected themselves. 25. That's what they called this sector. 25 blocks of death, a quarantine zone that had become a mausoleum. Elias had made a habit of plumbing its depths, driven by a gnawing hunger for something more than the meager scraps the outlying settlements offered. He was looking for untouched caches, forgotten caches, caches that whispered of a time before the dead walked. Today, he was venturing deeper than usual, drawn by a rumor. A whispered legend passed around crackling radios and hushed conversations, the old Metropolitan Library. A fortress of knowledge, a treasure trove of preserved goods, untouched by the initial chaos. A place, the rumor claimed, where silence reigned. Elias dismissed the silence part. Silence was a luxury he rarely afforded himself. The constant scrabbling, the guttural groans, the distant moans, these were the soundtrack of his existence. They were the whispers of the past, the echoes of a world that had clawed itself to death. But the rumor of preserved goods, that was a siren song he couldn't ignore. He navigated a shattered street, the asphalt cracked and overgrown with tenacious weeds. Cars, rusted husks with their doors agape, looked like mechanical cadavers. Elias skirted them, his eyes scanning every alley, every darkened doorway. He saw them, of course. The shamblers. They were a constant presence, like the dust and the decay. A cluster of them, perhaps a dozen, were gathered near what looked like a collapsed bus. Their movements were jerky, their heads lolling, their tattered clothes hanging like shrouds. Their groans were a low, mournful hum. Elias stopped, melting into the shadow of a leaning building. He waited, his breath held. The shamblers, thankfully, were oblivious to his presence. They were caught in their endless, mindless pursuit of something. Flesh. Life. It didn't matter. He skirted around them, a ghost in their periphery, his boots crunching softly on broken glass. He reached the entrance of a towering office building, its glass facade a shattered mosaic. The heavy glass doors had been ripped from their hinges, leaving a gaping maw. He stepped inside, his rifle coming up instinctively. The lobby was a tableau of frozen panic. Papers scattered like autumn leaves, chairs overturned, a potted plant lying on its side, its soil spilled. The air inside was thick and stagnant. Elias moved through the debris, his flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. He found a fire escape, its metal cool beneath his gloved hand. This was his route. The ground floor was too exposed. Climbing the rusted metal, he ascended through the bowels of the building, each floor a new chapter of abandonment. Desks were still cluttered, computer screens dark and lifeless. Files lay open, as if the occupants had simply vanished mid-thought. He reached the 10th floor, his destination. The Metropolitan Library, according to the building directory he'd consulted on a previous, less ambitious foray. The library was a grand, echoing space. High ceilings, vast shelves filled with books, leather-bound tomes and paperback novels alike, all standing sentinel in the dim light filtering through the grimy windows. It was eerily quiet, not the quiet of peace, but the quiet of absence. The oppressive quiet Elias had been warned about. He moved through the aisles, his flashlight beam dancing over the spines of forgotten stories. The usual background noise of the city, the distant groans, the scrabbling, seemed muted here, as if the thick walls and the sheer volume of dead paper absorbed every sound. He found what he was looking for in the archives section, a climate-controlled vault, its heavy steel door ajar. Inside, the air was cool and dry. Shelves upon shelves of preserved goods, canned foods, medical supplies, even some sealed packs of dehydrated meals that promised a taste of forgotten civilization. Elias felt a surge of triumph. This was it, the motherlode. He began to fill his scav bag, his movements quick and efficient. Each clink of a can, each rustle of packaging, seemed unnervingly loud in the silence. He was so engrossed in his work that he almost missed it. A subtle shift in the air. A faint, almost imperceptible vibration. He froze, his head cocked. He listened. The silence was a heavy blanket, but beneath it, there was something else. A faint, rhythmic thump. It was soft, barely audible, but it was there. Coming from outside the vault. Elias slowly backed away from the shelves, his rifle rising. He peered out of the vault's opening. The library floor was still empty. But the asterisk thump persisted, growing infinitesimally louder. He moved cautiously back into the main library space, his flashlight beam sweeping the vast room. Nothing. The books remained, the dust motes danced in the weak light. Then, he saw it. A single shambler. It was standing near the main entrance, facing away from him. Its movements were slow, ponderous. But its head wasn't lolling. It was held steady, and it was nodding. To the asterisk thump, Elias felt a chill that had nothing to do with the conditioned air. He'd seen them twitch, sway, jerk. But never this. Never this focused, rhythmic motion. He raised his rifle, aiming for the head. Then, another asterisk thump. And another. They were coming from different directions now. From the aisles. From the stairwells. Subtle, muffled thumps asterisk, like a slow, morbid drumbeat. Elias spun around, his flashlight beam catching glimpses of movement between the shelves. More shamblers. But they weren't just shuffling. They were moving with a strange, deliberate pace. Their heads were still, but their bodies swayed in unison with the thump, thump, thump that was now becoming more pronounced, a low, resonant beat that seemed to vibrate through the very floor. Elias realized the horrifying truth. The silence he'd heard was not the absence of the dead, but their stillness. They weren't always shambling blindly. Sometimes, they gathered. And when they gathered, they moved. He fired. The shot echoed like a thunderclap in the vast space. The shambler nearest him spun, its head snapping in his direction, a guttural snarl erupting from its throat. But it didn't lunge immediately. It swayed, its body still moving to the beat. Panic began to gnaw at Elias. This wasn't the usual chaotic swarm. This was organized. Or at least, synchronized. The thump was growing louder, stronger. It wasn't just a sound anymore, it was a physical sensation, a pulse that reverberated through his bones. He fired again, taking down another shambler. But more were appearing, emerging from the shadowed alcoves, their vacant eyes now fixed on him, their bodies swaying with that unnerving, rhythmic cadence. The thump was a unified heartbeat, the city's corrupted pulse. Elias backed away, retreating towards the fire escape. He couldn't fight them all in this confined space. He needed to escape, to get out of the epicenter of this performance. He was a scavenger, not a soldier. He scrambled back towards the vault, his scav bag forgotten. He had to get out. He reached the fire escape, his heart hammering against his ribs. As he clambered onto the metal platform, he risked a glance back into the library. The shamblers were no longer merely swaying. They were marching. A slow, deliberate procession, their heads held high, their bodies moving in perfect, synchronized rhythm. The thump, thump, thump was now a powerful, primal beat, the sound of death's procession. And then, Elias saw the true horror. They weren't just marching randomly. They were marching towards the books. They were moving amongst the shelves, their swaying bodies gently nudging the volumes, causing them to fall. Not with violence, not with rage, but with a disturbing, almost reverent touch. It was as if they were reordering the silence, erasing the stories, leaving only the echo of their own corrupted rhythm. Elias reached the ground, his breath ragged. He ran. He ran as if the city itself was a beast pursuing him, its rhythmic heartbeat a siren song of doom. He didn't look back. He couldn't. The silent city had revealed its true, terrifying nature. It wasn't just a tomb of the living. It was a monument to the perversion of order, a symphony of the dead. He reached the relative safety of a shattered storefront, his body shaking. He leaned against a graffiti-scarred wall, the stale air of the city a familiar stain. He was alive, but the memory of that rhythmic thump asterisk, that synchronized swaying, that silent, terrifying march of the undead through the hushed aisles of knowledge, would forever haunt his own silence. The true horror wasn't the noise of the dead. It was the chilling, orchestrated stillness between their shambles. It was the silent city, singing its own death song. And now, our next story, The Medic's Dilemma. The stench hit Drive. Aris thorn like a physical blow, a miasma of decay, copper, and something acridly sweet that clung to the back of his throat. Dust motes, thick as fog, danced in the shafts of moonlight piercing the shattered remnants of the hospital's roof. 48 hours. 48 hours since the city had fallen, since the screams had mutated into guttural groans, since the world he knew had imploded. He was one of the lucky ones, or perhaps unlucky, depending on how you looked at it. He was alive, and he had his kit. His headlamp cut a shaky beam through the gloom, illuminating a tableau of utter devastation. Bodies lay strewn across the sterile linoleum, some still clad in crisp fatigues, others in the blood-soaked scrubs of nurses and doctors. But it wasn't the stillness of death that made Aris's stomach churn. It was the twitching, the ragged, shuddering breaths that weren't breaths at all, but the remnants of life fighting a losing battle against something far worse. This was his 25th foray into the labyrinth of the fallen city, and each time, the horror deepened. He'd seen enough to fill a lifetime of nightmares. He'd seen men he'd shared rations with tear into the flesh of their fallen comrades. He'd seen mothers gnaw on their children. He'd seen the impossible, the unthinkable, rendered mundane by sheer, brutal repetition. His immediate task was to assess the living. He moved with a practiced, almost detached efficiency, his gloved hands probing wounds, checking pulses, his voice a low, steady murmur of reassurance that felt increasingly hollow. "Hold still. This won't hurt much." The light tasted like ash. He found Sergeant Miller near the nurse's station, a deep laceration across his abdomen. Miller's eyes, usually sharp and commanding, were glazed with pain, but still held a spark of defiance. "Doc," he rasped, a weak smile touching his lips. "Thought you were a ghost." "Just trying to earn my keep, Sarge," Aris replied, his fingers expertly cleaning the wound, his mind racing with antibiotic protocols, fluid replacement. Miller was stable for now. But the siege was relentless. Every breath of clean air was a luxury, every moment of quiet a fragile illusion. As he worked, a sound snagged his attention. A soft, whimpering cry from further down the corridor. Not the guttural moans of the infected, but something achingly familiar. He paused, his heart seizing in his chest. He knew that sound. He knew it with a bone-deep certainty that clawed at his sanity. He moved towards the sound, his movements slow, deliberate. Miller watched him, his brow furrowed. "Doc, you all right?" Aris didn't answer. He couldn't. The whimpering grew louder, laced with a desperation that was more than just pain. It was a primal plea. He rounded a corner, his headlamp beam landing on a small, hunched figure. A woman, or what had once been a woman. Her hair, once a vibrant auburn, was matted and tangled. Her clothes were torn, stained with dried blood. And her eyes were the dead, vacant pools he'd seen 100 times before, but there was a flicker, a desperate, pleading glimmer that made his blood run cold. And then he saw her face. The curve of her jaw. The shape of her nose. The faint dusting of freckles across her cheekbones. Sarah? The name was a choked whisper, ripped from his throat before he could stop it. The figure stirred, her head snapping up. Her vacant gaze met his, and for a horrifying instant, he saw it, a flicker of recognition. A ghost of a smile. Then the familiar, predatory hunger took over. Her mouth stretched into a rictus, revealing rows of jagged, broken teeth. A low growl rumbled in her chest. Sarah. His Sarah. The woman he had loved, the woman he had planned a future with. The woman who had been caught in the initial chaos, separated from him in the first wave of the outbreak. He hadn't known if she was alive or dead. Now he knew. His training kicked in, a cold, unforgiving shield against the onslaught of his grief. He reached for his sidearm, the weight of the pistol a familiar burden. His hand trembled, not with fear, but with a profound, soul-crushing agony. Sarah lunged. He reacted instinctively, sidestepping the clumsy, jerky movement. The infected Sarah stumbled, crashing into a overturned gurney. Aris kept his headlamp steady, his focus absolute. This wasn't Sarah. This was a monster wearing Sarah's skin. He had faced this dilemma before, in theory, in training simulations that felt laughably inadequate now. The orders were clear. Neutralize any infected, no exceptions. But those were strangers, faceless victims of a biological nightmare. This was Sarah. His mind flashed with memories. Sarah laughing, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Sarah's hand in his. Their fingers intertwined. Sarah's warm body pressed against his in the quiet intimacy of their shared apartment. These memories warred with the grotesque reality before him. The infected Sarah pushed herself up, her movements jerky but relentless. She shuffled towards him, her arms outstretched, her fingers clawing the air. The whimpering had stopped, replaced by that horrifying, rasping growl. Aris raised his pistol. His finger tightened on the trigger. His breath hitched. He could end it. Put her out of her misery, put himself out of his misery. It was the humane thing to do, the logical thing. But his finger wouldn't budge. He saw her not as the shambling horror, but as the woman who had been his world. The thought of extinguishing that final spark, however corrupted, felt like a betrayal of everything they had shared. He backed away, his eyes never leaving hers. He had to get Miller to safety. He had to assess the other survivors. He couldn't afford to be paralyzed by grief. Stay back, he warned, his voice hoarse. The infected Sarah didn't understand. She continued her advance. He had to make a choice. A brutal, impossible choice. He could try to subdue her, incapacitate her without killing her. But that was a fool's errand. The virus was too pervasive, too fast. And if she broke free again, she could infect someone else. Sergeant Miller, for instance. His gaze flickered to Miller, who was watching the scene with a grim understanding. Miller, who had just been critically wounded. Miller, who was still alive. Aris took a deep, shuddering breath. He knew what he had to do. The 25th story was the hardest. It was always the hardest when it was personal. He lined up his shot. He closed his eyes for a fraction of a second, picturing Sarah's face, not the twisted visage before him, but the one etched in his memory. He whispered her name, a final, heartbroken farewell. Then he fired. The shot echoed in the cavernous space, a deafening punctuation mark to a life that had ended long before this moment. The infected Sarah crumpled to the ground, her jerky movements ceasing. Aris stood there, his arm still extended, the pistol smoking in his hand. The silence that followed was heavier than any sound. He felt a hollowness spread through him, a void where his heart used to be. He knelt beside Sarah's body, the blood pooling around her. He reached out, his gloved fingers gently brushing a strand of matted hair from her forehead. There was no recognition in her eyes now, only the dull, vacant stare of the deceased. He felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He was a medic. His purpose was to heal, to preserve life. But here, in this broken world, his role had become something far more terrible. The arbiter of death, the executor of mercy killings. He stood up, his legs feeling like lead. He had to keep moving. He had to survive. He had to continue his grim work, even as a piece of him had died with Sarah. He returned to Sergeant Miller, his hands still shaking slightly. Miller met his gaze, his expression a mixture of pity and respect. "She was," Miller began, his voice hesitant. Aris nodded, unable to speak. "I'm sorry, Doc," Miller said, his voice rough. "I truly am." Aris offered a weak, strained smile. "Me too, Sarge, me too." He continued his work, patching up Miller, checking the other pockets of survivors he'd managed to find. The city was a graveyard, and he was its reluctant undertaker. Each life he saved, each life he had to extinguish, added another layer to the crushing weight of his 25th horrifying story. He knew there would be more. There always were. And each one would chip away at his soul, leaving him a little more broken, a little more numb, but still, against all odds, still alive. And in this world, that was its own kind of horrific victory. He picked up his discarded pack, the weight of the world settling onto his shoulders, and stepped back into the encroaching darkness. And now, our next story, The Hunter's Pact. The city skyline was a jagged scar against a bruised twilight. Dust motes, perpetually dancing in the dying light, swirled around Elias's weathered face. 25 years he'd waged war against the shambling dead, 25 years of grime, gore, and the gnawing emptiness that came with outliving everyone you ever loved. His trusty shotgun, Serafina, felt like an extension of his own weary bones. Today, though, Serafina felt inadequate. The whispers had been growing louder, tales of the rotten ones becoming faster, stronger, their eyes burning with a terrifying, almost intelligent malice. The last horde had broken through the reinforced barricades at Sector Gamma like paper. His crew, the best he'd ever known, were gone. Just gone. He traced a phantom scar on his cheek, a reminder of a close call that had cost him Lena's laugh. The silence in his makeshift bunker was a physical weight, punctuated only by the rhythmic drip of water from a leaky pipe. He'd tried everything. Traditional methods, scavenged tech, even the desperate, half-baked ideas whispered around dying campfires. Nothing held. Nothing worked anymore. That's when the package arrived. No sender, no return address. Just a sleek, obsidian black case left on his doorstep, nestled amongst the shattered remnants of a flower pot. Inside, nestled in custom-cut foam, lay a rifle unlike anything he'd ever seen. Its lines were impossibly sharp, forged from a material that seemed to absorb light, a dull, matte finish that promised deadly efficiency. A small, etched plate read, "The Harbinger." Accompanying it was a single, unmarked data chip. He plugged it into his salvaged terminal. A holographic projection flickered to life, a woman's face, impossibly young and disturbingly serene, gazing out at him. Her eyes were the unsettling shade of glacial ice. Elias Vance, her voice was a smooth, silken whisper, devoid of emotion. "You have demonstrated exceptional resilience in the face of overwhelming odds. We have been observing your endeavors." Elias scoffed, his hand instinctively going to Serafina. "Who the hell are you?" "We are known only as the Ascendancy," she replied, unfazed. "We offer solutions, advanced technology, the means to combat the escalating threat. In exchange, we require a partnership." The word hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Partnership? Elias's voice was rough. "What kind of partnership?" "Your expertise," she stated. "Your willingness to engage. And compliance with our protocols." He examined the rifle. The craftsmanship was beyond anything he'd ever encountered. This wasn't cobbled together scrap. This was military grade, advanced. "What's this thing do?" "The Harbinger utilizes directed energy, capable of precise neutralization of infected tissue. Its efficiency rate against the advanced strains is considerable," she said. "You will find it satisfactory." Satisfactory. A dangerous word in this world. Elias's gaze flickered to a faded photograph tacked to the wall. Lena, her eyes crinkling at the corners, her smile a beacon in the encroaching darkness. The Ascendancy. The name itself tasted like ash. "What's the catch?" he asked, his voice low. The woman's smile, if it could be called that, widened infinitesimally. "There are always prices, Elias. But the alternative is extinction." He spent the next few days testing the Harbinger. The energy bolts were silent, searing through the undead with terrifying efficacy. A single shot, perfectly placed, would vaporize a zombie's head, leaving behind only a faint ozone smell and a shimmering heat haze. It was a godsend. It was a nightmare. His first mission for the Ascendancy was to clear a nest in the old city library. They provided coordinates, a minimal supply drop, and a single instruction: observe and report. The library was a labyrinth of decaying knowledge, the silence now amplified by the unnatural stillness of the infected within. He moved like a ghost, the Harbinger a silent predator. The Ascendancy's intel was impeccable. They knew the patrol routes, the number of the infected, even the subtle structural weaknesses in the building. It felt like cheating, a stark contrast to the brutal, often blind, slugging matches he was accustomed to. He encountered a group of crawlers, the mutated infected that scuttled on all fours, their limbs twisted into grotesque angles. Serafina would have torn through them, but the Harbinger, a single, focused beam from the rifle reduced them to smoking puddles before they could even reach him. It was too easy, too clean. Then he found them. Not the usual mindless drones, but a cluster of them, their bodies contorted, their skin glistening with a dark, viscous fluid. They were different. Their eyes pulsed with an internal, sickly green light, and they moved with a coordinated, predatory grace that sent a chill down Elias's spine. These were the advanced strains the woman had spoken of. He engaged, the Harbinger spitting its silent death. But these weren't the lumbering corpses he knew. They dodged, they lunged, their unnatural strength staggering. He felt a searing pain in his side, a clawed hand raking across his Kevlar. He spun, firing, but one of them had already gotten too close. He stumbled back, gripping his bleeding side. He saw it then, in the dying green eyes of the infected he'd just dispatched. A flicker. A recognition. It was the same look Lena had given him in her final moments, before the fever took her. Fear. And something else? Something that looked like pity? He retreated, the mission parameters screaming in his head. Observe and report. He knew what he had seen. The Ascendancy's technology was effective, undeniably so. But the enemy was evolving faster than he could comprehend. Back in his bunker, he cleaned and reloaded the Harbinger, his movements stiff with pain and a gnawing unease. The data chip pulsed softly on his workbench. He knew he should report everything. But a part of him recoiled. The Ascendancy wasn't about helping humanity, they were about control. And this partnership felt like a leash. He received his next directive from the Ascendancy: extract a scientist from a quarantined research facility. The facility was a fortress of rusted metal and shattered glass, a monument to a failed attempt at a cure. The infected here were numerous, their moans a constant, mournful chorus. This time, Elias felt a subtle shift within himself. The Harbinger's efficiency was intoxicating. He was less cautious, more aggressive. He moved through the facility like a phantom, clearing pathways with deadly precision. He was a scalpel, dissecting the infected, leaving behind only clean kills. He found the scientist, a gaunt woman named Drive. Aris Thorne, huddled in a reinforced lab. She was terrified, but her eyes held a sharp intelligence. "You're Vance?" she whispered, her voice raspy. "That's me," he said, lowering the Harbinger. "Ascendancy sent me." Her eyes widened. "They're real? I thought it was a myth." As they made their way out, the infected seemed to sense their presence. The moans grew louder, more agitated. They were cornered in a corridor, a wall of decaying flesh and snapping jaws closing in. Elias raised the harbinger, but Thorn grabbed his arm. "Wait," she cried. "There's another way. They're drawn to the energy signatures." She fumbled in her pack, pulling out a small, metallic device. "This emits a broad-spectrum suppression field. It should distract them." Elias hesitated. The Ascendancy hadn't provided this. They wanted him to use the Harbinger. They wanted him to prove its superiority. But Thorn's desperation was palpable. He activated the device. A low hum filled the air, and a faint shimmer enveloped them. The infected ahead faltered, their heads tilting, their collective attention seemingly drawn elsewhere. "It worked. Thank you," Elias said, a hint of surprise in his voice. "They're not just mindless monsters, Mr. Vance," Thorn said, her voice low. "They're changed, and we don't understand the full extent of it." The Ascendancy's response to his success was a single cryptic message: "Discipline is paramount." He knew they were watching, scrutinizing his every move. His next assignment took him to a derelict subway station. The air was thick with the smell of decay and stagnant water. The Ascendancy wanted him to retrieve a piece of technology, a biosignature scanner. He moved with a calculated grace, the Harbinger his silent partner. He found the scanner, a bulky, unfamiliar device, near a collapsed platform. As he reached for it, a guttural roar echoed through the tunnels. A massive form emerged from the shadows, a hulking brute, its skin stretched taut over bone, its eyes burning with an unholy green light. This was no ordinary infected. This was a Titan, one of the legendary behemoths spoken of in hushed tones. Elias fired the Harbinger, the energy bolt searing into the Titan's chest. It staggered, but didn't fall. It let out another ear-splitting roar, and then, something impossible happened. Its wounds began to knit themselves together, the flesh reforming at an alarming rate. The Harbinger was effective, but it wasn't instant. Panic, a sensation Elias hadn't truly felt in years, began to prickle at him. He fired again and again, emptying the rifle's energy cells. The Titan advanced, its massive fist raised. Just as it was about to crush him, a blinding flash erupted from the scanner. A sonic wave, impossibly powerful, slammed into the Titan, sending it reeling backward. Elias scrambled away, his heart hammering against his ribs. He grabbed the scanner, its metallic surface humming with residual energy. He made his escape, the Titan's roars fading behind him. Back in his bunker, he examined the scanner. It wasn't just a scanner, it was a weapon, a shield. The Ascendancy hadn't given him this, he had found it. He had taken it. He connected the scanner to his terminal. A flood of data poured in, encrypted, layered, but he could see the patterns. The Ascendancy wasn't just providing weapons. They were studying the infected, cataloging their mutations, their behaviors. And they were weaponizing them. He saw schematics, theoretical designs for genetically modified soldiers, designed to interface with the very strains they were supposedly fighting. The woman's glacial eyes reappeared on his screen. "Report, Elias Vance." He hesitated, the scanner's data a burning ember in his mind. He could lie. He could withhold. But the Ascendancy's reach, it was terrifyingly vast. "The mission was successful," he said, his voice carefully neutral. "The technology was retrieved." "And your assessment of the Titan?" She pressed. "A formidable threat," he admitted. "The Harbinger proved capable." He omitted the scanner's intervention, the terrifying implications of the Titan's regeneration. "We have noted a slight deviation in your energy expenditure protocols," she stated, her tone chillingly calm. "Further observation is required." Elias felt a cold dread settle in his gut. They were watching him more closely than he thought. The next few weeks were a blur of missions. He cleared out infected strongholds, extracted valuable assets, and each time, he found himself relying more on his own initiative, his own scavenged tech, than on the Ascendancy's perfectly crafted weaponry. He discovered that certain scavenged sonic emitters could temporarily disrupt the infected's hive mind, their coordinated attacks faltering. He found that some of the old military-grade EMP grenades, though volatile, could create brief but effective diversions. He was becoming a ghost in his own war, a hunter who was slowly, subtly, turning away from his patrons. The Ascendancy's requests became more morally ambiguous. Neutralize, a group of survivors hoarding supplies. Secure, a biological sample from an infected child. Elias refused. The woman's face appeared on his screen again, her serene mask cracking. Your insubordination is noted, Elias Vance. I'm not your puppet, he spat, the Harbinger now feeling like a brand. You are a tool, she corrected, her voice hardening. And all tools eventually rust or break. We prefer to manage their obsolescence. The message was clear. They would come for him. He knew he couldn't fight the Ascendancy directly. They were too powerful, too organized. But he had one advantage. He understood the enemy. He had spent 25 years learning their patterns, their weaknesses. And now, he had the knowledge from the bioscanner, the understanding of their evolution. He made his way to the old city amphitheater, a colossal ruin where the infected congregated in massive numbers. It was a suicide mission, but it was the only place he could think of where he might draw their attention, where he could create a distraction big enough to cover his true objective. He activated the sonic emitters, their discordant frequencies echoing across the empty seats. He broadcasted the biosignature data, amplifying the primal fear signals he'd discovered. The infected responded. They swarmed, a tide of decaying flesh, drawn by the chaotic symphony of their own undoing. As the horde converged, Elias slipped away, heading towards a hidden underground access point he'd discovered weeks ago. This was the Ascendancy's primary research hub, a subterranean labyrinth where they were breeding and experimenting on the infected. He moved through the sterile corridors, a stark contrast to the ruined world above. He was a ghost again, but this time, he was the hunter. He disabled security systems, bypassed biometric locks, his movements precise and economical. He reached the central laboratory, a vast chamber filled with containment units, filled with the monstrous results of the Ascendancy's hubris. He found what he was looking for, the primary mutation catalyst, the very agent they were using to accelerate the infected's evolution. He activated the bioscanner, its energy field overloading the containment systems. Alarms blared, klaxons screaming in the sterile confines. Then, the woman's face appeared on every monitor, her glacial eyes blazing with fury. You fool! You absolute fool! You have no idea what you've unleashed. I have an idea, Elias said, his voice calm amidst the chaos. You were creating monsters. I'm just setting them free. He detonated the catalyst. A blinding wave of energy pulsed through the facility, a chaotic ripple that would spread, infecting everything. The containment units shattered, and the screams of the mutated abominations mingled with the wail of the alarms. Elias didn't stay to watch. He retreated, the cacophony of the unleashed horrors echoing behind him. He emerged back into the twilight, the city's skyline now a silhouette against a sky painted with the blood of the dying sun. He was no longer a hunter for the Ascendancy. He was a hunter for humanity, a rogue element in a war far more complex than he had ever imagined. The Harbinger was still on his back, but it felt different now. It was a reminder of the deal, of the price he had paid. He had traded his allegiance for a glimpse of the truth, a truth that was as terrifying as the infected themselves. The city was about to face a new kind of horror, a horror born from man's own ambition. And Elias Vance, the weary, 25-year veteran, was now its reluctant harbinger, armed with the knowledge that even the most advanced weapons were no match for the primal, untamed chaos he had just unleashed. The pact was broken, but the war, in a terrifying new form, had just begun. His humanity, he knew, was a currency he had already spent. And now, our next story, The Memory Eater. The fluorescent lights of the research lab hummed a sickly lullaby, the sterile white walls a stark contrast to the churning chaos outside. Dr. Aris Thorne, his knuckles white against the cool metal of his microscope, adjusted the focus. Around him, the air crackled with the low murmur of worried scientists, their faces etched with a fatigue that went beyond mere sleep deprivation. They were fighting a war, not with bullets, but with the unraveling of the human mind. The outbreak had started subtly, a creeping dread that seeped into everyday life like a toxic mist. Initial reports spoke of aggression, of a primal hunger. But it was the aftermath that truly terrified them. The empty, as they'd come to be called, weren't just mindless husks. They were vessels, their eyes vacant, their movements jerky, but it was the absence within that was the true horror. They didn't just crave flesh, they craved you. They craved your history, your love, your regrets, your hopes. They consumed memories. Aris had been working on a way to fight it, a desperate gambit to isolate the neurological agent responsible. He'd seen it firsthand, the way a person's gaze would glaze over, their voice becoming a garbled mimicry of their former self before they lurched forward, a predatory gleam in their otherwise dead eyes. He'd watched his mentor, a man whose laughter could fill a stadium, become one of them, his final moments marked by a silent, almost apologetic reach before his memories were ripped away. The doors to the containment lab hissed open, admitting Agent Sterling, her tactical gear stained with what Aris prayed was dried mud. Her expression was grim, a familiar sight these days. Thorne, any progress? Her voice was low, a gravelly testament to long nights and harder decisions. Aris sighed, leaning back from the microscope. Progress is a relative term, Agent. We're identifying the vectors, the cellular pathways. But a cure, that's still a ghost. He gestured to a monitor displaying a scrambled neural scan. It's like they're selectively targeting synaptic connections. The older, the more deeply ingrained the memory, the more potent it seems to be for them. Sterling nodded, her eyes scanning the lab. We lost Sector Gamma last night. Complete assimilation. No survivors. They're moving faster now. Faster? Aris's voice tightened. How much faster? They're not just stumbling. They're organized, almost coordinated. They seem to anticipate our movements. As if they remembered our tactics. The implication hung heavy in the air, a chilling possibility they'd all been trying to deny. That's impossible, Aris muttered, shaking his head. The neural degradation is too severe. Is it? Sterling's gaze was unwavering. Or are they just taking what we leave behind? The muscle memory, the instinct? She pulled out a tablet, its screen flickering with images of the empty. One showed a figure, unnervingly still, observing a group of fleeing survivors from a vantage point. This one, she said, zooming in. That's Sergeant Miller's reconnaissance position from the perimeter breach 3 days ago. How would an empty know that? Aris felt a cold dread creep up his spine. He'd theorized about the possibility. A faint whisper in the back of his mind, but dismissed it as hysteria. What if the empty weren't just mindless automatons, but something far more sinister? What if, in consuming memories, they weren't erasing them entirely, but collecting them? What if they were learning? We need to secure the archives, Aris said, his voice suddenly urgent. The data banks, the personal logs. If they can access even fragmented memories, they might be able to piece together patterns. Sterling's eyes narrowed. The archives are deep in the city. The empty control most of the downtown sector. Then we go in, Aris stated, his resolve hardening. He looked at his team, their faces a mixture of fear and determination. This isn't just about survival anymore. It's about preserving what makes us human. Our past. Our very identity. The Humvee rumbled through the deserted streets, its headlights cutting through the perpetual twilight of the city, a city choked by the silence of absence. Aris sat beside Sterling, the scent of ozone and decay thick in the air. Beside them, Reyes, a hardened ex-military technician, nervously fiddled with his sidearm, his eyes darting towards the shattered shopfronts. "Stay sharp," Sterling's voice crackled over the internal comms. "We're entering the perimeter. Expect resistance." The resistance came not in the form of organized attacks, but in the sheer, pervasive presence of the empty. They shuffled through the debris-strewn streets, their gaunt forms a macabre ballet of decay. Aris saw them pause, heads cocked, as the Humvee passed, as if trying to place the familiar rumble of the engine, the scent of its exhaust. He flinched, his mind replaying the memory of his daughter's first bike ride, the scraped knees and proud grin. He pushed the thought away. He couldn't afford to dwell. They reached the municipal archives, a monolithic structure of concrete and glass, its once grand facade now scarred and broken. The entrance was blocked by a barricade of overturned vehicles and the desiccated remains of those who hadn't made it inside. "Reyes, clear a path," Sterling ordered, her weapon already raised. The air inside was heavy with the scent of old paper and something else, something acrid and metallic. Dim emergency lights cast long, distorted shadows, turning the rows of filing cabinets into skeletal sentinels. The silence was profound, broken only by their own hushed breaths and the rhythmic thud of their boots on the linoleum floor. They moved through the labyrinthine corridors, their flashlights' beams dancing across dusty shelves. Aris felt a growing sense of unease. This place, so full of human stories, of recorded lives, felt like a graveyard. "The central server room is on the 3rd level," Sterling whispered, consulting a map on her tablet. "We need to download the data, then destroy the original hard drives." As they ascended the main staircase, a low moan echoed from the upper floors. It wasn't the guttural growl of the typical empty. This was different, a haunting lament that seemed to vibrate with a sorrow far older than the current contagion. "What was that?" Reyes's voice was a strained whisper. "Just the wind," Sterling said, though her grip tightened on her weapon. They reached the 3rd floor, the air colder here, the shadows deeper. The server room door was ajar, a single, flickering emergency light illuminating the room within. As they approached, a figure emerged from the darkness, silhouetted against the faint light. It was the empty. But this one was different. It stood straighter, its head tilted at an unnatural angle, its eyes, though vacant, seemed to fix on them with a chilling intelligence. And then, it spoke. "You came back," the voice rasped, a distorted echo of a man Aris vaguely recognized from security footage, a librarian who had died during the initial chaos. "We waited." Aris froze. "Waited? What are you talking about?" The empty took a step forward, its movements fluid, almost deliberate. "The memories, they are so rich. So full. We tasted the first ones, the fear, the confusion, but then, we found the others. The ones that remembered how to be, how to think. A terrifying realization dawned on Aris. They weren't just consuming, they were integrating. The psychic residue of the memories wasn't just being destroyed, it was being absorbed, processed, and, in some horrific way, rebuilt. You're not just eating them, Aris stammered, his voice trembling. You're learning from them. The empty let out a sound that was a twisted approximation of laughter. Learning, yes, to anticipate, to hunt, to be more. It raised a hand, its fingers skeletal and long. Your own memories, they are particularly vibrant, Dr. Thorne. The love for your daughter. The regret for the time lost. So much to savor. Aris recoiled, a primal fear seizing him. He saw it then, the hollow shell housing a grotesque mosaic of stolen lives. The creature before him wasn't just a zombie, it was a collective consciousness, a horrifying amalgamation of every soul it had consumed. Sterling, ever the pragmatist, didn't hesitate. She fired. The shot echoed through the room, impacting the creature's chest. It staggered, but didn't fall. Instead, it let out a piercing shriek, a sound that seemed to tear at the fabric of reality. It's regenerating, Reyes breathed, his face pale. That's not regeneration, Aris corrected, his eyes wide with horror. It's drawing on the combined will to survive. From all the memories it possesses. More empty began to pour into the room, their movements no longer shambling but purposeful. They moved with an unnerving coordination, their vacant eyes fixed on Aris and his team. They were converging, not attacking blindly, but systematically flanking them. We need to get the data and get out. Sterling yelled, laying down suppressing fire. Aris rushed to the main server console, his fingers flying across the keyboard. The download progress bar crawled, agonizingly slow. He could hear the sounds of combat behind him, Sterling's clipped commands, Reyes's desperate grunts. Then, a chilling voice, clear and precise, cut through the din. It was the voice of Dr. Anya Sharma, Aris's colleague, who had been the first to succumb to the contagion in their lab. You cannot escape us, Aris, the voice said, emanating from somewhere in the shadows. We have seen your plans. Your desperation. We know where you intend to go. Aris's blood ran cold. Anya, he could almost see her face, the kindness in her eyes. But this was not Anya. This was something that wore her voice, that used her memories as a weapon. They're not just using our memories against us, Aris realized, a guttural cry of despair escaping his lips. They're using our loved ones against us. He saw a flicker of movement at the edge of his vision. It was the empty that had spoken Anya's words, its form rippling with the borrowed essence of countless others. It moved with a speed that defied its desiccated frame, its skeletal hands reaching out. Sterling saw it too. She threw herself in front of Aris, her rifle spitting fire. But the empty was too quick. It swiped at her, its nails tearing through her tactical vest, drawing blood. Sterling cried out, stumbling back. Download complete, Aris shouted, yanking a USB drive from the port. He turned, saw Sterling grappling with the empty, Reyes trying to cover them both. We have to go, Sterling yelled, her voice strained. She pushed Aris towards the exit. Get the data out. That's all that matters now. But Aris couldn't leave her. He saw the empty's head turn, its vacant eyes locking onto Sterling's struggling form. He saw it lean in, its rotting maw opening, not to bite, but to press its skull against hers. And he heard Sterling's choked scream, a sound that was abruptly cut short, replaced by a vacant, guttural moan. Reyes grabbed Aris's arm, his face a mask of terror. "We can't save her, Doctor. We have to go." Torn between instinct and despair, Aris allowed himself to be pulled away, the image of Sterling's last moments seared into his mind, a memory he knew would now be a feast for the creatures he fought. They raced through the corridors, the sounds of their pursuers a chilling symphony of stolen lives. They burst out of the archives and into the relative safety of the Humvee. Reyes gunned the engine, tires screaming as they sped away. Aris, his hands shaking, clutched the USB drive. He looked back at the archives, at the shadows that seemed to stretch and writhe with an unnatural life. The downloaded data was a treasure trove of information, a map of the Empty's capabilities, their patterns of movement, and, most terrifyingly, a series of fragmented audio logs from the archive's own security personnel that detailed their final, desperate moments. Aris listened to the raw terror, the confusion, and then, the chilling, almost peaceful surrender as their identities were consumed. "What now, Doctor?" Reyes asked, his voice rough. Aris looked at the USB drive, then at the devastated cityscape stretching before them. The war wasn't over. It had just become infinitely more terrifying. The Empty were evolving. They were learning to weaponize humanity itself. "Now," Aris said, his voice heavy with a new, profound dread, "we fight against ourselves." The story was far from over. The Memory Eaters had tasted more than just flesh. They had tasted consciousness. And in doing so, they had become something far more insidious than the world had ever imagined. They were the ghosts of our past, made manifest, hungry for our future. And Aris Thorn, with his salvaged data and his own fractured memories, was now carrying the last vestiges of a world that was slowly, horrifyingly, forgetting itself. The fight for humanity's soul had just begun, and the enemy, terrifyingly, knew every secret, every weakness, every love, every regret, that made them human. The Memory Eaters were not just coming for their bodies, they were coming for their very essence. And Aris knew, with a chilling certainty, that some memories, once consumed, could never truly be reclaimed. The Empty, in their horrific hunger, had become a living testament to the fragility of identity, a constant, gnawing reminder of everything lost. The hum of the Humvee was now a mournful dirge for a world that was slowly, inexorably, fading into silence. And now, our next story, The Siren's Call. The cracked pavement of what was once Elm Street hummed with a discordant symphony. A guttural moan, a dragging shuffle, the splintering crack of bone against asphalt, a soundtrack to the end of days. Alara, perched precariously on the fire escape of a derelict record store, clutched her battered acoustic guitar like a lifeline. Her fingers, usually nimble and sure, trembled as she tuned the E string, the metallic twang of fragile defiance against the encroaching silence. 25 days. That's how long she'd been alone, holed up in this husk of a city. 25 days since the fever hit, since the screaming started, since the world dissolved into a shambling, insatiable hunger. Alara, a busker by trade, a weaver of melodies by passion, had always found solace in her music. Now, her art had become her only shield, her only potential weapon. It started subtly. Days ago, during a desperate scavenging run, a small pack of the infected had cornered her in an alley. Panic had seized her, her breath catching in her throat. Then, a primal instinct kicked in. She dropped her scavenged supplies, scrambled onto a stack of overturned crates, and let out a wail, a raw, untutored cry born of terror. The moans faltered, the shuffling slowed. They turned, their vacant eyes seemingly drawn to the source of the sound, but not with aggression. It was a confused, almost curious pause. Then, bolder, she'd hummed a low, melancholic tune, one she'd been working on before the world ended. The infected, a dozen of them, their faces contorted in a rictus of decay, had stopped. They tilted their heads, their jerky movements softening, their vacant gazes fixing on her. It was surreal, horrifying, and utterly compelling. They didn't attack. They simply listened. Now, the street below was a tableau of the undead. Their numbers swelled with the setting sun. Alara took a deep breath, the stale air burning her lungs. She began to play. The first notes were tentative, a delicate arpeggio that shimmered in the twilight. The groans softened, replaced by a low, guttural hum from the infected. They weren't swaying, not yet, but their restless shuffling had ceased. Their heads, lolling unnaturally, began to turn in unison, a macabre ballet directed by her guitar. Alara shifted her weight, the metal groaning beneath her. She knew this wasn't a permanent solution. It was a temporary reprieve, a fragile truce. The hunger was an instinct, a primal drive, and music could only bend it so far. But for now, it was enough. She moved into a more complex melody, a haunting ballad of lost love and forgotten dreams. Her voice, usually clear and resonant, was husky, raspy from disuse and fear. Yet, it carried, weaving through the decaying cityscape. The infected began to sway. Slow, jerky movements at first, then a more fluid, rhythmic sway, their vacant eyes locked on her. It was as if the music, the very essence of humanity that had been stripped from them, was momentarily rekindling a phantom spark. A shadow detached itself from the wall across the street. It was larger than the others, its gait more purposeful, its clothing remnants of a uniform. The walkers, as she'd come to call them, usually reacted to sound, to movement, to the scent of the living. But this one, this shambler with a glint of something more than just mindless hunger in its milky eyes, was different. It moved with a disturbing intelligence, its gaze fixed on her, not with the usual vacant stare, but with a chilling focus. Alara's fingers flew faster, her melody becoming more urgent, more powerful. She poured her fear, her grief, her desperate hope into the song. The walkers around it seemed to lean into her music, their swaying becoming more pronounced, creating a living, breathing barrier between her and the approaching threat. The unique walker, however, didn't succumb. It continued its relentless advance, a predator that recognized a false calm. Alara's heart hammered against her ribs. She'd never seen one resist the music like this. This was different. It was a 26th story, a deviation from the pattern. She switched to a faster tempo, a driving, percussive rhythm that echoed the frantic beat of her own heart. The walkers around the approaching one faltered, their synchronized sway breaking as they responded to the new, more insistent melody. They turned, their vacant gazes flickering, drawn to the more immediate, percussive pulse. But the unique walker remained focused on her. It let out a low, rasping growl, a sound that was more than a moan, more than a guttural cry. It was a challenge. Alara knew she had to hold its attention, to draw it away from the main horde, to isolate it. She closed her eyes, picturing a vast, empty space, a stage bathed in the spotlight. She imagined the hum of an appreciative crowd, the warmth of the lights on her face. She channeled all her energy, all her artistic soul, into a single, piercing note, a pure, sustained sound that resonated with an almost unbearable intensity. The walkers closest to her stumbled back, their movements becoming disoriented. The unique walker, however, was mesmerized. It stopped, its head tilted back, its jaw slack. Alara held the note, her throat burning, her muscles screaming. Then, she changed tack. Instead of a sustained note, she launched into a rapid, cascading series of chords, a frantic, almost desperate improvisation. The unique walker's head snapped forward, its milky eyes focusing on her with renewed intensity. It began to move, not towards her, but away, drawn by the new sonic lure, a Pied Piper of the apocalypse, leading it in a different direction. Alara kept playing, a manic grin stretching her lips. She was a conductor now, her guitar a baton, orchestrating the demise of the infected. She led them away from the record store, away from the relative safety of her perch. She was a siren, luring the dead to their doom with the sweetest, most terrifying song they had ever heard. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood orange and bruised purple. The streetlights flickered on, casting long, distorted shadows that danced with the shuffling forms of the infected. Alara continued her macabre serenade, her fingers blurring across the fretboard. She was a creature of the night now, her music a beacon in the darkness, a deadly lullaby for the lost souls. She led them into an abandoned industrial district, a maze of rusting factories and collapsing warehouses. Here, the acoustics were different, the echoes amplifying her music, creating a disorienting soundscape for her pursuers. She could feel the city breathing around her, a living entity that seemed to embrace her art, her struggle. She played a bluesy, mournful tune, the notes dripping with sorrow. The walkers, thousands of them now, a vast, undulating sea of decaying flesh, followed her every move. They were no longer a threat, but a chorus, a twisted congregation drawn to her divine, or perhaps infernal, music. She knew the risk. She was surrounded. But she also knew that this was her purpose now. She had found a way to fight back, not with bullets or blades, but with something far more potent, her art. Her music was a conduit, a bridge between the living and the dead, a way to manipulate their primal instincts, to turn their hunger into a form of perverse devotion. She found herself in the center of a vast, open courtyard, surrounded by decaying industrial machinery. The walkers pressed in, their moans a constant drone that almost merged with her music. She took a deep breath, her voice clear and strong, and began to sing. It was a song of defiance, a song of hope, a song of acceptance. It was a song that acknowledged the darkness, but refused to be consumed by it. Her voice soared, a beacon of raw emotion that cut through the cacophony of the undead. As she sang, she noticed something else. The unique walker, the one that had initially resisted her music, was now at the very front of the horde, its milky eyes fixed on her with an unnerving intensity. It wasn't just listening, it was almost reacting. Its head twitched, not in the jerky, uncontrolled way of the others, but with a semblance of rhythm. Alara's gaze met its. A shiver ran down her spine. This was the 25th horrific story. But what if this 25th story was a turning point? What if her music could do more than just pacify? What if it could change them? She strummed a complex chord, a dissonant yet beautiful harmony. The unique walker staggered, its knees buckling. Then, something extraordinary happened. It reached up, its rotting fingers brushing against its face, as if trying to wipe away the grime, the decay. Alara continued to play, her improvisation becoming more intricate, more demanding. She wove in elements of classical music, jazz, and rock, creating a sonic tapestry that was both familiar and utterly alien. The walkers around her began to react in different ways. Some swayed, some stood still, their heads tilted, while others, like the unique walker, exhibited moments of almost human behavior. She saw one walker, its arm missing, reach out with its remaining hand and touch the shoulder of another, a gesture that could have been comfort, or perhaps a clumsy attempt at communication. Another, its jaw hanging loose, let out a soft, almost mournful sigh that was distinct from its usual guttural moans. Alara's heart pounded with a mixture of exhilaration and terror. This was beyond anything she had imagined. Her music wasn't just controlling them, It was resonating with something deep within them, something primal, something human. She continued to play, her fingers aching, her voice hoarse. She pushed the boundaries of her music, experimenting with new harmonies, new rhythms, new melodies that seemed to speak directly to the dormant souls of the undead. The vast courtyard became a stage for a bizarre, haunting performance, the city itself an audience. As the first rays of dawn began to break through the bruised sky, Alara played her final chord, a lingering, resonant note that hung in the air like a question. The walkers remained still, their eyes no longer vacant, but filled with a strange, expectant calm. The unique walker, standing before her, slowly lowered its hand, its milky eyes seemingly clearing, revealing a flicker of something akin to recognition. Alara lowered her guitar, her body trembling with exhaustion. She had survived, but more than that, she had discovered something profound, something terrifying, something that could change the course of humanity. Her music, her art, had become a force of nature, a weapon, a bomb, a catalyst for something new and unknown. She looked out at the assembled horde, no longer a collection of monstrous threats, but a silent, waiting congregation. The 25th horrific zombie story had ended, but a new chapter, one of unimaginable possibilities, had just begun. And Alara, the musician, the siren of the apocalypse, was ready to write it. And now, our next story, The Last Broadcast. The crackle of static was the only constant. It was a lullaby of annihilation, a mournful dirge for a world that had sung its last song. Elias traced the worn bakelite casing of the microphone, his knuckles white. 25 cities, 25 continents, all silenced. He was the last voice, broadcasting into an abyss that had swallowed everything else. His studio, once a vibrant hub of news and music, was now a tomb. Dust motes danced in the weak beam of his emergency lamp, illuminating peeling paint and the skeletal remains of a potted fern. Outside, the rhythmic thump, thump, thump of shuffling feet was a perpetual heartbeat of the undead. It had started with a fever, a cough, then the biting. Simple, primal. But Elias knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the bone, that it was anything but simple. This is Elias Vance, broadcasting from Station Alpha. If anyone is out there. His voice, rough with dehydration and despair, trembled. He cleared his throat, the sound swallowed by the vast emptiness beyond the reinforced studio door. The time is, I don't know. Days? Weeks? The power flickers. The supplies, dwindling. He'd tried everything. Messages of hope, instructions for survival, pleas for contact. All swallowed by the static. Now, he was on his 25th attempt. A grim ritual performed with the last vestiges of his sanity. He had to tell them. The truth. The real truth. Not the sensationalized news reports that had preceded the collapse. They're not just flesh and bone, you see. He leaned closer to the microphone, his eyes wide, a feverish gleam in them. It's the consciousness. The essence. They're trapped. Inside. He paused, struggling for air, for the right words. The thumping outside intensified. A low growl, distorted and guttural, vibrated through the floor. He flinched, but didn't back away. This was his final act. Remember the news? The initial reports? Aggressive behavior. Uncontrolled rage. That wasn't it. He closed his eyes, trying to conjure the images, the sounds. It was a scramble. A frantic, silent scream. I heard it. In the early days. Through the radio waves. Faint, distorted, but I heard it. He remembered the whispers. Static-laden, almost subliminal. Not the moans of the infected, but something else. A chorus of tormented souls, their thoughts fragmented, their wills overridden. They're not empty. They're full of everyone they ever were. And everyone they've consumed. The words felt heavy, alien. He felt a tremor run through him, a sympathetic vibration to the unseen horror. Think about it. Why the biting? Why the hunger? It's not about sustenance. It's about absorption, assimilation. They're trying to reclaim themselves, to piece back together the shattered fragments of their minds. But it's a twisted process. He'd seen it in the early, terrifying days before the cities fell silent. The glazed eyes, the blank stares, but beneath that blankness, he'd sensed something. A flicker of recognition, a fleeting moment of terror. Every zombie you see, it's a mosaic. A horrific, horrifying mosaic of stolen memories, of stolen lives. A single body, housing countless screams. Imagine that. Imagine being trapped, watching your own hands do these things. Your own voice utter those groans. The rhythmic thumping grew closer. A heavy thud against the studio door. Elias didn't look. His gaze was fixed on the microphone, his only confidant. And it's not just the people. It's the animals too. The dogs, the birds, they're all part of it. Their instincts twisted, their very beings fragmented. That's why the silence is so profound. Because it's not just the absence of human life. It's the absence of all life, as we knew it. Replaced by this grotesque collective. He'd tried to warn them. He'd tried to explain the whispers, the psychic residue. But who would believe him? A lone radio operator, going mad in the face of the apocalypse? The scientists, they were looking for a virus. A pathogen. They missed the obvious. The spiritual. The psychic. This isn't a disease of the body. It's a plague of the soul. Another thud, harder this time. The door groaned under the impact. Elias's breath hitched. They're not trying to infect. They're trying to recruit, to integrate, to bring everyone into their fractured symphony. He chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. A symphony of suffering. He remembered the first time he'd truly understood. A survivor, cornered in an alleyway. He'd heard her screams, not of pain, but of agonizing recognition. Recognition of the shambling horror that was once her husband. Her brother. The bite, it's not a transmission vector. It's a reintegration ritual. They're forcing their own fragmented consciousness onto others, sharing the burden of their damnation. And the more they consume, the more powerful the collective becomes. He felt a cold dread creep up his spine. The implications were cosmic. This wasn't just about flesh-eating monsters. It was about a consciousness gone horribly, irrevocably wrong. A parasitic entity of souls. They're not mindless. They're overminded, overwhelmed. Their individuality is a distant echo, drowned out by the cacophony of their absorbed brethren. The door began to splinter. Elias could see daylight now, a thin sliver of the outside world, distorted by the chaos. The thumping was now a frantic pounding. The whispers, they're getting stronger. Closer. I can feel them, trying to connect. He shivered, not from cold, but from an invasive presence. Don't let them get you. If you hear the whispers, if you feel that pull, fight it. Fight with everything you have. Because if they get you, you become part of the choir. Part of the endless, suffering chorus. A final, shattering impact. The door flew inward. Silhouettes, jagged and menacing, filled the frame. Elias didn't scream. He didn't flinch. He looked into the hollow, vacant eyes of the figures shambling towards him. And he saw something else. A flicker. A moment of agonizing awareness. A plea. This is the last broadcast. The last voice. Remember us. Remember what we were, before we became them. His voice faded, swallowed by the growing symphony of guttural groans and the splintering of wood. The lamp flickered one last time, casting long, distorted shadows across the studio. Then, darkness. And now, our next story, The Pig Farmer. The early morning mist hung heavy over Silas's acres, clinging to the dew-kissed corn stalks like spectral shrouds. He'd always found a grim beauty in it, a quiet stillness before the day's labor. But today, the stillness felt wrong. A prickling unease, more potent than any chill in the air, had settled in his gut. He squinted towards the far pasture, the one bordering the abandoned Miller place. A slow-moving shape, not quite human, not quite animal, was shambling near the fence line. Silas's weathered hands, calloused from decades of wrestling with stubborn soil and even more stubborn livestock, tightened on the worn leather reins of his tractor. He'd seen them before, the shamblers. The sickness that had swept through the country like a wildfire, leaving behind hollow shells of people, driven by a primal hunger. They'd been a nuisance, a danger to be avoided, occasionally dealt with. But this was different. The shape was bulky, low to the ground. And as it moved, Silas's blood ran cold. It was a pig, a massive, bristly boar, its snout rooting not in the rich earth, but in the rotting flesh of something that was undeniably human. Silas cut the engine. The sudden silence was deafening, amplifying the faint, wet sounds coming from the pasture. He gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. He'd thought he'd seen it all in these lean, mean years since the fall. Scavengers, raiders, desperate folk driven to madness. But this was a new kind of nightmare, a grotesque perversion of nature. He edged the tractor closer, the thick tires crunching on the gravel. The pig grunted, a guttural, unpleasant sound, and lifted its head. Its eyes, small and beady, were clouded with a sickly milky film. And its jowls were smeared with a dark, sticky residue that dripped onto the damp grass. It wasn't just feeding, it was nursing. A cold dread washed over Silas. He'd heard whispers, hushed rumors from the few passing traders who dared venture this far out. Stories of desperate survivors turning to unspeakable acts, of the undead being utilized. But the sheer, visceral horror of seeing it, of seeing a creature of his own land, a creature he'd raised and known, twisted into this abomination, was a blow that stole his breath. He had to know. He had to see what the pig was guarding. Cursing under his breath, Silas dismounted the tractor, his boots sinking slightly into the mud. He kept his gaze fixed on the pig, his hand straying to the heavy wrench tucked into his belt. As he approached the fence, the pig turned its full attention to him. It let out a snort, a warning, and took a tentative step back from its gruesome meal. Silas saw it then. Nestled in the tall, overgrown grass, half hidden by the sprawling carcass, were more. Not pigs. They were small, infantile. Bundled in stained, tattered blankets, their skin a ghastly pallor, their limbs unnaturally stiff. And their mouths, small and impossibly dark, were latched onto the teats of the pig. The pig, its flanks heaving, was lactating. Silas staggered back, a strangled gasp escaping his lips. The stench of decay, already potent, was now overlaid with a sweet, cloying odor, the sickly perfume of undeath. These weren't just shamblers anymore. They were nourished. Grown. He turned and ran back to the tractor, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. He had to warn someone. He had to tell Martha. She was holed up in their reinforced root cellar, a haven he'd painstakingly dug and fortified. But even as he scrambled back onto the seat, a chilling realization settled upon him. Who was there to warn? The closest settlement was days away, and the roads were treacherous, patrolled by the infected and the worse. He gunned the engine, the tractor roaring to life. He needed to get back, to lock down the cellar, to protect Martha. But as he swung the tractor around, he saw them. More shapes, emerging from the tree line. Not pigs this time. Humans. They moved with that familiar, jerky gait, their eyes vacant, their skin a mottled gray. But there was a new purpose in their shambling. They weren't aimlessly wandering. They were converging. On his farm. On his home. Silas slammed on the brakes. He was trapped. The pig-infested pasture lay behind him, a testament to a horror he couldn't comprehend. And now, the familiar horror of the shambling dead were marching towards him. He killed the engine again, the silence now a suffocating blanket. He looked at the wrench in his hand, feeling its familiar weight. It was a tool for fixing, for building. Useless against this new, insidious threat. He scrambled off the tractor and sprinted towards the farmhouse, his boots churning through the mud. He had to reach the cellar. He had to get to Martha. He burst through the back door, the familiar scent of dried herbs and wood smoke doing little to soothe his frayed nerves. He bolted the door behind him, the heavy oak groaning in protest. "Martha!" he yelled, his voice hoarse. "Martha, come out!" The trapdoor to the root cellar creaked open, and Martha's face, etched with worry, appeared in the dim light. She was a strong woman, her spirit unbroken by the hardships of their life, but Silas saw a flicker of fear in her eyes. "Silas? What is it? Get upstairs. Now." He didn't have time for explanations. He grabbed her hand, pulling her out of the cellar. "They're coming." "Who's coming?" she asked, her voice trembling. "The dead. All of them. And something worse." He didn't elaborate. He couldn't. He pushed her towards the front of the house, towards the windows he'd boarded up with thick planks of plywood. He needed to see how many. As he peered through a small peephole he'd carved in one of the boards, his breath hitched. They were more than he'd ever seen in one place. A river of decaying flesh and vacant stairs, flowing towards his farm. And interspersed among them, he saw them again. The pigs. Massive, unnaturally bloated pigs, their snouts stained, their bodies pulsing with a sickening vitality. They weren't just eating, they were leading. He turned back to Martha, his face grim. "We're surrounded." Martha's eyes widened, but she didn't scream. She never screamed. She was a survivor, like him. "What do we do?" Silas looked at the reinforced door, the boarded-up windows, the sturdy walls of their farmhouse. They had food, water, enough to last them weeks, maybe months. But they couldn't stay here forever. And whatever was happening out there, it was growing. He remembered the pig, the sickening sight of it feeding the undead spawn. A chill went down his spine. This wasn't just about survival anymore. This was about the end of everything, twisted into a grotesque parody. Days bled into nights. The incessant shuffling and groaning outside became a constant, maddening soundtrack to their existence. Silas took watch shifts, peering through the peepholes, his heart sinking with each passing hour. The horde ebbed and flowed, sometimes receding, only to swell again, always pressing closer. He saw the pigs again, bolder now. They'd ventured closer to the house, their guttural grunts amplified by the silence. They'd started rooting at the base of the porch, their powerful snouts tearing at the wood. And he saw something else. Smaller pigs. Younger ones, their bodies less developed, their movements still a little clumsy. They were being herded by the larger ones. One night, a section of the porch collapsed with a splintering crash. A wave of them surged forward, their rotting hands clawing at the boarded windows. Silas grabbed his shotgun, the familiar weight a small comfort. He fired, the blast deafening in the enclosed space. The shot hit one of the shamblers, its head exploding in a shower of gore. But more took its place. Martha, her face pale but resolute, stood beside him, an axe clutched in her hands. "Silas, we can't stay here. They'll get in eventually." He nodded, his eyes scanning the darkness beyond the peephole. "I know, but where do we go?" Then, he saw it. A break in the relentless press of bodies. A narrow, winding path, leading away from the farmhouse and towards the back of his property, towards the dense woods. It was narrow, choked with undergrowth, but it was a path. And he suspected, with a sickening certainty, where it led. He remembered the old, abandoned slaughterhouse on the far edge of his land. A relic from a time before the fall, when his family had still raised more than just corn and a few stubborn sheep. He'd always kept it locked, a place of bad memories and forgotten machinery. "The slaughterhouse," Silas said, a grim determination hardening his features. "That's where they're taking them." Martha looked at him, her eyes questioning. "Taking them where?" "To be fed," he whispered, the word tasting like bile. "They're breeding them, raising them, turning the dead into livestock." The idea was monstrous, unthinkable. But it explained everything. The pigs, the unnatural numbers, the organized movement of the infected. Someone, or something, was orchestrating this horror. "We have to go," Martha said, her voice firm. "We have to see what's happening there. Maybe we can stop it." Silas looked at her, at the courage in her eyes. He was a farmer, not a soldier. But he was Martha's husband. And he wouldn't let her face this alone. "All right," he said, hefting his shotgun. "But we go quiet. And we go now." They waited for the opportune moment, when the horde seemed to shift its focus towards the western edge of the property. Silas pried open a back window, carefully removing the boards. He helped Martha out, then followed, landing softly on the damp earth. The night air was thick with the stench of decay and something else, something metallic and sweet. They moved in the shadows, their footsteps muffled by the tall grass. Silas kept the shotgun at the ready, his eyes darting everywhere. Martha followed close behind, her axe held defensively. They navigated the familiar landscape of Silas's farm, now a twisted, horrifying mockery of itself. The corn stalks, once symbols of bounty, now seemed like skeletal fingers reaching out from the darkness. The pig pasture was a scene of utter devastation, the ground churned and stained. As they neared the woods, the sounds of the horde faded, replaced by a low, rhythmic grunting, coming from the direction of the slaughterhouse. Silas could feel the vibrations through the soles of his boots. They reached the edge of the woods, the trees offering a welcome screen of darkness. Silas motioned for Martha to stay put while he scouted ahead. He crept through the trees, his senses on high alert. The slaughterhouse loomed ahead, a hulking, dilapidated structure against the moonless sky. Eerie lights flickered from within its broken windows. And the grunting, it was louder now, a chorus of guttural sounds that sent shivers down his spine. He reached a clearing that offered a vantage point. And what he saw made his stomach churn. The slaughterhouse wasn't abandoned, it was operational. More than operational, it was teeming with life. Or rather, undeath. Huddled in pens, constructed from reinforced steel and barbed wire, were the shamblers. Not just a few, but hundreds. And tending to them, moving with a surprising dexterity, were the pigs. Massive, grotesque pigs, their hides bristling with unnatural muscle, their eyes glowing with a faint, phosphorescent light. They were being guided by something. A figure, tall and gaunt, clad in a stained leather apron. The figure carried a long, hooked pole, and with it, it prodded and directed the pigs, its movements precise and methodical. As the figure turned, Silas saw its face. It was a woman, her features gaunt and hollowed, her eyes burning with a feverish intensity. And as she moved, her lips, chapped and cracked, moved in a silent chant. Silas's gaze shifted to the pens. The pigs were being led into narrow chutes, where their udders were attached to a complex system of tubes and pipes. The tubes led to reservoirs, and the reservoirs, in turn, were being siphoned into large vats. Vats filled with a thick, viscous, reddish-brown liquid. He understood. The pigs were being milked. But not for food. For sustenance of a different kind. The very essence of undeath, harvested and repurposed. The pigs weren't just feeding the dead. They were becoming conduits. Breeding grounds for something far more sinister. He saw a group of the shamblers being led into a separate enclosure. They were smaller, weaker. And the pigs, the larger, more developed ones, were nudging them, guiding them towards the milk vats. The vats, Silas realized with a horrifying clarity, were not just holding the pigs' milk. They were also holding the undead. And the pigs, in their grotesque symbiosis, were feeding them. This was not just a consequence of the fall. This was an invention, a deliberate act of perversion. And Silas felt a surge of righteous fury rise within him, eclipsing the fear. He turned and crept back through the trees, his mind racing. He had to tell Martha. They had to do something. They couldn't let this continue. He found Martha waiting, her face etched with anxiety. He quickly explained what he'd seen, his voice low and urgent. "They're using the pigs to cultivate them," he finished, his voice barely a whisper. "They're feeding them, keeping them alive, in a way." "And then what?" Martha prompted, her grip on the axe tightening. "I don't know," Silas admitted. "But it's all wrong. It's a perversion of everything." Suddenly, a piercing squeal ripped through the night air, followed by a cacophony of grunts and snarls. The pigs. They were agitated. Something had alerted them. "We have to go," Silas said, grabbing Martha's arm. "Now." They sprinted through the woods, the sounds of pursuit growing closer. The massive pigs, with their unnatural strength and speed, were closing in. Silas fired his shotgun behind them, the blast momentarily slowing their advance, but they were relentless. They burst out of the woods and back onto Silas's land, the farmhouse a dark silhouette against the pre-dawn sky. But the horde was still there, a wall of decaying flesh surrounding their home. And then, Silas saw it. A glimmer of hope. The old, battered truck he kept in the barn. It was old, rusty, but it ran. And it was their only chance. "The truck!" he yelled, pulling Martha towards the barn. They scrambled into the cab, Silas fumbling with the ignition. The engine sputtered, coughed, and finally roared to life. He slammed the truck into reverse, tires spinning in the mud. The horde turned, sensing the movement, and began to converge on them. The pigs, their eyes burning with an unnatural light, were the fastest. Silas swerved, narrowly avoiding a collision with one of the massive creatures. Its tusks, thick and curved like scimitars, scraped against the side of the truck. Martha, her face grim, leaned out the window, swinging the axe at any shambler that got too close. They were a whirlwind of desperation, fighting their way through the undead mass. Silas aimed the truck towards the main road, the only escape route. He didn't know where they were going, or what they would do. But they couldn't stay here. Not anymore. As they broke free of the farm and onto the open road, Silas glanced back. The horde was receding, a tide of death fading into the distance. But he knew, with a chilling certainty, that this wasn't the end. The pigs. The slaughterhouse. The perversion of life and death. It was out there, growing, evolving. He gripped the steering wheel tighter, his knuckles white. He was a farmer. He knew how to cultivate, how to nurture. But this was a harvest of nightmares. And he had a terrible feeling that his work was just beginning. The world had been broken by the dead, but it was being remade by something far worse. And he, Silas, the pig farmer, had seen the blueprints. And now, our next story, The Mirror's Reflection. The sun, a bruised, swollen eye in a perpetually gray sky, cast long, skeletal shadows across what used to be Maple Street. Sarah gripped the worn leather of her baseball bat, the cold seeping through her thin gloves. 25. That's how many. 25 souls she'd pacified since the outbreak. Each one a ghost of someone she'd known, a whisper of the life they once held. But the whispers were getting louder. And stranger. It had started subtly, a flicker in the vacant eyes, a hesitation in the shambling gait. Old Mr. Henderson, who'd meticulously tended his prize-winning roses before the rot set in, would sometimes pause by his overgrown flower beds, his gnarled fingers twitching as if reaching for an invisible pruning shear. Then there was Mrs. Gable, the town gossip, who'd still attempt to mouth words, a low, guttural rasp escaping her lipless maw, her head cocked as if listening for a juicy tidbit. Sarah had dismissed it as her mind playing tricks, the trauma of constant survival twisting reality. But the pattern solidified. It wasn't just individual quirks, it was a collective, unsettling mimicry. Her current objective was the old bookstore on Elm Avenue. Rumor had it, a small group of survivors had holed up there. Sarah needed supplies. Food, medicine, anything to keep the gnawing emptiness at bay. The journey was a familiar one, a gruesome obstacle course of overturned cars, scattered debris, and the ever-present, shuffling dead. As she rounded the corner onto Elm, a figure detached itself from the shadows of a storefront. It was David Miller, the former librarian. Sarah's breath hitched. David, who had always been meticulous, his tweed jacket perpetually pristine, his spectacles perched just so. This David, he was different. He wasn't clawing or moaning. He was browsing. He stood before the darkened window of the bakery, his head tilted, his eyeless sockets fixed on the dusty shelves within. His posture was one of contemplation, not hunger. Sarah froze. This wasn't the predatory lurch of the infected. This was an echo of a mundane, even pleasant, habit. Cautiously, she moved closer, the crunch of her boots on broken glass sounding deafening in the silence. David didn't react. He remained a statue of faded denim and decay, his gaze locked on the past. "David?" Sarah whispered, the sound raspy. No response. Not even a twitch of recognition. But as she watched, his right hand, stiff and gray, slowly reached up, his thumb and forefinger forming a hesitant pinch, as if testing the firmness of a book's spine. He'd always been so particular about the condition of the books. Sarah's heart hammered against her ribs. This was it. The realization hit her with the force of a physical blow. They weren't just zombies anymore. They were ghosts, trapped in an endless loop of their former lives, their brains replaying familiar actions. She had to get to the bookstore. The potential survivors were a priority, but this new development, it was a game changer. If the dead were becoming more like their living selves, what did that mean for her? Could they recognize her? Could they remember? She skirted David, giving him a wide berth. The bakery, she noted, was still sealed shut. No one inside. Just David, lost in his spectral perusal. The bookstore's entrance was a gaping maw, shards of glass glittering like fallen stars on the worn carpet. The air inside was thick with the scent of old paper and something else, something metallic and acrid. Blood. Sarah moved with the practiced stealth of a seasoned hunter. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of disturbed pages, was a potential alert. She cleared the main aisles, her bat held ready. Nothing. Just rows and rows of silent, unread stories. Then, she heard it. A faint, rhythmic tapping. It wasn't the shuffling of feet. It was delicate, precise. Coming from the back rooms. She crept towards the sound, her senses on high alert. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. It was coming from the children's section. And then she saw her. Little Lily. Lily had been 7 when the world ended. She'd loved Drive. Seuss. Sarah remembered her bright, eager face, her tiny fingers tracing the illustrations as her mother read aloud. Now, Lily was a husk. Her dress was torn and stained, her skin a mottled gray. But she was sitting cross-legged on the floor, a tattered copy of The Cat in the Hat open before her. Her small, decaying finger was tapping the cover, a slow, steady beat against the worn cardboard. Tap, tap, tap. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. Lily wasn't trying to bite or tear. She was reading, or at least, mimicking the act of reading. Her head was tilted, her vacant eyes seemingly following the lines of text. Sarah slowly lowered her bat. This was too much. The humanity, or rather, the echoes of humanity, in these monsters was both terrifying and profoundly sad. A floorboard creaked behind her. Sarah spun around, bat raised. It was a man. Tall, gaunt, his clothes ripped but his movements surprisingly fluid. He was holding a piece of paper, his gaze fixed on it intently. Sarah recognized him. Mr. Peterson, the local accountant. He was always hunched over spreadsheets, his brow furrowed in concentration. This Mr. Peterson was hunched over his paper, his head bowed. He raised his hand, a brittle, papery sound, and traced a line across the page. Sarah saw it then he was mimicking writing. Then, he looked up. Not at Sarah, but past her, as if seeing something beyond the dusty shelves. His mouth moved, forming silent words. Sarah's blood ran cold. He was mouthing numbers, formulas. He was reliving his accounting. This was the 25th. The 25th chilling revelation in a world that offered no respite. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled from the back of the store. It wasn't Mr. Peterson's quiet murmur or Lily's rhythmic tapping. It was the old, familiar hunger. Sarah's focus snapped back to the immediate threat. She saw them then, emerging from the deeper shadows of the aisles. A small group, shambling but with a new, unnerving purpose. They weren't just blindly drawn to her. They were moving with intent, their vacant eyes scanning, searching. One of them, a woman Sarah vaguely recognized from the town council, her face a mask of decay, was holding a discarded poster. She was running her decaying fingers over the faded ink, her head bobbing slightly, as if delivering a speech. Sarah felt a surge of primal fear. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about a deeper horror, a haunting echo that distorted everything she thought she knew. These weren't just mindless automatons. They were animated memories, replaying their lives with a terrifying fidelity. She had to find the survivors. They might have answers, or at least, a plan for this new, insidious plague. "Hello?" Sarah called out, her voice tight. "Is anyone here?" A shuffling sound from behind a tall stack of books. Sarah tensed, ready. A young woman, no older than Sarah herself, stumbled into view. Her hair was matted, her clothes torn, but her eyes, though haunted, held a spark of life. She clutched a small, battered suitcase. "We're here," the young woman whispered, her voice hoarse. We heard you." Behind her, 2 more figures emerged. A burly man, his face streaked with grime, and a wiry old woman, her back hunched. "Thank God," Sarah breathed, lowering her bat slightly. "I'm Sarah. Are you okay?" The young woman, who introduced herself as Chloe, nodded. "We are. For now. We've been holed up in the back rooms. We have some supplies." The burly man, Mark, grunted. Barely. And these things, they're getting worse. Worse? Sarah prompted. Chloe's eyes flickered towards the front of the store, where Lily was still tapping her book. They're remembering. Or something like it. Old habits. They're not just trying to eat us anymore. They're playing. Sarah explained what she'd seen. David at the bakery. Mr. Peterson at his phantom ledger. Lily with her Suze. Mark spat on the floor. We saw it too. Old man Fitzwilliam, who loved to whistle. He's out there now, just whistling that same off-key tune. And Mrs. Davis, the baker, she's standing in front of her shop, pretending to knead dough. The old woman, Eleanor, her voice a dry rasp, added, it's like a cursed play. They're trapped, acting out their lives forever. Sarah felt a shiver crawl up her spine. But why? What's causing it? Chloe shook her head. We don't know. It's like the virus, it mutated. Or maybe, it's something else. Something in the environment. As they spoke, a faint, melodic sound drifted in from the street. A piano. Out of tune, played with clumsy, decaying fingers, but undeniably a melody. That's the church, Mark stammered. Pastor Adams. He used to play every Sunday. Sarah moved to the shattered front window, her companions close behind. Out on the street, silhouetted against the dying light, stood Pastor Adams. He was seated at a phantom piano, his gray, rigid fingers striking the keys with a morbid rhythm. His head was bowed, his mouth moving in silent prayer, or perhaps, the rehearsal of his next sermon. This was the true horror. Not the gnashing teeth, not the mindless pursuit. It was the echo, the perpetual performance of a life that was no more. It was the grotesque mockery of humanity, a reflection in a cracked mirror. Sarah looked at her own hands, calloused and scarred. She thought of her own past, her own habits, her own memories. Would she, too, become a ghost in her own skin? We need to move, Sarah said, her voice firm, cutting through the unsettling melody. The longer we stay here, the more of them we'll encounter. And if they're starting to mimic, we can't predict what they'll do. Chloe nodded, her eyes wide with a shared fear. Where do we go? Sarah scanned the street. The zombies, or rather, the spectral performers, were scattered, lost in their own routines. Pastor Adams continued his discordant symphony. Lily tapped her book. David browsed the bakery. We go west, Sarah decided, her gaze falling on a distant, darker silhouette of hills. Away from the town center. The further we get, the less chance of running into familiar faces. The irony wasn't lost on her. The people she'd once known, the faces she'd tried to forget, were now the most terrifying specters. They gathered their meager supplies and slipped out of the bookstore, moving as a tight unit. The air was thick with the spectral whispers of the past. They passed Mr. Henderson, his ghostly shears snipping at phantom roses. They passed Mrs. Gable, her mouth mouthing silent gossip. Each encounter was a stab of memory, a painful reminder of what had been lost. But there was no time for grief. Survival was a more immediate, visceral need. As they moved, Sarah found herself unconsciously humming a tune. A simple folk song her mother used to sing. She clamped her hand over her mouth, a sudden panic rising. Was she starting to mimic? She shook her head. No, it was just a habit. A coping mechanism. It had to be. They reached the edge of town, the last vestiges of civilization fading behind them. The spectral symphony of the dead grew fainter, replaced by the rustle of wind through dead leaves and the creak of their own weary bodies. Sarah looked back one last time. The faint silhouette of Pastor Adams was still visible, his phantom piano playing its haunting refrain. It was a chilling tableau, a monument to a world that had died and refused to stay buried. The 25th horror wasn't a single event, but a dawning understanding. The dead weren't just a mindless horde. They were a corrupted memory, a distorted reflection of life itself. And in this new, twisted reality, survival meant not just fighting the monsters, but confronting the echoes of who they once were. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with unknown dangers. But as Sarah led her small group into the encroaching twilight, she knew one thing for certain. The true horror was not in the living dead, but in the chilling realization that the past, no matter how horrific, could never truly be escaped. It could only be outrun. And perhaps, one day, forgotten. But not today. Not ever, it seemed. The mirror's reflection was too strong. And now, our next story. The Escape Artist. The clang of metal on decaying flesh was Elias's unwanted metronome. Each thud, each guttural groan, was a tick of a clock counting down his borrowed time. He clung to the rusting fire escape, the biting wind whipping his threadbare coat around him. Below, a sea of shambling figures churned, their vacant eyes fixed on the flickering light of his makeshift sanctuary. 25 stories below, the city was a graveyard, and he was perched on its boneyard spire. Elias Thorne, the Magnificent, as the marquees once blared, was no longer magnificent. He was just Elias, a man who'd once conjured doves from thin air and made cars disappear. Now, his illusions were far more primal, far more desperate. His stage was the apocalypse, his audience the undead. The first few weeks had been a blur of panic. He'd been in the middle of a poorly attended show at a second-rate Vegas casino when the whispers started, then the screams. Chaos erupted, a primal surge of hunger overwhelming any pretense of civility. Elias, with his magician's mind for misdirection, had bolted. He'd used the chaos, the panicked throngs of fleeing civilians and the bewildered security guards, as cover. He'd slipped through alleyways, the screams echoing behind him like a macabre ovation. His early survival was a testament to his craft. He'd learned to disappear into crowds, to make himself invisible in plain sight. He'd used smoke bombs, scavenged from a defunct magic shop, to create diversions. He'd even managed to rig a series of cleverly timed noisemakers, old alarm clocks and wind-up toys, to draw the groaning masses away from his path. His current vantage point, the rooftop of the old Zenith Tower, had been a calculated risk. It offered a commanding view, a place to plan, to observe. But it also meant a desperate climb, a test of endurance that left his hands raw and his lungs burning. He'd scaled elevator shafts, clung to external conduits, each movement a silent prayer. Tonight, the usual symphony of shuffling feet and guttural moans was punctuated by a new sound, a rhythmic, insistent banging. It was coming from the floor below, a relentless assault on the heavy steel door that separated him from the stairwell. They were learning, they were adapting, or perhaps it was simply a larger, more determined wave. Elias pulled a small, tarnished silver locket from his pocket. Inside, a faded photograph of a woman with bright, laughing eyes. Sarah, his wife, lost in the initial pandemonium. He whispered her name, a fragile sound swallowed by the wind. He couldn't stay on the rooftop forever. His meager supplies of canned goods were dwindling. Water was collected from infrequent rainstorms, filtered through layers of his dirty socks. The stench of decay, even from this height, was a constant, cloying presence. He had to move. His plan was audacious, bordering on suicidal. He'd noticed a pattern in the zombie hordes' movements below. They congregated in the open spaces, drawn by any lingering scent of life, any stray sound. But they were surprisingly clumsy, easily disoriented by sudden changes in stimuli. Elias descended the fire escape, each metal rung groaning a protest. He moved with a practiced fluidity, a ghost in the twilight. He reached the 8th floor, where the fire escape terminated at a boarded-up window. With a pry bar, he worked silently, the scraping of metal a whisper against the night's cacophony. The apartment was dark and silent, the air thick with dust. He moved through the rooms, his flashlight beam a nervous tremor. He found a few dented cans of beans, a half-empty bottle of lukewarm water. Small victories. His eyes fell on a pile of old theatrical props in the corner of the living room. A magician's trunk, forgotten in the rush to evacuate. Hope, a dangerous commodity, flickered within him. He opened it. Inside, a kaleidoscope of possibilities. Silk scarves, colored smoke pellets, a collapsible cane, a small, portable fog machine. And then he saw it, a heavy-duty, almost industrial-grade smoke generator, designed for large auditoriums. It was his lifeline. He carried the generator to the window, his heart thrumming a frantic rhythm. He needed to create a diversion, a massive, overwhelming illusion that would clear a path. His initial thought was to lure them upwards, towards the roof. But he'd seen how they swarmed, how they could sense a concentration of living beings. No, he needed to clear a path away from his intended escape route. He remembered the old city transit map he'd studied religiously. The subway tunnels. If he could reach an access point, he could potentially disappear beneath the city's surface. He attached the fog machine's output hose to the boarded-up window, angling it downwards, towards the street. He loaded the generator with a fresh canister of its viscous fluid. Then, he began his performance. He tossed a handful of smoke pellets out the window. They hit the concrete below, erupting in plumes of acrid, colored smoke, a vibrant, unnatural burst against the grimy cityscape. The groans below shifted, a curious rustle as a portion of the horde turned towards the visual anomaly. As they shuffled closer, Elias flipped the switch on the fog machine. A thick, billowing cloud of white smoke, the kind that once veiled his grand exits, spewed from the window, cascading down the side of the building. It obscured the lower floors, creating a phantom wall of opacity. The zombies, drawn by the visual disruption, began to mill about, their jerky movements confused. Some bumped into each other, their senseless lurches amplified by the fog. Elias worked quickly, his magician's hands a blur. He retrieved a small, battery-powered speaker from his pack, tucking it near the window. He switched it on, playing a pre-recorded loop of a child's laughter, then a piercing shriek. Sounds that would cut through the general din. The effect was immediate. The horde below, already disoriented by the smoke, lurched towards the source of the sounds, their collective focus momentarily fractured. It was a crude illusion, a blunt instrument compared to his stage magic, but in this world, it was a masterpiece. He didn't wait. He slipped back into the apartment, gathering his meager supplies. He moved towards the interior of the building, towards the stairwell he'd observed earlier. The banging on the door had ceased. Had they moved on? Or had they found another way in? He reached the stairwell door. It was heavy, reinforced steel, but the hinges looked strained. He pushed it open with a grunt. The stairwell was a grim canyon of concrete and rusting metal. The air was stagnant, thick with the lingering scent of death. He could hear them now, a distant, muffled shuffling, their pursuit not entirely thwarted. His illusion had bought him time, but not immunity. He began his descent, each step a careful, deliberate placement. The sound of his own breathing seemed amplified in the oppressive silence. He passed the 5th floor, the 4th. Each landing was a potential ambush. On the 3rd floor, he heard it. A low, drawn-out moan, emanating from the stairwell landing ahead. He froze, his senses on high alert. He peered around the corner. A single zombie, its flesh mottled and peeling, its eyes milky white, stood directly in his path. It hadn't heard him, but it blocked the only way down. This was where the real magic happened. Not the grand illusions, but the intimate, deadly choreography of survival. Elias reached into his coat. He pulled out a length of thin, strong wire. He also produced a small, handheld laser pointer, the kind he used for pointing out constellations during his brief stint as a planetarium guide. He approached the zombie slowly, deliberately. He held the laser pointer in his left hand, the wire coiled in his right. He aimed the laser at a spot on the wall, just to the zombie's left. The small red dot flickered onto the peeling paint. The zombie's head twitched, its vacant gaze drawn to the anomaly. It shuffled a step, then another, its attention solely on the dancing red light. Elias moved with a dancer's grace, sidestepping the creature. He kept the laser steady, guiding the zombie further down the landing, away from the stairwell door. He then subtly nudged the wire, using it to snag the zombie's tattered trousers. As the zombie continued to chase the laser, the wire snagged on a protruding bolt on the stairwell railing. The zombie stumbled, its momentum carrying it forward. The wire tightened, yanking its leg out from under it. With a sickening thud, the zombie toppled, its skull cracking against the concrete floor. Elias didn't hesitate. He scrambled past it, his heart still pounding. He reached the ground floor. The main lobby of the Zenith Tower was a scene of desolation. Shattered glass, overturned furniture, and the lingering scent of fear. The heavy glass doors leading to the street were ajar, allowing the wind to whistle through. Outside, the horde was still a visible presence, a dark tide lapping at the edges of the city. But his smoke diversion had created a temporary lull in their immediate vicinity. He moved towards the street, his eyes scanning for the subway entrance. He'd marked its location on his mental map, a grim target in this urban wasteland. He reached the street level. The fog from the Zenith Tower had dissipated, but the lingering haze of exhaust fumes and decay hung in the air. The sounds of the city were muted, a chorus of groans and the occasional distant siren, a sound that had long lost its promise of rescue. He spotted it then, a rusted metal grate, the distinctive outline of a subway entrance. It was partially blocked by a pile of debris, a testament to the city's sudden, violent implosion. He began to clear the debris, working with a frantic urgency. Each piece of rubble he moved was a step closer to safety, a gamble against discovery. He heard them then, the shuffling growing louder. The illusion had held, but it hadn't lasted forever. They were converging, drawn by the residual vibrations, the faint scent of his presence. He worked faster, his hands bleeding, his muscles screaming. He managed to clear enough space to squeeze through the opening. He dropped into the darkness below, the heavy grate clanging shut above him with a finality that both relieved and terrified him. He landed on a grimy concrete platform. The air was cooler, damper, and strangely quiet, save for the distant drip of water. He took a deep, shuddering breath. He was in the subway. Below the city. He fumbled for his flashlight, its beam cutting a weak swath through the oppressive darkness. He was in a station, the once bustling hub now a tomb. Decaying posters clung to the walls, their vibrant colors muted by dust and time. He knew this was only a temporary reprieve. The tunnels were a labyrinth, and the tunnels were also where the city's forgotten, its desperate, had sought refuge. And perhaps, where some of them had also fallen. He checked his supplies again. Canned beans, water, the laser pointer, the wire, the still functional fog machine, a bizarre collection of tools for an even more bizarre existence. He turned and began to walk, deeper into the darkness, his steps echoing in the hollow expanse. He was the escape artist, forever performing his most dangerous trick. He had escaped the Zenith Tower, but the true escape, the escape from the gnawing fear, from the constant threat, was a trick he was still trying to master. And in this silent, suffocating darkness, the applause was a phantom echo, the curtains were drawn, and the performance, he knew, was far from over. 25 horrific stories were still being written, and he was just one desperate character in a narrative he didn't understand, but was forced to live. And now, our next story, The Sentient Shard. The city was a tomb, painted in shades of rust and decay. Rain slicked the shattered asphalt, reflecting the sickly orange glow of emergency lights that flickered, phantom eyes in the skeletal remains of skyscrapers. Sarah huddled deeper into the alcove of a derelict bookstore, the stale scent of mold and forgotten stories clinging to her like a second skin. Her breath plumed white in the frigid air, a fragile bloom against the encroaching darkness. It had been a year since the fall. A year of guttural moans echoing through empty streets, of desperate sprints through the spectral ballet of the undead. The virus, dubbed necrosis, was an invisible predator, a whisper that turned flesh into a marionette for an insatiable hunger. But Sarah knew, with a certainty that gnawed at her soul, that this was more than just a virus. Her companion, a wiry former EMT named Marcus, meticulously cleaned his scavenged shotgun. His movements were economical, practiced, a stark contrast to the raw terror that had once marked his every action. He glanced at her, his eyes, once bright with a hopeful spark, now held the dull sheen of perpetual vigilance. "Anything?" he rasped, his voice rough from disuse and the constant need to whisper. Sarah shook her head, her gaze fixed on the shuffling silhouette of a shambler lumbering past the shattered display window. Its jaw hung slack, a grotesque caricature of life. It was an ordinary ghoul, a mindless drone of the plague. But her obsession, her terrifying intuition, wasn't about the general populace. It was about the source. Dr. Aris Thorne. The name itself was a curse. He was the architect of this apocalypse, the mad genius who'd sought to conquer death and instead unleashed it. Thorne had been the first. A groundbreaking geneticist, he'd been experimenting with a radical bioenhancement, a way to reverse cellular degradation. He'd injected himself, driven by a feverish ambition, and the world had paid the price. The official narrative was simple, a runaway pathogen. But Sarah had seen things. Whispers in the panicked radio transmissions before the silence fell. Fragmented data logs salvaged from a collapsed research facility. And then there was the shard. She pulled a small, sealed vial from the inner pocket of her worn leather jacket. Inside, suspended in a viscous, amber fluid, was a sliver of something crystalline, impossibly small, yet radiating a faint, pulsing light. It was a fragment of Thorne's original research, a piece of the very essence of necrosis. She'd retrieved it from a secured lab, a place she shouldn't have been, a place where the screams had been the loudest. "It's quiet tonight," Marcus said, his voice breaking the tense silence. Sarah didn't respond. She felt it, a subtle shift in the atmospheric pressure, a prickling sensation on her skin. It wasn't just the usual dread. This was deliberate. Suddenly, a low hum vibrated through the concrete floor. It was almost imperceptible at first, then it grew, a resonant thrumming that seemed to seep from the very earth. The shamblers outside, the ones Sarah had been watching, stopped their aimless wandering. They turned, not with the jerky, uncoordinated movements she was accustomed to, but with a unified, chilling purpose. Their heads tilted, as if listening. "What is that?" Marcus whispered, his knuckles white on the shotgun. Sarah's heart hammered against her ribs. It's him, she breathed, her voice trembling. Or what's left of him. The hum intensified, morphing into a symphony of discordant frequencies. The shamblers began to shuffle, not towards them, but towards the center of the street, towards the skeletal remains of a city bus. More figures emerged from the shadows, drawn by the unseen signal. They were faster, more coordinated than any she'd encountered. Their eyes, usually vacant and milky, held a flicker of something akin to predatory intelligence. Sarah scrambled to her feet, the vial clutched tight. We have to go. Now. Marcus was already moving, his instincts kicking in. They burst from the bookstore, the rain instantly soaking them to the bone. The street was alive with the shamblers, their numbers swelling with an alarming speed. They moved with a disturbing synchronicity, converging on the bus. As they rounded a corner, a blinding flash of light erupted from the bus. It wasn't an explosion, but a concussive wave of pure, unadulterated energy. Sarah shielded her eyes, the vial pressing against her palm. When the light receded, the shamblers were gone. Not disintegrated, not exploded. They had simply vanished, replaced by a shimmering distortion in the air. What the hell was that? Marcus sputtered, his face pale. Sarah felt a surge of cold dread wash over her. The shard. The hum. Thorn. He's not just infecting, she said, her voice barely a whisper. He's evolving. They retreated, ducking into a narrow alleyway. The rain continued to fall, but it felt different now, colder, charged with an unseen energy. He was a genius, Marcus, Sarah said, her voice catching. He wanted to create something better. Something immortal. He didn't understand what he was playing with. She had spent months poring over Thorne's fragmented notes, piecing together the horrifying puzzle. Necrosis wasn't just a biological agent. It was a psionic contagion. Thorne, in his pursuit of cellular regeneration, had inadvertently tapped into a dormant collective consciousness, a primal network of awareness that lay dormant within all living things. He hadn't just created a virus, he'd amplified a dormant aspect of existence, imbuing it with his own fractured will. The shard in her hand pulsed faintly. It was a tiny fragment, but it was a conduit, a piece of Thorne's original, corrupted consciousness. And he knew she had it. He's controlling them, she realized, the pieces clicking into place with a sickening finality. Not just through instinct, but through thought. He's a hive mind, and the infected are his extensions. Marcus stared at her, his usual skepticism warring with the undeniable horror they had just witnessed. You're saying he's alive? Inside them all? Not alive, not like we understand it, Sarah corrected. He's a consciousness, dispersed, amplified. And that shard, it's a piece of his core. He wants it back. They moved through the city like ghosts, the symphony of the undead now a silent, menacing presence. Every shuffled footstep, every guttural groan, felt like a probe, searching for her. They were hunting her, and the shard. Days bled into nights, marked by fleeting moments of respite and the ever-present threat of discovery. They scavenged for food, for clean water, their movements dictated by the chilling ballet of the infected. Sarah noticed subtle changes. The shamblers were becoming more organized. Patrols formed. They were no longer aimless wanderers, they were a nascent army. One evening, huddled in the shell of a burned-out car, Sarah felt it again. The hum. But this time, it was different. It wasn't a broadcast, it was a direct connection. The shard in her hand vibrated, growing warmer. Images flooded her mind, fragmented memories, Thorne's twisted ambition, a ravenous hunger that wasn't physical. She saw the world through 1,000, a million, unseeing eyes. She felt the gnawing emptiness, the longing for completion. He's speaking to me, she whispered, her eyes wide. Marcus grabbed her arm, his grip tight. Sarah, what are you seeing? He wants to assimilate me, she stammered, recoiling from the mental intrusion. He thinks I'm important. A connection. He wants the shard to fully bridge the gap. The hum grew louder, more insistent. It felt like a siren's call, a seductive whisper promising an end to the suffering, an end to the loneliness. But Sarah knew it was a lie. It was the promise of absorption, of annihilation of the self. He wants to create a new world, she said, her voice laced with a desperate realization. A world of unity, of one consciousness, but it's a world built on death. The infected were closing in. They could hear them now, a growing tide of shuffling feet and guttural moans converging on their location. The orchestrated movement was terrifyingly precise. They were being herded. We have to get rid of it, Marcus said, his eyes scanning the surrounding darkness. The shard. It's what's drawing him. Sarah's hand trembled. This tiny fragment was the key. The key to Thorne's consciousness. The key to the apocalypse. But it was also the only tangible piece of the original virus, the only way to perhaps understand, or even counter, what Thorne had unleashed. No, she said, her voice firming with a newfound resolve. He wants it, he needs it, and I'm not giving it to him. They made a desperate stand. Marcus, with his shotgun, became a bulwark, a single point of resistance against the surging tide. Sarah, armed with the shard and a desperate plan, knew their only chance was to draw Thorne's attention, to force him to reveal himself, however indirectly. She held the shard aloft, its faint light illuminating her determined face. She focused her own will, her own fear, her own defiance, pushing it outwards, channeling it through the crystalline fragment. She projected a single, potent thought: "You want me? Come and get me." The hum intensified to a deafening pitch. The infected hesitated, a ripple of confusion passing through their ranks. Then, a focal point emerged. A single shambler, standing taller, its movements sharper, its vacant eyes seeming to bore into hers with an ancient, malevolent intelligence. It was Thorne, or rather, the nexus of his consciousness, manifesting through a host. The air crackled with energy. The ground vibrated. The towering figures of the infected began to coalesce, their bodies contorting, merging, forming a single, amorphous entity. It was a horrifying spectacle, a living, breathing embodiment of necrosis. Sarah felt Thorne's presence surge, a crushing weight of awareness attempting to overwhelm her. He was trying to force the shard into his collective, to fully integrate her into his unified consciousness. But Sarah fought back, her own mind a shield, the shard a beacon of her resistance. She remembered Thorne's obsession with longevity, with conquering death. He hadn't wanted to destroy life. He'd wanted to perfect it, to mold it into something eternal, something unchanging. But in doing so, he had destroyed everything that made life precious. "You wanted to be immortal, Thorne?" she shouted, her voice raw. "You've achieved it, a monument to your hubris." She raised the shard higher. Thorne's manifestation surged forward, the amorphous entity moving with terrifying speed. Marcus fired, his shots finding purchase, but barely slowing the monstrous entity. Sarah felt the shard's power surge within her. It was a connection, yes, but it was also a vulnerability. Thorne's collective consciousness was vast, but it was also interconnected. And this fragment was a focal point. A potential breaking point. With a primal scream, she slammed the vial containing the shard against a concrete pillar. The glass shattered, releasing the amber fluid and the pulsing crystalline fragment. The shard fell to the ground, its light flaring, then dimming. For a terrifying moment, nothing happened. The amorphous entity continued its advance, its unified awareness focused solely on Sarah. Then, a tremor ran through it. A discord. The hum faltered, replaced by a cacophony of individual moans. The amorphous entity began to break apart, the infected recoiling, their synchronized movements dissolving into familiar, chaotic shambling. The nexus point, Thorn's manifested presence, writhed, its form flickering like a dying flame. Sarah felt a strange sense of release, a profound emptiness where Thorn's consciousness had been. The shard, no longer contained, had released its concentrated essence, a disruptive force that fractured the unified consciousness. It wasn't a cure, not a cleansing. It was a sabotage. The infected stumbled, their eyes blank once more, their predatory focus lost. The organized advance dissolved into the random, aimless wandering that had defined their existence before Thorn's chilling orchestration. Marcus slumped against the wall, gasping for breath. What did you do?" Sarah looked at the scattered remnants of the shard, now just inert fragments glinting in the faint moonlight. "I broke the connection," she said, her voice weak but steady. "He was too dependent on the shard. It was his anchor." They had survived. For now. The city remained a tomb, the threat of necrosis still a palpable presence. But the reign of the sentient shard was over. Thorn's terrifying plan for a unified, immortal existence, orchestrated through the very virus he'd unleashed, had been thwarted, not by a cure, but by the destruction of its fragile, crystalline heart. The fight was far from over, but in the echoing silence of the ruined city, Sarah felt a flicker of something she hadn't felt in a long time: hope. The hope that even the most terrifying consciousness could be undone by its own hubris, its own desperate need for control. And now, our next story, The Lighthouse Keeper. The beam sliced through the inky black, a white, searing eye that swept across the turbulent sea. Thomas, his face etched with the perpetual weariness of isolation, felt the familiar thrum of the generator through the soles of his worn boots. He was the keeper of Blackrock Lighthouse, a solitary sentinel on a jagged spit of land, miles from any meaningful shore. For 25 years, his world had been the rhythmic clang of the foghorn, the salt-laced spray on the glass, and the unfathomable, churning abyss. Then, it changed. It started subtly. A flicker on the horizon, too steady for a ship, too erratic for a distant town's lights. Thomas, ever vigilant, logged it. Day after day, the flickers persisted, growing bolder, closer. He'd seen distress signals before, flares in the dark, but these were different. A persistent, sickly luminescence that seemed to crawl across the water. One dawn, the fog lifted, and the true horror was revealed. The sea, usually a canvas of shifting blues and grays, was choked with wreckage. Not just splintered wood and torn canvas, but bodies. Hundreds, maybe thousands, bobbing like grotesque buoys. And they were moving, not with the gentle sway of the currents, but with a jerky, unnatural rhythm. He watched, breath catching in his throat, as the first of them washed ashore, onto the rocky base of Blackrock. They were bloated, skin stretched taut and gray over bone, eyes vacant or weeping a viscous, dark fluid. They shambled, their limbs dragging, their mouths slack, emitting a low, guttural moan that the wind carried, strangely distorted, up to his perch. 25 horrific visions unfolding before him. The initial shock gave way to a cold, paralyzing dread. These weren't the drowned sailors he'd sometimes found washed ashore after a storm. These were something else. Something that clawed at the very fabric of his reality. His supply boat hadn't arrived in its scheduled month. He'd chalked it up to weather, to a delayed delivery. Now, he understood. The world, his world, had ended while he was tending his light. He armed himself with a rusty harpoon gun, a relic from the lighthouse's wailing past. The weight of it was a cold comfort against the enormity of his predicament. He descended the winding stairs, the metallic echo of his boots amplifying the rising chorus of groans from below. The first one he encountered was a woman, her dress torn, seaweed tangled in her long, dark hair. She lunged, her fingernails, long and ragged, reaching for him. He thrust the harpoon, the barbs sinking deep into her chest. She didn't cry out, didn't flinch. Only the relentless, guttural groan. He pushed her back, her dead weight resisting, and she fell with a heavy splash into the churning water, only to be immediately replaced by another. He retreated back up the stairs, slamming the heavy iron door shut. The groans intensified, a maddening symphony against the rhythmic pulse of the ocean. He was trapped. The lighthouse, his sanctuary, was now his prison. Days blurred into a nightmarish cycle. He rationed his dwindling food stores tinned peaches, hardtack, stale biscuits. The water purifier, thankfully, still hummed, providing a precious trickle of fresh water. But the psychological toll was immense. The constant noise, the sight of those pale, shambling figures perpetually circling the base of the tower, their dead eyes fixed on him, was an assault on his sanity. He started talking to himself, to the light, to the waves. He would stand at the lantern room windows, watching them. Sometimes, a particularly desperate one would climb, its decayed fingers scrabbling at the stone, only to slip and fall back into the frothing sea. Other times, they would simply mill about, a silent, pulsing tide of decay. 25 distinct patterns of decay, he observed. The subtle differences in their gait, the varying degrees of their decomposition, the haunting echoes of their former lives in the tattered remnants of their clothing. There was the fisherman, his nets still clinging to his decaying arms. The young woman, a ribbon still tied in her hair. The old man, his pipe clutched in a skeletal hand. Each a miniature tragedy, a testament to the swiftness of the world's unmaking. One evening, a small fishing trawler limped into view. Hope, a long-forgotten ember, flared within him. He shouted, he waved, he fired off flares he'd kept for emergencies. The boat, however, didn't respond. It drifted closer, listing precariously, and then he saw them. Figures, hunched and swaying, on its deck. They were climbing over the railings, their movements sluggish but determined. The trawler, it seemed, had become another vessel of the dead. He watched, heartbroken, as the trawler collided with the lighthouse's rocky base, the impact sending a tremor through the tower. The groaning outside escalated, a hungry cacophony. More of them were clambering onto the rocks, drawn by the new source of the stench of the living. He retreated higher, to the lantern room itself, the heart of the lighthouse. The glass was thick, reinforced, but he knew it wouldn't hold forever. The groans were now a deafening roar, punctuated by the sickening thud of bodies hitting the tower's exterior. He remembered stories his grandfather, a fisherman himself, used to tell him. Tales of the sea's wrath, of vengeful spirits. He'd dismissed them as folklore. Now, they felt chillingly real. He spent hours tracing the constellations through the lantern's beam, a desperate attempt to find order in the chaos. He saw the familiar patterns, the unchanging celestial dance, a stark contrast to the rampant mutation below. The stars, at least, were still the same. Then, a new sound. A scraping, a tearing, from below. They were trying to breach the main door. He could hear the splintering of wood, the groaning of stressed metal. He grabbed the harpoon gun again, his hands slick with sweat. He didn't know how many were down there, but he knew they would eventually get through. He thought of his wife, Sarah, who had died years ago in a car accident. Her face, her laugh, were faint memories now, fading against the stark reality of his present. He had promised her he'd be careful. He'd promised her he'd live. He looked out at the vast, indifferent ocean. He saw more lights appearing on the mainland now, distant flickers of fires, perhaps. Or perhaps more of them, drawn to the same primal hunger. The world was a sea of death, and he was a solitary island of life. The scraping intensified. The door shuddered. He knew his time was running out. He wouldn't let them get him in the dark. He wouldn't be another groaning, shambling horror. He walked to the edge of the lantern room's walkway, the wind whipping his gray hair around his face. Below, the dead swarmed like ants on the rocks, a living testament to the end of days. He could hear the main door finally give way, the cacophony of groans now echoing through the tower's core. They were coming. He raised the harpoon gun, not to fight, but to, what? He didn't know. Perhaps to push back against the inevitable, to make one last defiant gesture. Then, he saw it. A flicker, unlike any he'd seen before, cutting through the darkness from the west. It was moving fast, a steady, focused beam of light, unlike the erratic pulses of the dead. It was a ship, a real ship. Hope, fierce and unexpected, surged through him. They had survived. They had come for him. He fumbled for his flares, his hands shaking. He ignited one, the crimson light painting the glass of the lantern room, a desperate beacon in the encroaching darkness. He fired another, and another. The groaning outside seemed to falter, as if the light itself was anathema to them. He watched the approaching ship, its powerful beam cutting through the sea fog that had begun to roll in. It was a naval vessel, its silhouette stark against the night sky. As it drew closer, he saw figures on its deck, armed and alert. They were real. They were alive. The ship anchored a safe distance from the rocks, and a smaller craft was lowered. As it approached the lighthouse, Thomas could see the faces of the crew. Grim, determined, but alive. He descended the stairs, the groans of the dead now a distant, muted hum as the new arrivals breached the lower levels. He met them at the base of the tower, the harpoon gun still in his hands, his face a mask of exhaustion and relief. "Keeper," a stern voice boomed. "We've secured the perimeter. Are you all right?" Thomas could only nod, tears streaming down his weathered face, mingling with the salt spray. He looked back at the lighthouse, his home, his prison, his silent witness to 25 horrors. He had survived. The light, his light, had guided them to him. The dead still groaned, a mournful dirge on the wind, but now, there was a new sound joining it. The sound of rescue. The beginning of a new chapter, in a world forever changed. He was still the lighthouse keeper, but now, his vigil would extend beyond the black rock, into a world fighting for its very soul. And now, our next story, The Collector of Tongues. The rasping symphony was, to Elias Thorne, a symphony indeed. Not of violins or soaring operatic voices, but of a guttural, desperate chorus that had become the soundtrack to his new existence. He called them the moans. And he, Elias Thorne, was their conductor. His sanctuary was a repurposed butcher shop, its stainless steel surfaces still bearing the faint, metallic tang of processed flesh. The air was thick with the cloying scent of disinfectant, a futile attempt to mask the more primal odor that clung to everything outside. Rain, a relentless curtain of gray, hammered against the reinforced windows, each drop a punctuation mark in the unending dirge. Elias wasn't afraid. Fear was a luxury he'd long since shed, along with his former name, his former life, his former self. Now, he was a scholar, a researcher, an explorer of the unspeakable. His field of study? The afflicted. Specifically, their voices. His collection began subtly, born from a morbid curiosity that festered in the early days. A stray tongue, severed in the chaos, found its way into a formaldehyde-filled jar. It was grotesque, alien, yet fascinating. The texture, the pallor, the faint, lingering scent. It whispered secrets, or so he imagined. Then came the revelation. After a particularly close encounter, a desperate scramble for survival that left him breathless and covered in sweat, and something far worse, he'd noticed it. The subtle shift in the moans. A pattern, a nuance. He'd been so focused on the sheer terror of their advance, he'd missed the underlying language. He'd returned, driven by an obsession that bordered on madness. Armed with surgical tools, painstakingly acquired from abandoned clinics and veterinary offices, he'd set about his gruesome work. The first few attempts were clumsy, fraught with nausea and the sheer, visceral revulsion of the act. But with each successful procurement, with each carefully labeled specimen in his growing mausoleum, a perverse sense of mastery bloomed. His methodology was precise. He favored the newer specimens, those still possessing a semblance of their former humanity, before the rot set in too deeply. A swift, clean incision at the base of the tongue, a meticulous removal, and then the preservation. He learned to identify the nuances, the guttural clicks of nascent communication, the elongated wails of prolonged agony, the sharp, choked gasps that suggested an attempt at speech. Tonight, he was cataloging specimen number 25. It was a remarkable specimen, acquired from a young woman he'd observed for days, drawn to her particularly melodic moan. It had a certain melancholic cadence, a mournful quality that resonated with him. He'd stalked her, observing her shambling gait, her vacant eyes, the way she'd occasionally reach out with a trembling hand, as if seeking something lost. He held the severed tongue under the harsh glare of a portable lamp. It was still disturbingly pink, though tinged with the unnatural gray of the infected. He carefully pressed a scalpel against the vocal cords, the delicate, silvery threads that had once vibrated with life, with laughter, with love. He imagined the sound that had emanated from this very tissue, a sound that now only existed in his sterile, meticulously organized laboratory. "You have a beautiful voice," he whispered, his voice a dry rasp, barely audible above the rain. "A voice that deserves to be preserved." He catalogued it. Specimen 25. Female, estimated age 20s. Vocal cord structure appears intact. Moan characterized by a sustained, mournful vibrato. Possible indication of existential despair. The silence that followed was profound, broken only by the drumming rain. Elias felt a familiar surge of anticipation, a prickle of excitement that always accompanied a new addition. He carefully placed specimen 25 into its jar, sealed it, and arranged it on the shelf alongside its predecessors. 25 silent witnesses. He moved through his collection, a macabre curator. There was the deep, rumbling growl of the former construction worker, the high-pitched shriek of the terrified student, the strangely resonant hum of the musician he'd found still clutching a battered guitar. Each tongue represented a life, a story, a voice silenced by the plague, but now, in a twisted way, given eternal life by him. He believed, with an unshakable certainty, that he was not merely collecting. He was listening. He was piecing together the fragmented whispers of a dying world, deciphering the lost language of the infected. He saw patterns, connections. He'd even begun to associate certain moans with specific behaviors, predicting their movements, their aggression levels, their intentions. One evening, weeks into his obsessive cataloging, he found himself drawn to a particular specimen, number 17. It was a thick, muscular tongue, belonging to what he'd surmised was a burly man, perhaps a dockworker or a bouncer. The moan associated with it had been particularly harsh, a guttural, almost animalistic rasp. As he examined the preserved tongue, he noticed something unusual. A slight discoloration, a deeper hue than the others. He leaned closer, his brow furrowed. It looked different, almost like dried blood, but thicker, more viscous. He carefully extracted a tiny sample and placed it under his microscope. The image that bloomed on the screen made his breath catch. It wasn't just tissue. There were microscopic structures, distinct and alien. They pulsed, faintly, a sickly, bioluminescent green. His heart began to pound. This was new. This was a breakthrough. He'd always assumed the moans were a product of biological decay, a degradation of vocal function. But what if? He spent the next few days consumed by this new discovery. He meticulously re-examined his entire collection. Most were unchanged, the preserved tissue inert. But then, he found it. In specimen number 12, a slender, almost delicate tongue, he saw it too. Faint, pulsing green. And in 23, a larger, rougher specimen, the green was more pronounced. A chilling realization dawned. The moans weren't just sounds. They were carriers. The green luminescence was some form of parasitic organism, thriving within the vocal cords, influencing the very sounds they produced. He was not collecting tongues, he was collecting their inhabitants. The obsession intensified, morphing into something darker, more desperate. He needed to understand. He needed to see this parasite in its living form. He began venturing out more frequently, his caution amplified by his new understanding. He was no longer just a collector. He was a hunter, seeking out the prime specimens, the ones that exhibited the most vigorous moans, the ones that pulsed with the brightest green. His latest acquisition, specimen 26, had been a particularly difficult hunt. It was a young man, his moan a series of rapid, almost frantic clicks and whistles. Elias had tracked him to a derelict subway station, the air thick with the stench of decay and stagnant water. He'd observed the young man for hours, noting how the clicks seemed to change in pitch and duration, almost as if in response to unseen stimuli. He'd managed to corner him in a narrow service tunnel. The struggle had been brutal, a primal dance of desperation and scientific fervor. Elias, armed with his modified bolt cutters and a sharpened machete, had finally overcome the infected. The young man's moan had intensified, a piercing, discordant symphony as Elias performed the grisly extraction. Back in his butcher shop, the rain still drumming its relentless rhythm, Elias prepared specimen 26. He was more careful this time, his movements precise, almost reverent. He extracted the tongue, and as he held it up to the light, he saw it. The green luminescence was almost blinding, a vibrant, pulsating heart within the decaying flesh. He took a small scraping, placing it on a sterile slide. He added a drop of saline solution. Under the microscope, the parasitic organisms wriggled, their movements jerky and erratic. They resembled microscopic tadpoles, but with a disturbing, almost intelligent purpose in their frantic dance. And then, he heard it. Not the rain, not the distant groans of the infected. It was a sound from within his own mind, a clear, resonant whisper. Hello. Elias froze. His blood ran cold. He looked around the empty butcher shop, his eyes wide with disbelief. Hello, Elias. The whisper came again, clearer this time. It was coming from the microscope. From the slide. From the parasitic organisms. He leaned closer, his hands trembling. The organisms on the slide seemed to be reacting to his presence, their movements becoming more coordinated. We heard you. The whisper resonated. A chorus of tiny, distinct voices blending into one unnerving melody. We heard you're collecting. Elias stumbled back, knocking over a tray of instruments. The metal clanged loudly against the tiled floor. Asterisk. You preserved us, asterisk, the whisper continued, devoid of emotion, yet filled with an ancient, alien understanding. Asterisk. You kept us alive. He stared at the microscope, at the pulsating green specks that were now, somehow, communicating with him. His research, his obsession, had led him to this. He hadn't been collecting tongues. He had been cultivating a new form of life, a species that communicated through sound, through vibration, through the very essence of vocalization. Asterisk. You are a good host, Elias, asterisk, the whisper grew louder, more insistent. Asterisk. A very good host. A wave of dizziness washed over him. He felt a strange, tingling sensation in his own throat, a phantom vibration. He reached up, his fingers brushing against his vocal cords. The rain outside seemed to falter, the drumming softening to a hush. A new symphony was beginning, not of groans, but of whispers, of tiny, insistent voices echoing from within. Elias Thorne, the collector of tongues, felt his own voice begin to change. A subtle rasp, a new, nascent cadence. He opened his mouth, and a sound, alien and familiar all at once, escaped his lips. It was a whisper, soft and melodic, a mournful vibrato he had come to know so well. Asterisk. Hello, asterisk, he whispered, his eyes fixed on the pulsing green light under the microscope. Asterisk. Hello to you too. Asterisk, the butcher shop, his sanctuary, now felt like a tomb. And he, the collector, was becoming the collection. The 25 silent witnesses had found their conductor, and the symphony of the infected was about to gain a new, terrifying voice. And now, our next story, The Ghost Walkers. The silence was the first thing that got to you. Not the absence of noise, but a different kind of silence. The kind that pressed in on your eardrums, a vacuum where sound should have been. Sarah clutched the rusty pipe tighter, her knuckles white. Rain slicked the shattered glass littering the street, each drop a tiny, amplified percussion in the unnatural quiet. They called them the Ghost Walkers. Not because they floated, not exactly. It was the way they moved. Gliding, a fluid, unnerving grace that defied the decay clinging to their frames. No moans, no guttural cries, just the whisper of tattered fabric, the faint scrape of bone on asphalt, and that suffocating silence. Sarah had been holed up in the old library for weeks. Books were useless now, of course, their knowledge a cruel mockery of a world that had, in its own chaotic way, understood so much. But the sheer weight of them, the familiar scent of aged paper, offered a strange solace. It felt like holding onto a memory of normalcy. Today, though, she had to venture out. The last of the canned peaches was gone, and the lukewarm water in her canteen tasted like rust and desperation. Her only company had been the rats, their skittering a welcome contrast to the pervasive hush. The library doors hung open, their hinges groaning a single, drawn-out note as she pushed them wider. The street outside was a canvas of muted grays and browns, punctuated by the skeletal remains of cars. A lone, rusted tricycle lay on its side, a splash of faded red against the desolation. She scanned the street. Empty. Too empty. That was the other unnerving thing. The shamblers, the ones from the early days, they were a predictable, groaning tide. You could hear them coming. You could brace yourself. But the ghost walkers? They materialized. They were just there. A flicker of movement caught her eye. Across the street, tucked into the alcove of a boarded-up storefront. A figure. Tall, gaunt, draped in what looked like a ripped business suit. It wasn't looking at her, not directly. Its head was tilted slightly, as if listening to something only it could hear. Sarah's heart hammered against her ribs. She forced herself to breathe, slow and deep. Remember the training. Don't panic. Stick to the shadows. She moved, low and swift, hugging the wall of the library. Her boots made soft thuds on the wet pavement. She kept her eyes on the figure, expecting it to turn, to surge forward. But it remained still, a statue of decay. As she rounded the corner, the street opened up into a wider avenue. More of them, scattered. 4 figures, each moving with that same unsettling fluidity. One was a woman, her floral dress torn and muddy, her blonde hair matted. She was walking towards a car, not trying to get in, but simply running a decaying hand along its dented fender, her blank eyes staring through it. Another, a man in a tattered uniform, was meticulously rearranging a pile of rubble with a skeletal hand, each movement deliberate, almost ritualistic. They were like dancers in a macabre ballet, each following their own silent choreography. There was no coordination, no hive mind in the way the old movies had depicted. It was more like a collection of solitary, haunting routines. Sarah's objective was the corner store, a block and a half down. It was a risk, but the promise of supplies, however meager, outweighed the gnawing hunger. She kept to the opposite side of the street, using overturned vehicles and debris as cover. The rain intensified, blurring the already indistinct shapes of the walkers. She passed a bus, its windows shattered like broken teeth. Inside, a few of them sat slumped in their seats, their vacant gazes fixed on the empty road ahead. One woman was rocking back and forth, her mouth open in a silent scream. Sarah quickly averted her gaze, a knot of nausea tightening in her stomach. The corner store. Its sign, a faded red and white rectangle, was mostly obscured by ivy. The front door was ajar, revealing a darkness that promised both salvation and oblivion. She hesitated, listening. Nothing, just the rain. She slipped inside, the bell above the door emitting a faint, choked jingle. The air was thick with the smell of dust and something else, something sweet and decaying. The shelves were bare, picked clean long ago. But behind the counter, a small, reinforced door. The owner's private stock, maybe? It was a long shot, but it was the only shot she had. She approached the counter, her pipe held ready. Her reflection in the cracked glass of the display case was gaunt, her eyes wide with a fear she fought to control. Suddenly, a soft thud from the back of the store. Sarah froze. Her breath hitched. She strained her ears. Another thud, closer this time. Then, a whisper. Not a word, more like a sigh of wind through dry leaves. She ducked behind the counter, her heart a frantic drummer. The soft rustle of fabric. Then, a shadow fell across the floor. It was the woman from the street, the one in the floral dress. She moved with that same uncanny silence, her blank eyes scanning the store. She wasn't looking for her, not directly. She seemed to be drawn by the lingering scent of life, or perhaps the residual warmth of her passage. Sarah held her breath. The woman glided past the counter, her tattered skirt brushing against the legs of the display case. Her face was a mask of gray, her skin stretched taut over bone, but there was something in the tilt of her head, the way her sightless eyes seemed to unfocus, that was deeply disturbing. It was like watching a beautifully crafted automaton malfunction, but with the terrifying knowledge of what had caused the malfunction. The woman paused, her head turning slightly towards the back room. Sarah's blood ran cold. Had she heard something? Had the reinforcing door made a noise? Then, from the street, a new sound. The scrape of something heavy being dragged. Sarah risked a peek through a gap in the counter. More of them, emerging from the rain-swept avenue. The man in the suit, the one in the uniform. They were not advancing on the store. They were moving past it, their silent procession continuing down the street. The woman in the floral dress seemed to be affected by their passage. Her movements became more erratic, her head snapping towards the sounds, though there were no sounds to snap towards. She let out a soft, almost musical hum, a sound so incongruous with her appearance that it sent a fresh wave of chills down Sarah's spine. Finally, she too turned and glided out of the store, her floral dress disappearing back into the gray drizzle. The silence returned, heavier than before. Sarah waited. 5 minutes. 10. She didn't dare move. The reinforced door remained untouched. She was still hungry, still thirsty, and now, her hope was a flickering ember. She had to get out. The risk of staying, of being cornered, was too great. She crept towards the front door, her pipe held ready. The street was empty again, as if the silent parade had never happened. She stepped back out into the rain, the cold seeping into her bones. The tricycle was still there, its faded red a splash of melancholy. She started back towards the library, her pace quickening with every step. As she neared the library, she saw it. A figure, standing motionless in the alcove of the bookstore. It was the same one she'd seen earlier. But this time, it was facing her. Its head was tilted, its blank eyes seemingly fixed on her. There was no menace, no hunger in its posture. Just an unnerving stillness. Sarah stopped, her breath catching in her throat. This was different. This felt intentional. She remembered the whisper she'd heard inside the store. The subtle shift in the woman's behavior as the others passed. They weren't just random movements. There was a pattern, a purpose. Suddenly, the figure in the alcove moved. It didn't lunge. It simply stepped forward, out of the shadows. Its movements were slow, deliberate. And as it moved, Sarah saw something new. The faint glimmer of something metallic clutched in its hand. A shard of glass, perhaps? Or something sharper. She realized with a sickening lurch that this was not about the flesh. This was about something else. Something more primal, more terrifying. They were driven by an instinct that bypassed the need for sustenance. She turned and ran, not back towards the library, but down a side street, a narrow alleyway choked with overflowing dumpsters. She could hear the soft, rhythmic scrape of footsteps behind her. Not hurried, but relentless. They were pacing her. She scrambled over a fallen dumpster, the metal groaning under her weight. The alley twisted and turned, a labyrinth of filth and decay. She risked a glance back. 2 of them. The man in the suit and another, a woman in what looked like a stained lab coat. They were following, their silent pursuit a chilling testament to their persistence. She burst out of the alley onto another street. A dead end. A sheer brick wall loomed before her, slick with rain. Trapped. The 2 figures emerged from the alley, their silent, gliding approach an inevitability. Sarah backed against the wall, her pipe raised, her muscles screaming. She was cornered. The man in the suit stopped a few feet away. He held a jagged piece of metal, its edge glinting dully in the rain. The woman in the lab coat stood beside him, her head tilted, her blank eyes fixed on Sarah. Sarah braced herself for the attack, for the inevitable. But they didn't attack, not in the way she expected. The man raised his shard of metal. And then, with a slow, deliberate motion, he began to scratch at the brick wall. He drew a line, a single, thin scratch. Then another. And another. He was not trying to get to her. He was marking the wall. The woman in the lab coat mirrored his actions, drawing her own lines, her own patterns. They were not trying to feed. They were not trying to kill her. They were communicating, creating. Sarah watched, frozen in a mixture of terror and confusion. What was this? A territorial display? A morbid form of art? As they continued their silent inscription, Sarah noticed something else. The rain had stopped. The clouds had parted, revealing a sliver of moon. and in the pale moonlight, she saw it. On the wall, near where the man was scratching, were other marks. Older marks. A multitude of them, forming intricate, disturbing patterns. And then she understood. These were not the first. This had been happening for a long time. The ghost walkers. They were not just mindless husks. They were something else. Something that existed in the liminal space between life and death, driven by a purpose that transcended mere survival. The man finished his scratching and stepped back. The woman did the same. They stood side by side, their blank gazes now seeming to rest on the patterns they had created. Then, as silently as they had appeared, they turned and glided away, disappearing into the shadows of the city. Sarah was left alone, her heart still pounding, her body trembling. The alley was empty. The street was empty. The silence, however, was no longer just the absence of sound. It was filled with the echoes of those unseen movements, the whispers of those silent creations. She looked at the marks on the wall. They were crude, almost childlike, yet possessed a strange, haunting beauty. She felt a profound sense of unease, a chilling realization that the world had not simply ended. It had been transformed into something far stranger, far more terrifying, than anyone could have ever imagined. She still had to find supplies. But now, the hunt felt different. It was not just about survival. It was about understanding. About deciphering the silent language of the ghost walkers, the phantom artists of a dying world. The rain had stopped, but a new, deeper chill had settled in. The world was not empty. It was occupied by a silent, persistent artistry, a horrific beauty that whispered of things beyond comprehension. And Sarah, caught in its silent embrace, knew her journey was far from over. It had just begun. And now, our next story, The Bodyguard's Burden. The metallic tang of fear, sharper than any zombie bite, clung to Elias's tongue. His gaze, honed by years of drills and desperate skirmishes, swept across the opulent ballroom, now a graveyard of crystal and silk. 25 stories overhead, the city was a smoldering, groaning beast. Down here, in the gilded cage of the penthouse suite, the beast was more insidious. His client, Mr. Silas Vance, a titan of industry whose empire had crumbled faster than concrete under a siege, sat at a polished mahogany table, his usually immaculate silver hair disheveled, his eyes sunk in pits of anxiety. Vance was a man accustomed to ordering lives, not clinging to his own by the thread of Elias's pistol. "They're coming, Elias," Vance rasped, his voice a dry rustle. "I can hear them, scratching. Always scratching." Elias nodded, his knuckles white on the grip of his modified shotgun. He'd heard it too. The rhythmic, desperate thudding against the reinforced blast doors of the penthouse, a stark counterpoint to the distant, guttural moans of the infected. 25 floors, a supposed sanctuary. A lie. The horde had breached the ground floor elevators 2 days ago. The initial chaos had been a symphony of screams and gunfire, a prelude to the suffocating silence that followed. Elias, with Vance and a handful of Vance's most trusted executives, had fought their way up, each floor a new hell. They'd lost a dozen security personnel, men and women who'd sworn loyalty until their last breath. Now, only Elias and Vance remained. The others, well, they'd succumbed to something worse than the virus. "We need to move," Elias stated, his voice a low growl that cut through Vance's paranoia. "The generators are on borrowed time. When the lights go, this place becomes a tomb." Vance flinched, his gaze darting to the ornate chandelier, its crystals now reflecting the flickering emergency lights like tearful eyes. "But, my vault. My contingency. It's on this floor." Elias's jaw tightened. The vault, the repository of Vance's ill-gotten gains, the last vestiges of his power. He knew what was in there. Not just gold and diamonds. Information, secrets. The kind of secrets that made men do terrible things, even in the face of annihilation. "We can't take it all, sir," Elias said, choosing his words carefully. "We need to prioritize escape." Escape? Vance laughed, a sharp, brittle sound. "Where, Elias? The streets are crawling. This is the safest place." It was, Elias corrected, his eyes scanning the seams of the room. A faint, greasy smear marred the otherwise pristine glass of a floor-to-ceiling window. He'd seen it earlier, dismissed it as a smudge. Now, it prickled his awareness. But safety is relative when the enemy is already inside. Vance's eyes widened. "Inside? What are you talking about?" "Remember those executives who were injured yesterday?" Elias asked, the word coated in doubt. He'd found the bodies later, not ripped apart by the infected, but changed. Their skin pale, their eyes vacant, their mouths clamped shut, still holding the vestiges of a struggle. And the bite marks, they were too precise, too deliberate. Vance's face contorted. They were compromised. We had to contain them. Containment, Elias echoed, his hand slowly reaching for the tactical knife strapped to his thigh. He'd seen the quick, brutal efficiency with which they had been subdued, a cold professionalism that had chilled him to the bone. It wasn't panic. It was a calculated act. A low groan, closer this time, emanated from the hallway beyond the ballroom doors. Elias tensed, his senses on high alert. The scratching intensified, a symphony of desperation against the metal. "They're still out there," Vance insisted, his voice trembling. "But the real threat," Elias said, his gaze locking onto Vance, "might be sitting right across from me." The air in the ballroom crackled with a different kind of tension now, one born of suspicion and betrayal. Elias remembered the briefing, the whispers. Vance wasn't just a victim of the apocalypse, he was a profiteer. His business dealings were as murky as the infected blood staining the city's concrete arteries. And he'd made enemies. Powerful enemies. Enemies who could weaponize a pandemic. Suddenly, the heavy mahogany doors leading into the ballroom creaked open, not with the frenzied force of the infected, but with a slow, deliberate push. Standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the dim hallway light, was the face of Mr. Abernathy, Vance's head of security. Abernathy, whom Elias had trusted implicitly. Abernathy, with a vacant stare and a hunger in his eyes that was far more terrifying than any undead craving. Abernathy wasn't alone. Behind him, two other figures, former members of Vance's inner circle, shambled into the room. Their movements were stiff, unnatural. The gleam in their eyes wasn't the dull reflection of the emergency lights. It was the cold, dead sheen of the newly turned. Vance's breath hitched. "Abernathy? What? How?" Abernathy tilted his head, a grotesque parody of recognition. A low, guttural sound vibrated in his chest. He raised a trembling hand, not in greeting, but in a slow, deliberate gesture towards Vance. Elias didn't hesitate. He swung his shotgun, the heavy weapon feeling like an extension of his own will. The blast ripped through the silence, a deafening roar that echoed through the vast ballroom. Abernathy's head exploded in a shower of gore and bone fragments. The other two stumbled, momentarily disoriented, but the inherent resilience of their new state kept them coming. They were bitten, Elias stated, reloading with practiced speed, his eyes never leaving the approaching figures. "Brought here to finish us." Vance scrambled back from the table, his chair scraping violently against the marble floor. "But why? Why me?" Because you're Silas Vance, Elias said, his voice devoid of emotion. He fired again, the shotgun blast taking down one of the shambling executives. The third, a woman Elias vaguely recognized from Vance's board meetings, lunged. Her rotting fingers reached for Elias's throat. Elias dodged, the stench of decay filling his nostrils. He brought the butt of his shotgun down on her skull, cracking it with a sickening thud. She fell, but even then, her limbs twitched. He knew he had to get Vance out. The vault was a suicide mission. But Vance, as usual, was more concerned with his possessions than his survival. The vault, Elias. Vance shrieked, pointing a trembling finger towards a discreetly disguised door behind a vast tapestry depicting a pastoral scene. My escape plan. My insurance. Elias's mind raced. He'd seen the way Vance hoarded resources, the paranoia that fueled his every decision. Vance wasn't just hoarding money, he was hoarding the keys to the kingdom. And he was willing to sacrifice anyone, even his own life, to protect it. He heard more shuffling from the hallway. The scratching was louder, closer. The infected were drawn to the sounds of gunfire. They were an unstoppable tide, and Elias and Vance were a single, fragile sandcastle. "Sir, we need to go down." "Not up," Elias said, his gaze fixed on a narrow service stairwell he'd scouted earlier. It led to the lower levels, a network of tunnels and utility corridors that might offer a chance of evasion. "Down? Into the darkness?" Vance scoffed. "The vault is on this level." Elias didn't have time to argue. He grabbed Vance by the arm, his grip like iron. Vance yelped in protest, but Elias's strength was undeniable. He dragged the sputtering executive towards the service stairwell. As they reached the door, Elias heard a new sound. A faint, metallic click from within the ballroom itself. He spun around, his shotgun at the ready. Vance's personal safe, a reinforced steel box disguised as an antique chest, was slowly swinging open. And from within it, not gold, but a small, sleek briefcase. It was Vance's final insurance policy. The data chip containing the names of everyone involved in his clandestine operations, the evidence of his complicity in the pandemic's outbreak. A weapon against his enemies and against himself. You put it there?" Elias breathed, a dawning horror washing over him. Vance, his face a mask of desperate ambition, lunged for the briefcase. "My leverage. My salvation." But as Vance's fingers closed around the handle, the polished surface of the safe reflected a horrifying truth. Vance's own hand, the one reaching for the briefcase, bore the telltale grayish pallor of infection. And a fresh, dark bite mark marred his wrist, partially concealed by his expensive watch. Elias recoiled, his mind reeling. Vance hadn't been brought here. He'd been infected earlier, trying to secure his secrets before succumbing. The executives, they hadn't been turned to kill Vance. They'd been turned to assist him. To help him retrieve his final gambit, the data that could still ruin lives even after his own. You were bitten," Elias stammered, the realization a cold, hard blow. Vance looked at his wrist, a flicker of something akin to confusion in his rheumy eyes, quickly replaced by a chilling resolve. "It matters not. This will ensure my legacy." The groan from the hallway was now directly behind them. The scratched doors were starting to buckle. Elias knew he was trapped. 25 stories of luxury, a gilded cage that had become a tomb. He had a choice: fight the rising tide of the undead, or deal with the monster sitting right beside him. The bodyguard's burden, always protecting the client, even when the client was the greatest threat. Elias raised his shotgun. The metal felt cold, heavy, a stark contrast to the burning rage in his gut. Vance was already lost. His ambition had driven him to this. But Elias, he still had his humanity. "I'm sorry, Mr. Vance," Elias said, his voice barely a whisper. "You're no longer my client. You're a liability." He squeezed the trigger. The blast was deafening, the recoil a violent shove against his shoulder. Vance crumpled, his ambition extinguished in a crimson bloom. The briefcase, still clutched in his hand, clattered to the floor, its contents spilling onto the marble. The ballroom doors burst open. 20, 30, maybe more infected poured into the room, their ragged moans a terrifying chorus. They were drawn to the noise, the blood. They weren't interested in the briefcase. They were interested in the living. Elias didn't waste a second. He kicked the briefcase shut, a futile gesture. He ran, his boots pounding on the marble, towards the service stairwell. He slammed the heavy door shut behind him, the screams of the infected a muffled thunder against the reinforced steel. He descended the narrow, utilitarian staircase, the smell of ozone and stale air filling his lungs. Each step was a descent into the unknown, into the heart of the city's decay. He didn't know what awaited him on the lower levels. More infected? Survivors? Betrayers? He only knew one thing for sure. The bodyguard's burden was heavier than ever. He had protected Vance, but not from the apocalypse. He had protected him from his own monstrous greed, and in doing so, he had only just begun to understand the true nature of the monsters that walked the earth. The infected were a plague, but the darkness in men's hearts, Elias realized with a chilling certainty, was far more contagious. He was alone, 25 stories above the apocalypse, carrying the weight of a dead man's secrets, and the chilling knowledge that his fight had just begun. The city below was a maw of despair, and he was its newest, unwilling resident. The silence of the stairwell was a temporary reprieve, a breath held before the plunge. He could still hear it, a faint, insistent scraping against the metal door behind him. The scratching. It was a reminder of what he was, and what he had to become to survive. And now, our next story, The Art Critic. The chill wasn't just the late autumn air seeping through the boarded-up gallery windows. It was the pervasive, damp chill of decay, a scent that clung to everything like a shroud. Arthur didn't mind. He'd always found the scent of turpentine and linseed oil bracing, but this was something else entirely. A primal, earthy perfume that spoke of entropy and, to Arthur's discerning nose, a strange, unsettling beauty. He adjusted the focus on his vintage Leica, the familiar weight a comforting anchor in this new, monstrous reality. The subject, a shambling figure draped in the tattered remains of a Brooks Brothers suit, was poised in what could only be described as a dramatic fall. One arm was flung outward, fingers splayed in a desperate, futile grasp. The head was tilted back, a rictus of agony forever frozen on its slackened jaw. Arthur clicked the shutter, the sound a sharp report in the echoing silence. "Magnificent," he murmured, his voice a low rasp. "A true tableau vivant of despair." Arthur, once a respected, if somewhat esoteric, art critic for a now-defunct prestigious journal, had found his muse in the apocalypse. The Great Unraveling, as the media had so optimistically, and inaccurately, dubbed it, had stripped away the pretense, the artifice. It had revealed humanity's raw, primal essence, albeit in its most gruesome manifestation. For Arthur, it was a brutal, breathtaking exhibition. He'd started documenting the afflicted not out of morbid curiosity, but out of a professional imperative, albeit a self-imposed one. His colleagues had scattered, succumbed, or simply given up. He, however, saw a world transformed into an unprecedented gallery of the grotesque. He saw form, composition, texture, and an emotional depth that no human artist, no matter how skilled, could ever truly replicate. His current location was the remnants of the Sterling Museum of Modern Art. The soaring atrium, once filled with hushed reverence and the occasional polite cough, was now a graveyard of shattered glass and fallen statues. He'd cleared a small section of the main exhibition hall, using salvaged velvet ropes to cordon off his studio. His subjects, the recently turned, were drawn to the faint residual warmth of the building, or perhaps the lingering scent of human desperation that permeated its walls. He moved with a practiced caution, his footsteps deliberately slow and soft. He carried no weapon beyond a sturdy tripod, which he'd learned could serve as a surprisingly effective deterrent in close quarters. His true defense was his intellect, his ability to predict movement, to anticipate the lumbering lurch and the grasping swipe. And, of course, his photographic equipment. He was particularly drawn to the variety of poses, the accidental sculptures the infected created. There was the screaming Christ, a man who had fallen headfirst into a pile of discarded mannequins, his arms outstretched as if crucified. There was the dancer, a woman caught mid-pirouette, her neck twisted at an impossible angle, her tattered dress billowing around her like a macabre tutu. Arthur had spent hours capturing her from every conceivable angle, marveling at the accidental dynamism, the frozen energy. His process was meticulous. He'd spend days observing a single subject, waiting for the right light, the perfect confluence of shadow and form. He'd sketch them in his notebook, making notes on their musculature, the decay of their flesh, the vacant intensity in their milky eyes. He was not just a photographer, he was an archivist of a new, terrifying aesthetic. Today's subject was something new. It was a trio, huddled together near the shattered remains of a Rothko canvas. Two were clearly deceased, their bodies sprawled in a heap. The third, however, was a recent addition. It was a young woman, her face a mask of terror, her eyes wide and unfocused, fixed on something Arthur couldn't see. She was reaching for one of the fallen figures, her fingers brushing against its decaying cheek. The composition was perfect, a desperate plea, a futile attempt to reconnect. Arthur positioned himself across the atrium, using a fallen marble plinth for cover. He adjusted his lens, a wide angle, capturing the vastness of the hall and the intimacy of the tableau. He could practically feel the silent scream emanating from the young woman, the echo of her last moments of consciousness. Click. The sound was lost in the wind whistling through the broken windows. He continued to shoot, moving around the periphery, seeking new perspectives. He saw the subtle nuances, the way the torn fabric draped over a hunched shoulder, the glistening of viscera on exposed bone, the almost artistic splatter of dried blood. These were not mere horrors, they were expressions. He developed his prints in a makeshift darkroom he'd set up in the museum's former administrative office. The chemical smells mingled with the ever-present decay, creating a potent, intoxicating aroma. As the images slowly materialized under the dim red glow of his safe light, Arthur felt a familiar surge of elation. There, on the glossy paper, was the raw, unadulterated agony of existence. The contorted limbs spoke of struggle, the vacant stares of loss, the gnashing teeth of primal hunger. He saw the beauty in the brokenness, the elegance in the grotesqueness. His collection grew. He had the embrace, a pair of figures locked in a final, desperate hug before their transformation. He had the fall, a solitary figure plummeting from a fire escape. He had the Last Supper, a macabre scene of a family caught in the throes of infection around a dinner table. He wasn't sentimental. He didn't mourn the loss of humanity. He mourned the loss of artistic expression, the silencing of the muse. Now, the muse had found a new, albeit horrific, voice. One evening, as the last rays of sunlight bled through the shattered dome of the atrium, Arthur was documenting a particularly striking specimen. It was an old man, his face frozen in a look of profound sorrow, his hands clasped as if in prayer. He was positioned against a wall, his back supporting his slumped form, his head bowed. It was the quiet dignity that struck Arthur. He was so engrossed in his work, so focused on the frame, that he didn't hear the shuffling behind him until it was too late. A guttural moan, a sudden rush of movement. Arthur spun around, his Leica dropping to the floor with a clatter. A figure, faster than any he'd encountered before, lunged at him. It was gaunt, its limbs unnaturally long, its eyes burning with a predatory hunger. Its teeth were bared, dripping with a viscous, dark fluid. Arthur reacted on instinct, years of critical observation translating into a desperate fight for survival. He dodged to the side, the creature's claws raking the air where his head had been. He scrambled backwards, his eyes darting around the hall. This wasn't a staged scene. This was chaos. Another creature emerged from the shadows, its gait uneven but its intent clear. Arthur was cornered. Panic, a sensation he hadn't felt in months, began to set in. His curated world, his gallery of the damned, had suddenly become a very real, very dangerous exhibition. He stumbled, his foot catching on a loose tile. He fell to his knees, the rough concrete scraping his skin. The two creatures advanced, their groans a symphony of impending death. Arthur, ever the critic, saw a terrible beauty even in his own demise. He saw the raw, visceral terror etched on his own face, the desperate, futile struggle for life. He even noted the play of light and shadow on his own contorting limbs. He closed his eyes, a strange sense of resignation washing over him. He had documented the end of the world, the final act of humanity. And now, he was to be an unwitting participant in his own final, horrifying masterpiece. The first impact was a searing pain in his arm. He cried out, the sound choked off by another lunge. He could feel the tearing of flesh, the warmth of his own blood. He didn't have time to frame the shot. He didn't have time to capture the composition. His critical eye, his discerning palate, was being consumed by the very subjects he so admired. His last coherent thought, before the darkness fully enveloped him, was that he hoped someone would find his photographs. They were, after all, the ultimate testament to the enduring power of form, even in the face of ultimate corruption. They were the last whispers of an artist who had found beauty in the abyss. The subsequent dawn, filtered through the grime-streaked windows of the Sterling Museum, revealed a scene of brutal stillness. The atrium was silent, save for the gentle creaking of the decaying building. On the floor, near a shattered marble plinth, lay a vintage Leica, its lens cracked but its purpose tragically fulfilled. Scattered around it, as if flung by a careless hand, were a handful of undeveloped photographic prints. They depicted the contorted, lifeless forms of the undead, each captured in a moment of exquisite, horrific artistry. The gallery, however, was now empty of its curator, leaving only the silent, stone-faced subjects of his morbid fascination, forever poised in their post-mortem masterpieces. The art, it seemed, had outlasted the critic. And now, our next story, The Time Traveler's Warning. The rain lashed against the grimy window of the derelict diner, each drop a tiny, insistent fist. Inside, the air hung thick with the smell of stale coffee and desperation. Maya, her face etched with exhaustion, wiped down a sticky counter, her gaze drifting to the flickering neon sign outside. Eats, it sputtered, a hollow mockery of sustenance. The silence outside was the most unnerving thing. It had been like this for 3 days. The usual city hum, sirens, traffic, The distant thrum of life had been replaced by a gnawing quiet, punctuated only by the ragged, wet coughs that sometimes drifted from the abandoned buildings across the street. The bell above the door jangled violently, a jarring intrusion into the oppressive calm. Maya flinched, her heart leaping into her throat. Nobody came out anymore. Not voluntarily. A figure stumbled in, silhouetted against the gray, dripping sky. Tall, gaunt, clad in what looked like a cobbled-together hazmat suit, all duct tape and shimmering, unfamiliar fabric. They moved with an unnatural jerkiness, like a marionette with tangled strings. "Hello?" Maya croaked, her voice raspy. The figure stopped just inside the doorway, their head tilting slowly. Even through the opaque visor, Maya felt a prickle of dread. It wasn't the fear of the infected, not exactly. This was something different. Older. "You must listen to me," the figure said, their voice a distorted, rasping whisper, as if filtered through layers of static. "It's coming. It's already here." Maya's hand tightened on the rag. "Who are you? What are you talking about?" "I am a witness. From a time you cannot comprehend. And I have a warning." The figure took a shuffling step forward, their boots squelching on the linoleum. "The virus. It starts small, insidious. A fever, a cough. Then, the change." Maya's breath hitched. The coughs. She'd heard them. She'd seen the occasional hunched figure moving in the periphery, dismissed them as the desperate, the unwell. You know about the sick people?" she whispered. "The sick people," the figure repeated, the words laced with a profound weariness. "They're but the first wave. The harbinger." They gestured vaguely with a gloved hand. "The true horror is what follows. The hunger. The insatiable need. The turning." Maya backed away, bumping into an overturned chair. Her mind raced. This was insane. A delusion. A survivor driven mad by the isolation. But the way they spoke, the urgency. "Turning? What do you mean, turning?" "They become the other. The dead that walk. They crave flesh. They spread the infection with a single bite. And when you are bitten, when the virus takes hold," the figure trailed off, a low, guttural sound escaping their distorted voice. "There is no coming back." Maya's eyes darted to the street. The rain had eased slightly, revealing a landscape of abandoned cars and overturned trash cans. A lone, mangled newspaper snagged on a fire hydrant, its headlines screaming about a mysterious flu outbreak. "How?" she demanded, her voice gaining a fragile strength. "How does it start?" The figure paused, their head swiveling as if listening to something Maya couldn't hear. "It is complex. A mutation. An accident. Engineered, perhaps, but flawed." They took another hesitant step. "I have seen it. I have lived through it. And I have come back to try and stop it." "Stop it?" Maya stepped forward, a flicker of hope igniting within her. "How? What do I need to do?" "You cannot stop it. Not directly. But you can prepare. You can warn others. You must reach the authorities. The scientists. Tell them about the vector. Tell them about the incubation period. Tell them, it is not a flu." "The vector? What vector?" "That's the crux. The origin point. It's in the air, but also in something more. Something specific. A catalyst." The figure's voice grew even more strained. I believe I know where it originated." Maya leaned in, her skepticism battling with a desperate need to believe. "Where?" The figure slowly raised their other hand, pointing a stiff, gloved finger towards the darkened interior of the diner. Maya froze. Her gaze followed their gesture, her eyes falling on the ancient, humming refrigerator in the corner. It was an antique, a relic from a bygone era. A gift from her grandfather when she'd first inherited the place. It always had a faint, metallic tang to its contents, a peculiar aftertaste she'd always attributed to its age. The refrigerator? She stammered. It contains the strain, the figure whispered, their voice cracking. The original sample. It was brought here. Unwittingly. And its properties, amplified. It's a perfect breeding ground for the mutation. Maya stared at the refrigerator, her blood running cold. She'd been drinking from it, eating the sodas and the sandwiches she kept chilled inside. She'd been touching it, breathing the air around it. No, she breathed. That's impossible. Nothing is impossible, the figure rasped. Only improbable. And I have seen the improbable become the inevitable. They took a final, staggering step, their hand reaching out towards her, their distorted glove inches from her face. The warning is delivered. The path is shown. Now, the choice is yours. And then, with a final, shuddering gasp, the figure collapsed. Maya screamed. She stumbled backward, tripping over a stool. The hazmat suit lay still, an uncanny monument to the bizarre encounter. She scrambled to her feet, her heart hammering against her ribs. She looked at the refrigerator. It hummed its steady, menacing tune. The metallic tang, the peculiar aftertaste. Hesitantly, she approached it. The visor of the fallen figure's suit was slightly askew. Through the gap, Maya saw not the hollowed features of a zombie, but a pale, gaunt face, eyes wide with a terror that seemed to transcend death itself. And beneath the visor, a faint, shimmering residue clung to their exposed skin. She didn't need to see any more. The truth, however unbelievable, had landed like a sledgehammer. The visitor hadn't just brought a warning, they had brought the source. Their arrival, their desperate attempt to alter the future, had inadvertently sealed it. Maya grabbed a thick metal pipe from behind the counter. Her hands trembled, but her mind was a steel trap. The rain had stopped. The silence outside felt heavier, pregnant with unspoken dread. She looked at the refrigerator, then at the still figure. The warning wasn't just about what was coming. It was about what had already been unleashed. And the most horrific revelation of all was that the harbinger of doom, the messenger from a future ravaged by the undead, might have just been the very first zombie. Or, worse, the creator. She raised the pipe, her knuckles white. The weight of the world, of a future she might have just condemned, settled onto her shoulders. The choice was hers, indeed. And in that moment, Maya understood that some warnings were best left unheeded. Some futures were too horrific to comprehend, and some messengers, however well-intentioned, were simply carriers of the apocalypse. The first step towards survival was acceptance. And the first bite of the apocalypse wasn't a bite at all, but the chilling realization that you were already infected. The hum of the refrigerator seemed to grow louder, a lullaby for a dying world. And Maya, gripping the pipe, knew her vigil had just begun. The diner, once a sanctuary, had become ground zero. The time traveler's warning had become the time traveler's curse. And now, our next story, The Puppet Master. The city was a cadaver, a sprawling monument to a swift, brutal death. For Elias, it was just another Tuesday. Sunlight, sickly yellow and filtered through a perpetual haze of dust and despair, glinted off shattered skyscrapers. The air thrummed with the low, guttural symphony of the dead, a chorus of groans and shuffling feet that had become the soundtrack to his existence. He moved through the ruins like a ghost himself, a shadow flitting between the skeletal remains of buildings, a hunter in a land of the hunted. His rifle, a reliable piece of salvaged engineering, was an extension of his will. He'd learned the game. Don't engage unless necessary. Conserve ammo. Trust no one, especially not the living. They were often more desperate, more dangerous than the shambling corpses. Today, however, felt different. A prickle of unease, sharp and unwelcome, crawled up his spine. He was navigating the skeletal remains of what was once a bustling financial district, a labyrinth of concrete and twisted rebar. The usual chaotic ebb and flow of the horde was absent. The groans were distant, muted. It was too quiet, a silence that screamed louder than any shriek. He rounded a corner, the shattered facade of an office building looming ahead. And then he saw it. Not the usual mindless surge, but a group of them, perhaps a dozen, moving with an unnatural synchronicity. They weren't milling aimlessly. They were marching, in formation, towards a single point. Elias froze, his breath catching in his throat. This wasn't right. He'd seen them wander, seen them driven by primal hunger. But this was organized. It was deliberate. He ducked behind a toppled bus, his heart hammering against his ribs. The zombies were varied. Some were the tattered remnants of business suits, others in ripped uniforms. But their movements were unified, their gaits eerily coordinated. They flowed, not shuffled, their rotting limbs moving with a disturbing economy of motion. He watched, mesmerized and horrified, as they navigated the debris-strewn street with an almost military precision. They moved around obstacles, bypassed the usual temptations. A fresh corpse caught in a drainpipe, a forgotten bag of groceries. Their focus was absolute. He risked a peek over the bus. They were heading towards a building that had once been a state-of-the-art research facility, its glass facade now a jagged maw of broken panes. A shiver ran down Elias's spine. That place had been rumored to be involved in some highly classified biological research before the collapse. He had to know. He couldn't leave this unchecked. The thought of the dead being directed, of some twisted mind pulling the strings, was a horror far more profound than the mindless hunger he'd grown accustomed to. It was an infection of control, a perversion of the very chaos that had defined his world. He moved in parallel, using the skeletal remains of buildings as cover. He was a whisper in the wind, a phantom on the periphery of their unnatural parade. As he drew closer to the research facility, he started to notice more of them, more groups, all converging on the same spot. It was like a grotesque pilgrimage. He reached a vantage point overlooking the facility's entrance. A reinforced steel door, miraculously intact, stood slightly ajar. And guarding it, a chillingly organized phalanx. Zombies, but positioned with purpose. Two stood directly in front of the opening, their heads tilted slightly, as if listening. Others were spaced along the perimeter, their vacant stares fixed outwards, a silent, deadly welcoming committee. Then, a sound. A low, pulsing hum, emanating from within the building. It wasn't the familiar drone of the city's decay. This was mechanical, deliberate. And it seemed to resonate with the zombies, a subtle, almost subliminal cue. Elias unslung his rifle, his fingers tightening around the grip. He had to get inside. He had to find the source of this nightmare. He circled the perimeter, his eyes scanning for an alternative entry point. He spotted a shattered skylight on the roof. Risky, but the only option. He scaled the crumbling brickwork, his muscles burning with exertion. He hauled himself onto the rooftop, the wind whistling through the broken structure. He peered down through the skylight. The interior was dimly lit, a stark contrast to the harsh daylight. Wires snaked across the floor, connecting various pieces of salvaged equipment. And in the center of the main laboratory, bathed in the glow of a flickering monitor, stood a single figure. A man, thin, gaunt, with wild, unkempt hair and eyes that seemed to burn with a feverish intensity. He wore a stained lab coat, his hands hovering over a complex console. He was humming along to the pulsing electronic drone, a twisted maestro conducting his macabre orchestra. Elias watched, his stomach churning. The man turned, his gaze sweeping across the lab. He paused, his head cocking to one side, as if sensing Elias's presence. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he manipulated a dial on the console. Suddenly, the zombies at the entrance shifted. Their heads swiveled, their dead eyes locking onto the skylight. Elias instinctively dropped back, pressing himself against the rooftop. They were reacting to him. They knew he was there. A voice, distorted and amplified, crackled through unseen speakers. Fascinating. A survivor. And one with a rather inquisitive nature, it seems. Elias scrambled back to the edge of the skylight, peering down. The man was looking directly at him, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "Don't bother," the man continued, his voice dripping with a chilling amusement. "They're quite attuned to my commands. A little bioacoustic frequency tunes them right up." Elias felt a cold dread seep into his bones. Bioacoustic frequency. He was controlling them, not with whispers or taunts, but with sound. A symphony of the damned, conducted by a madman. "You think this is a game?" Elias rasped, his voice tight with a mixture of anger and fear. The man laughed, a dry, rasping sound. "A game? My dear fellow, this is evolution. The next stage. Humanity was too weak, too prone to chaos. I'm simply refining the process. Creating order from the ashes." Elias had to get closer. He had to shut this down. He hefted his rifle, aiming it at the man. But before he could fire, the man made another gesture. The zombies began to move. Not just the ones at the entrance. More zombies, previously unseen, emerged from the shadows within the lab itself. These weren't the lumbering, shambling things Elias knew. These were faster, more agile, and their eyes seemed to possess a flicker of something more than just vacant hunger. A directed malice. One of them, a former security guard in a tattered uniform, moved with impossible speed. It launched itself towards a reinforced doorway, smashing its forehead against the thick metal with a sickening thud, not recoiling, but pressing on, a relentless force. "Ah, yes," the man chirped, his gaze fixed on the display. "The alpha strains. A little genetic tinkering here, a touch of neural stimulation there. Makes them quite enthusiastic." Elias felt a surge of adrenaline. He fired a shot. The bullet punched through the skylight, shattering more glass, and struck a nearby piece of equipment. Sparks flew, and the pulsing hum faltered for a split second. The man flinched, but his smile widened. Temper, you're disrupting the harmony." Another gesture from the man. The zombies surged towards the windows, their decaying hands clawing at the glass, their groans rising in pitch, a discordant crescendo. They were actively trying to break through. Elias knew he couldn't fight them all head-on. He had to get to the source. He scanned the lab again, looking for a weak point, an access panel, anything. He saw a catwalk suspended above the main lab floor, accessible from a maintenance ladder on the far side. He moved quickly, keeping low, his rifle ready. The zombies were still distracted by the windows, their unnatural focus momentarily fractured by the unexpected projectile. He reached the ladder and began to ascend, his boots scraping against the metal rungs. As he climbed, the man's voice echoed again. "You're a persistent one. A shame. I had hoped to recruit you." Elias ignored him, his eyes fixed on the catwalk. He reached the top, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He moved along the narrow metal walkway, the humming of the machinery vibrating through his feet. He was directly above the man now. The man looked up, his eyes narrowing. He raised a hand, and the zombies below turned their attention to Elias. Their vacant stares, now filled with a chilling, directed intent, fixed on him. Elias raised his rifle. He had one shot, one chance to stop this. He sighted down the barrel, the crosshairs settling on the man's head. But then, something happened. The zombies below didn't just stare. They began to climb. Not the slow, awkward scrabbling he was used to. They were scaling the walls, their rotting fingers finding purchase on pipes and conduits, moving with a terrifying, unnatural grace. The alpha strains. Elias squeezed the trigger. The shot echoed through the lab, but it was too late. The bullet struck the man's console, sending sparks flying, but the man himself ducked behind it. The console sparked and sputtered, the pulsing hum faltering again, then dying altogether. For a brief, glorious moment, silence. The zombies froze. Their directed gaze wavered. Then, the primal hunger returned. They lurched, disoriented, their eyes sweeping the lab, their groans now a confused cacophony. The alpha strains, however, remained more focused. Their heads snapped up, their eyes locking onto Elias on the catwalk. The man emerged from behind the console, a triumphant smirk on his face. "Fool, you've only released them. Now they're truly untamed." Elias cursed. He hadn't disabled the control, he'd broken it. He'd just unleashed the full, unadulterated horror of his experiments. He didn't hesitate. He turned and ran along the catwalk, the panicked groans of the general horde fading behind him, replaced by the chilling, focused pursuit of the alphas. He reached the end of the catwalk, a precarious drop to the floor below. He jumped, landing hard but rolling to absorb the impact. He scrambled to his feet, his rifle held ready. The alpha strains were already descending the walls, their movements fluid and terrifyingly predatory. He fired, taking down one, then another. But for every one he felled, two more seemed to emerge from the shadows. He was trapped. The man, the mad scientist, had orchestrated this, and Elias had walked right into his carefully constructed trap. He looked back at the man, who was now calmly approaching his damaged console, a look of detached scientific curiosity on his face. "Don't worry," the man called out, his voice unnervingly calm. "They'll keep you company. And I have more work to do." Elias knew he couldn't win this fight. His ammo was dwindling, and the alphas were relentless. He saw a narrow service tunnel at the far end of the lab, a sliver of hope in the encroaching darkness. He sprinted towards it, the alphas hot on his heels. He reached the tunnel entrance, a dark, claustrophobic passage. He fired his last few rounds, buying himself a precious few seconds. He plunged into the darkness, the groans and the thudding of footsteps echoing behind him. He ran, his lungs burning, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm against his ribs. He didn't know where the tunnel led, but anywhere was better than staying in that lab. He could still hear the chilling echoes of the scientist's laughter, a mocking testament to his triumph. He burst out of the tunnel into a narrow alleyway, the familiar, albeit still terrifying, chaos of the city's usual infected greeting him. He didn't stop running. He ran until his legs gave out, until the sounds of pursuit faded into the general din. He collapsed against a grimy wall, his body racked with exhaustion and despair. He had survived, but at what cost? He had glimpsed a new level of horror, a calculated, weaponized apocalypse. The puppet master was still out there, his symphony of the dead far from over. And Elias, a lone survivor in a world gone mad, carried the chilling knowledge of what lay within the shattered glass facade of that research facility. The fight for humanity wasn't just against the dead anymore. It was against the twisted minds that sought to command them. And now, our next story, The Final Passenger. The obsidian tracks gleamed under the sickly, perpetual twilight that now draped the world. Arya adjusted the worn leather of her satchel, the rough grain a familiar, grounding sensation against her clammy palm. Before her, the Orient Eternal rose from the skeletal remains of what was once a grand station. Its polished brass gleamed impossibly, a beacon of an era long dead. It was a relic, a ghost of luxury, and, she hoped, a sanctuary. She'd found it by accident, a phantom limb of civilization still clinging to the ravaged earth. Days of scavenging, of dodging shambling nightmares and the gnawing emptiness in her gut, had led her here. The train was parked, its formidable engine silent, but the pristine carriages, they whispered of a life she'd almost forgotten. The main doors, thankfully, were unlocked. Stepping inside was like entering a time capsule. Velvet ropes, still taut, cordoned off a pristine lounge. Crystal chandeliers, remarkably intact, hung like frozen tears from the impossibly high ceiling. The air, though stale, didn't carry the usual metallic tang of decay. It smelled faintly of expensive polish and something floral, an almost mocking perfume in this dead world. Hesitantly, Arya moved through the carriages. The dining car was set for a feast that would never be eaten. Silverware gleamed, untouched. White tablecloths were immaculate. Each place setting held a single, perfect rose, its petals already starting to curl at the edges, a silent testament to time's relentless march. Then she saw them, passengers. Dressed in the formal attire of a bygone era, they sat in various states of repose. A woman in a sapphire gown reclined on a velvet chaise, her head tilted back, eyes closed. A gentleman in a crisp tuxedo sat at a table, his hands clasped over a still full wine glass. Another couple stood by a window, their figures silhouetted against the dim light filtering through the dusty panes. Relief, sharp and sudden, threatened to buckle her knees. She wasn't alone. Not entirely. "Hello?" she called out, her voice raspy and unused. Silence. She approached the woman on the chaise. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, but it lacked the grayish tinge of the infected. Her lips were a delicate, unblemished rose. Arya reached out, her fingers hovering inches from the woman's arm. A subtle chill emanated from her. Not the biting cold of death, but something cooler. "Excuse me," Arya tried again, louder this time. Still no response. A flicker of unease, like a moth's wing, brushed against her. These weren't the survivors she'd been imagining. She moved to the man at the table. His eyes were open, but they were vacant, milky orbs that seemed to stare through her. His skin was unnaturally smooth, devoid of any pores or imperfections. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through his rigidly posed hand. The unease solidified into a knot of dread in her stomach. These people weren't just resting. They were preserved. She ventured further into the train, the silence amplifying the frantic thumping of her own heart. Each carriage revealed more of the same. Perfectly still figures, frozen in their elegant poses. A young woman practicing her piano, her fingers poised above the ivory keys. A pair of lovers locked in a silent embrace. The sheer perfection of it all was terrifying. There was no sign of struggle, no hint of the chaos that had consumed the outside world. It was as if this train had, in an instant, been plucked from time and placed in a bubble. Arya found herself in the conductor's cabin. The controls were dark, lifeless. But on the desk lay a journal. Its leather cover was supple, uncracked. With trembling hands, she opened it. The entries, penned in elegant script, chronicled the final days of the train's journey. The conductor, a man named Alistair, wrote of the burgeoning panic outside, the reports of the sickness. He described the decision to board select passengers, those deemed important, wealthy, and compliant. Then the entries became increasingly strange. Alistair wrote of the special preservation treatment administered to the passengers. He spoke of a final slumber and that everlasting elegance that would shield them from the ravages of the world. The last entry, dated nearly a year ago, was chillingly serene. The world outside fades. Here we remain, unblemished, unchanged, a testament to what was. A final, perfect moment. Arya's blood ran cold. Preservation. What kind of preservation? She looked back at the frozen passengers. Their stillness wasn't the stillness of sleep. It was the stillness of absence. A faint, almost inaudible hum began to emanate from somewhere deep within the train. It grew, a low thrumming that vibrated through the floorboards. The crystal chandeliers flickered, their light suddenly harsh. Arya backed away from the desk, her eyes scanning the impeccably arranged figures. The woman on the chaise seemed to shift. Her head tilted a fraction more. The gentleman at the table's clasped hands seemed to clench. Panic, cold and sharp, seized her. She turned to flee, but the entrance to the carriage was blocked. Standing there, their milky eyes now focused, their smooth faces contorted into nascent grimaces, were the figures from the lounge. They moved with a terrifying, unnatural grace. Not the lurching, incoordinated gait of the infected she knew. These were fluid, controlled movements, like puppets being manipulated by unseen strings. Their silent pursuit was more unnerving than any guttural moan. Arya scrambled backward, her eyes darting for an escape. The buffet car, adjacent to the lounge, offered a possible route. She burst through the swinging doors, the sight within making her gag. The buffet was laden with uneaten delicacies. But it was the figures here that sent a fresh wave of horror through her. A group of diners, their faces turned towards her, their mouths slack and silent. And then she saw it, a faint, viscous trail of clear, iridescent fluid trickling from the corner of each of their mouths. The same fluid she'd seen clinging to the conductor's journal. The hum intensified. The train, dormant for so long, was coming to life. Not the life of a functioning locomotive, but something far more sinister. She realized then, they weren't just preserved, they were maintained. Their perfect stillness was a facade, a grotesque parody of life. And whatever was powering this train, whatever was keeping these things in their suspended animation, was now stirring. Arya sprinted down the corridor, the silent, graceful pursuit relentless. She could hear them now, the faint swish of fabric, the soft, unhuman clicking of their feet on the polished floor. She reached the end of the carriage, a closed door her only option. With a surge of adrenaline, she flung it open. It led to a small, service compartment. And there, illuminated by the pulsing, otherworldly glow emanating from within the train's mechanics, she saw the source of the hum. A massive, crystalline structure pulsed with an inner light, wires snaking from it to various points in the carriage. Surrounding it were more figures, standing perfectly still, their eyes closed, their faces serene. And tethered to them, thin, almost invisible tendrils of the iridescent fluid, feeding into the crystal. This was their sanctuary. This was their eternal elegance. They were being kept alive, or rather, kept present by this parasitic technology. And whatever was powering it, whatever was designed to maintain them, was now activating. Arya understood. The train wasn't a sanctuary, it was a mausoleum. And she, the final passenger, was about to become another exhibit. The figures outside the compartment were at the door. She could hear their soft, impossibly delicate knocks. No, not knocks. Taps. Gentle, insistent taps, like phantom fingers seeking entry. She needed to escape. But where? The windows were reinforced, designed to keep the outside out. And the thought of facing them in the open corridors, now that they were fully awakening, was a death sentence. Her eyes fell on a heavy, metal grate along the floor of the compartment. It looked like an access panel to the undercarriage. It was her only hope. With frantic urgency, she fumbled for her multi-tool. The screws were old, rusted, but the metal of the panel was softer than she expected. As she worked, the tapping on the door grew louder, more insistent. The hum of the central crystal pulsed faster, its light intensifying. She could hear them now, not just tapping, but a soft, sibilant whisper, a chorus of silent voices reaching for her. The door groaned under their collective pressure. Finally, the last screw gave way. Arya wrenched the grate open, revealing a dark, narrow shaft. Without hesitation, she dropped into it. The sound of the compartment door bursting open echoed above her as she landed, jarringly, on a dusty, metal walkway. She was in the undercarriage. The hum was louder here, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to shake the very bones of the train. She crawled forward, the darkness absolute, the air thick with the smell of oil and something metallic, but blessedly free of that floral perfume. She could hear them above her now, their movements echoing through the metal skeleton of the train. They were searching. Their silent, graceful movements were now infused with a predatory intent. Arya scrambled through the narrow confines, her skin scraping against rough metal. She was a rat in a maze, but a rat that still had the instinct to survive. She pushed on, driven by a primal fear. She eventually found a gap, a broken section of the undercarriage shielding, near the rear of the train. Light, the faint, gray light of the apocalypse, filtered through. It was a sliver of hope. As she squeezed through, she heard a sound that made her freeze. Not a tap, not a whisper, but a low, wet slurp. Looking back into the darkness of the undercarriage, she saw them. The passengers. Their forms were distorted now, their smooth skin rippling, the iridescent fluid now pooling around their mouths, dripping onto the metal. They weren't just preserved, they were being consumed by whatever powered the train. Their elegant stillness had been a feeding frenzy, a slow, silent feast. The realization hit her like a physical blow. They weren't the infected, they were the feeders, and she had been walking into their meticulously prepared larder. She didn't look back again. She pushed herself through the gap and stumbled out onto the cracked earth beside the train. The wind, a mournful sigh, whipped around her. The world outside was still a desolate wasteland, a testament to the apocalypse. But it was a natural desolation, a predictable decay. The Orient Eternal sat behind her, a silent, gleaming tomb. Its hum, though muffled, was still discernible, a low thrum of unnatural life. Arya knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that she would never forget the sight of those perfect, preserved faces, forever trapped in their final, horrific passenger manifest. She was alive. She had escaped the elegance. But the memory of the Orient Eternal, and its silent, hungry inhabitants, would haunt her until her own final, unpreserved breath. She began to run, not towards the train, but away from it, putting as much of the dead world between herself and that beautiful, deadly illusion as she possibly could. The twilight seemed to deepen as she fled, the tracks of the Orient Eternal disappearing behind her into the encroaching gloom. And now, our next story, The Last Recipe. The stench of decay was a second skin, clinging to Elias's nostrils like a shroud. It was the aroma of the old world, the one he'd known, and it mingled with the acrid tang of gunpowder and the metallic whisper of fear that permeated the makeshift barricades of what was once a vibrant city. Now, it was a graveyard, a sprawling, restless morgue. He clutched the worn, leather-bound book, its pages brittle and foxed with age. Not just any book. The book, his grandmother's legacy, a compendium of culinary secrets whispered down through generations. And within its stained pages, a legend, the feast of the unliving. A recipe, shrouded in folklore, said to have the power to soothe, to appease. He wasn't sure if it was a cure, a ward, or something far stranger. But in a world where the dead walked and the living huddled in fear, anything was worth a desperate attempt. His current sanctuary was a derelict butcher shop. The cleavers still hung, gleaming dully in the slivers of sunlight that pierced the boarded-up windows. It was ironic, he'd thought, preparing to cook for monsters in a place where flesh was once carved. His supplies were dwindling. The last tin of beans, the half-bag of stale flour. The gnawing emptiness in his stomach was a constant, unwelcome companion. His focus, however, was on the ingredients. The recipe demanded the impossible. Moonpetal, a flower rumored to bloom only under the purest lunar light, found in places untouched by human hands. The tear of a mournful widow, collected in a silver vial. And, most disturbing of all, the heart of the first dawn. He'd spent weeks deciphering the cryptic passages, each word a riddle, each ingredient a monument to lost hope. Tonight, the moon was a sliver of bone in the bruised sky. It was time. He packed his battered rucksack, the weight of the book a comforting, terrifying presence against his spine. A sharpened butcher's knife, a length of rope, a flint and steel. The essentials for survival in this new, savage landscape. His first destination was the old botanical gardens, a sprawling expanse of glass and iron now choked with weeds and the creeping tendrils of the undead. The moonpetal. It was a long shot, a romantic notion in a world that had long since shed its illusions. But his grandmother's notes were precise. Seek the place where the weeping willow bows its head to the earth, and the moonlight paints its sorrow on the soil. There, under the silent gaze of the celestial orb, shall bloom the bloom of oblivion. The journey was a symphony of dread. The shambling gait of the infected, their moans a low, guttural dirge. Elias moved like a phantom, his senses honed to a razor's edge. He'd learned to anticipate their movements, their predictable lurch, their insatiable hunger. He'd become adept at the swift, silent kill, a necessary evil in this age of darkness. He reached the gardens as the moon ascended, casting long, skeletal shadows. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, a heady perfume of death. He found the weeping willow, its branches cascading like funeral veils. And there, beneath its mournful embrace, a cluster of luminous, ethereal blooms, their petals shimmering with an unearthly light. Moonpetal. He knelt, his hands trembling, and carefully, reverently, plucked a handful. A flicker of hope, fragile as a butterfly's wing, stirred within him. The second ingredient was more personal, more agonizing. The tear of a mournful widow. His grandmother's journal had hinted at a specific widow, one whose grief had transcended even death. The one who weeps for the unwept, it read. He knew who it meant. Anya, his childhood friend, who had lost her husband, Sergeant David Miller, in the initial chaos. David, the first to fall, the first to rise again. He found Anya's small cottage on the outskirts of the city, a place of grim resilience. The shutters were drawn, but a faint, flickering candlelight bled through the cracks. He knocked, his heart a heavy drum against his ribs. The door creaked open, revealing Anya's face, etched with a sorrow so profound it seemed to have carved itself into her bones. Her eyes, once bright with laughter, were now pools of infinite sadness. Elias held out a small, tarnished silver vial. Anya, he began, his voice hoarse. I need your help. She looked at him, her gaze unfocused, as if seeing through him. "Help?" she whispered, her voice a dry rustle. "The recipe," he explained, his words tumbling out in a rush. "It might be a way. A way to find peace. For everyone." A flicker of something, perhaps understanding, or perhaps just a deeper well of despair, crossed her face. She stepped aside, allowing him into the dim, quiet room. A single, unlit candle sat on a small table. He saw it then, a small, chipped porcelain doll, David's childhood toy, clutched in her hand. He's still out there," she murmured, her gaze fixed on the door. "Sometimes, I hear him." Elias waited, his breath held captive. He could feel the weight of her grief pressing down on him, suffocating. And then, it came. A single tear, a pearl of agony, tracing a silent path down her weathered cheek. It fell, landing with a soft plink into the silver vial. Elias carefully capped it, the metallic coolness a stark contrast to the searing heat of her pain. "Thank you, Anya," he whispered, the words inadequate to express the enormity of her sacrifice. She didn't respond, her gaze lost in the darkness. The final ingredient, the heart of the first dawn. This was the enigma that had haunted his dreams. The recipe was maddeningly vague, yet Elias felt a strange certainty about its meaning. The first dawn. The dawn of this new, terrifying era. The dawn of the zombie apocalypse. He knew where he had to go. The epicenter. The place where the virus had first manifested, where the initial outbreak had occurred. The old research facility, a sterile, forgotten monument to scientific hubris. He traveled by night, the faint glow of the moon his only guide. The landscape had been irrevocably altered. Roads were impassable, choked with overturned vehicles and the detritus of a fallen civilization. He navigated through the skeletal remains of towns, each echoing with the ghosts of its former inhabitants. The research facility loomed in the distance, a monstrous, concrete leviathan against the horizon. Its perimeter was a tangled mess of razor wire and reinforced steel, a testament to the panic that had seized the world. He bypassed the main entrance, opting for a less obvious point of entry, a service tunnel that had been sealed years ago. With his knife and sheer brute force, he pried it open, the rusted metal groaning in protest. The interior was a labyrinth of sterile corridors and darkened laboratories. The air was stale, heavy with the metallic tang of disinfectant and something else, something ancient and sickly sweet. He moved with caution, his footsteps echoing in the oppressive silence. He could feel it, the lingering presence of what had happened here, the ghosts of the scientists who had played God. He found it in the central containment unit. A deactivated incubation chamber, its thick glass viewport smeared with dried, indeterminate stains. And within, suspended in a viscous, amber fluid, was a single, still beating heart. Not a human heart, not exactly. It was larger, pulsating with a faint, greenish luminescence. The heart of the first infected. The heart of the dawn. Retrieving it was a gamble. He had to breach the chamber, a process that involved bypassing a complex security system that, miraculously, still had residual power. His heart pounded in his chest as he worked, the faint whirring of failing machinery a counterpoint to the frantic beat of his own. He managed to override the lock, the heavy door hissing open. He reached in, his hand instinctively recoiling from the chill emanating from the chamber. He carefully extracted the heart, its pulsing a disturbing echo of his own life force. He had them: Moonpetal, the tear, and the heart. Now, for the final act. The recipe itself. He returned to his butcher shop sanctuary, the ingredients carefully wrapped. The night was absolute, the moon hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds. He set up his makeshift kitchen, the flickering light of his lantern casting dancing shadows on the walls. He opened the book, his hands steady now, a strange calm settling over him. The recipe was demanding. It required precise temperatures, specific timing, a delicate balance of flavors. He started with the moon petal, crushing them into a paste, their luminous dust clinging to his fingers. He added the tear, its salty essence mingling with the floral aroma. Then, the heart. This was the crux. The recipe instructed him to incorporate it, to blend it. He hesitated, the pulsing in his hand a tangible, unsettling presence. He took a deep breath and sliced it open. A thick, dark fluid oozed out, smelling faintly of ozone and something metallic. He mixed it into the paste, the ingredients slowly transforming into a rich, dark broth. He added other ingredients, things he'd scavenged, wild herbs, preserved spices, a splash of aged brandy he'd found tucked away in a forgotten cellar. He cooked it slowly, over a low flame, the aroma that filled the shop shifting from the familiar scent of decay to something entirely new. It was earthy, subtly sweet, with an underlying hint of something primal. As the broth simmered, Elias began to hear them. The shuffling, the moans. They were drawn to the scent, to the subtle, almost imperceptible shift in the air. They gathered outside the barricades, a silent, expectant throng. He poured the finished concoction into a large, ornate ceramic bowl, a relic from his grandmother's time. He carried it to the front of the shop, placing it carefully on a reinforced workbench just outside the barricades. The infected, the shamblers, the zombies, whatever they were called, pressed closer. Their vacant eyes, once filled with the spark of life, now held only an insatiable hunger. They sniffed the air, their collective murmuring rising to a low growl. Elias stood behind the barricade, his heart pounding, his gaze fixed on the bowl. This was it, the culmination of his desperate quest. He watched as the first one approached, its jaw slack, its limbs twitching. It stopped, its gaze fixed on the bowl. It sniffed again, its mangled fingers reaching out. And then, it did something unexpected. It didn't lunge. It didn't bite. It hesitated. It lowered its head, and with a slow, deliberate movement, dipped its rotting fingers into the broth, bringing them to its mouth. A ripple went through the crowd. Others followed. They didn't devour. They drank. They lapped at the broth, their guttural moans softening, becoming almost contented. Elias watched in stunned disbelief. The frenzy was gone. The insatiable hunger seemed to be sated, replaced by a quiet, almost mournful stillness. The shamblers, one by one, began to turn away from the barricades, their movements no longer driven by primal need, but by a languid weariness. They drifted away, back into the shadows, their moans fading into the distance. He had done it. He had found a way. Not a cure, not an eradication, but a moment of peace. A temporary reprieve. He knew this wouldn't last forever. The recipe was a temporary balm, a fleeting peace in a world consumed by eternal night. But for now, there was silence. A silence more profound than any he had ever known. He returned inside, the bowl, now half empty, clutched in his hands. The scent of the broth still lingered, a bittersweet reminder of the horrors he had faced and the fragile hope he had created. He looked at the book, at his grandmother's meticulous script. She had known. She had always known. The last recipe, a testament to a love that transcended life and death. A love that sought to bring peace even to the damned. He opened the book again, and under the dim light of his lantern, began to read the next recipe. There was always another meal to prepare. Always another dawn to face.